Good afternoon, my chat. I totally didn't just wake up from a nap from the doctor's appointment that I had today. Hi. Hi, babies. Yes, today I went to the doctor's. Everything's vibing. Really good doctor's appointment, but because I'm 25, I had to catch up on all my shots. So I have a tetanus shot in my body. I have another shot that I forgot what it was. I think it's just like a typical viciously pokes. Ah, no! Karen, stop it! Don't poke my sides. Thank you for the check-in pixels. But I went to the doctor and we're vibing. We're a healthy bean. The doctor said specifically, here, hold on, wait. I probably should do this sometimes, you know? Oh, no, yep. Two at poker sides. Don't! I'm a baby. But I went to the doctor today and they were like, you healthy, boo. You healthy. All the doctors are super nice because it was a new doctor and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. But I'm happy that I'm healthy. I thought they were gonna be like, you're fat, and I'm gonna be like, but they did it. They were super nice, which is great. But yeah, that was pogging. And then they were like, but you have to get I was gonna get 5 shots, but I think I ended up getting 2. No, sorry, I feel loud. It's because I just woke up from a nap. They were like, we're gonna do one shot that started with an H and then another shot that started with an H, but it's possible that I could have had it before, so it's not really necessary if I have it again. But I didn't have my vaccination records. And then oh shit, sorry. I need to say hi to everyone. Okay, sorry. Hi Will Squid the Jester. Hi Chaotic Kitten. Hi V. Hi Kieran. Hi Pixel. Sorry. Yeah. Tetanus HPV. But then there was another one. There was another one they wanted me to get. And then I was gonna get a flu shot. What do NAP stand for? What do they stand for? Hep C. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I got tetanus and HPV. They were gonna give me Hep C, but they were like, maybe you've already had it, so maybe not. Hold on, I just want to do a thing really quick. Necessary adult pause? Hell yeah. But I got the tetanus and stuff, and they were like, we'll test your blood if you have the Hep C vaccination or not. And then they were like, oh, maybe this is better. Then they were like, oh, okay, so we'll test your blood for it, or you could come in again and have your shot records. And I was like, oh, okay, I could probably do that. And then they were, and then I was like, oh, can I get a flu shot? Because I wanted to be proactive. I wanted to be proactive because I fasted last night. So I was like, oh, well, because I fasted, you can take my blood. And I wanted to be proactive about it and be an adult. I wanted to be a big girl about it, but the flu shot was wild. I need the flu shot. I'm so delayed on getting my flu shot. Okay, about you, but I don't stand and nap. You're not a horse? You're not a horse? I mean, I guess you are. Will Squidfish. Who's the end of months ago? It's still, I could ask. There's no harm in asking. Because I was already at the doctor. That's not how flu shots work. I don't care. At least I asked. They could have had it. They could have had some. Because they were like, oh, we're out of flu shots. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But it should be okay now, because like I probably have this doctor for a while. So when flu shot season comes again, oh my god, but this flu, if I get the flu chat, it's gonna hit me so hard. There has not been a year where I haven't had the flu shot. So if I get sick this year, I'm streaming through it. You're gonna be sick with me. That's my plan. I'm gonna be laying on the floor streaming. I'll have my camera pointed at the floor and I'll be like, I'm sick and you're here with me while I'm sick. But regardless, so I got like 2 shots and they took 3 vials of my blood, I'd like to say. I didn't really look, to be fair. Every year, new shot, they come out in the fall. I know, but like, this one's gonna hit me hard, man. This one's gonna hit me hard if I get sick this year. So I got till like September or something. I gotta be good until like September, because my immune system has had the flu shot. And the reason why, like, my parents and I were very anal about getting the flu shot is because if I get the flu, it hits me hard. It hits me so fucking hard. And then I die. Not really, obviously. But, yeah. Last time I had a blood run, the intern was, oh no! She missed, okay, dude, oh my god. So, okay, I've had my blood drawn, let's see, last time was, yeah, there was that time, and then the 3 poke time, and then another time, and then, so, at one point I said, if you don't get it right, I will put in the needle myself. I had medical training in the army. Oh, shit, I mean, that's probably better, because you probably know how to do it, right? Because it's your body. But yeah, I've had that happen, like, a few times. There was one time, there was a woman ended up having, that's crazy! Did you get it, though? Did you get it on the first try, though, Kieran? Did you get it on, like, the first try? I'm super curious. But yeah, I've had one time where a woman poked me, like, 6 times. And she's like, sorry, I'm cold. It's cold in here. And I'm like, I guess it's okay. My arms are fucking blue. Yeah, I did? Fuck yeah, dude. That's cool. That's a sick thing to be like, I drew my own blood and I wasn't even the nurse or doctor that was supposed to do it. That's cool, though. To me, that's cool. And then the second time, I think went fine. And then I think the last few times, though, there was a woman and she, like, poked my arm 3 times, and then she was like, oh, it's policy, and I don't know if this is how it is in the other places, but, like, in other, like, medical fields, but, like, the woman poked me 3 times, and she was like, oh, we have a policy that I can't try to get blood from you more than 3 times, so you're gonna have to come back. And I was like, huh? What do you mean? She's like, yeah, it's a sanitary thing. I'm like, you not have more needles to take my blood? What? I had a cyst develop that one time I had a nurse do my shots as a kid. I had to make my pediatrician do it for years. I'm weak. Hey, man, I don't like looking at needles. One more day, hi, devouring. Yippee! One more day! I'm so excited for you. Got other wild stories about me getting an injury and making the doctors laugh by remarks. Hell yeah, making doctors laugh is a fun thing, I think. Because the doctors go through so much shit. Like, when I was getting my blood drawn today, I was making memes. I was joking a bit about my life and me being, like, essentially the equivalent of a hamster sometimes. And it was fun. And I like making service workers or people in, like, I don't know what it's called. There's like dentists and doctors and eye doctors. They're like a line of people. Hi Rhino, welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. There's like that. I just like making those kind of people laugh. People in like services that, I guess service workers. Any job where you have to service other people. I love making them laugh or smile. That makes me so happy, because like they go through so much shit every day. They probably go through so many like just people that irk them. And so if I can make them laugh, it makes me happy. Whenever Misa gets blood drawn, they always comment on how viscous and thick her blood is. What makes your blood thick? Maybe yeah. That sounds cool. That sounds like a cool thing though. No, the reason why they only do a certain amount of tries when drawing blood is because at one point the vein will retreat further under skin. Oh, okay, I guess. But they could have tried. They only tried one arm. They could have tried my other arm. And I've only had my blood taken out of my hand once. I don't know if that's typical. I say is I'm taking the bandage off my arm because it's really uncomfortable. Maple syrup? Is Misa's blood maple syrup? Okay, we're good. I took the bandage off my arm because it was like constricting my elbow. Alright. But yeah, that was my day today. My arm fucking hurts. Blood has been taken from me. I'm sleepy and I'm hungry because I haven't eaten since yesterday. But it's okay because Pixels is gonna make his breakfast. It's gonna be vibing. Or lunch? Lunch? Usually they either draw the blood in the elbow part or the wrist, unless that changed. Or the wrist. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've always had it done in like the inner elbow. I left the arm toys, so things may have changed. I think it's still typically like the inner elbow part, like you're saying. I just had one time because like they look prominent. Or my hand is kind of see-through-ish. My olive skin isn't as olive here, and you can see like veins in my hand. And so they took it there once. I don't know what hand it was. It was probably my right hand because my right hand's a bit more there. It was really cool. It's oh, thank you for the head packs, Chaotic Kitten. Them feeling veins is cool though. Like I don't know why, but like when the nurse like felt the vein in my arm, I was like, how do you do that? I didn't ask how she did that because I was too busy like worried about like them doing it. Because I don't like needles. Like, I'm fine and I'll buck up, but it's like, I do not like needles. I remember my mom told me this story one time. Both of my parents are Korean. I'm Korean. But my mom was growing up in Korea. Apparently they had this day in school where everybody had to get a shot. I don't know what shot it was, but everybody had to get a shot. And what my mom would do is she would keep retreating to the back of the line, and then like going up a little bit and then retreating to the back of the line so she wouldn't take it. And then eventually I'm presuming that she was like maybe like a teen or pretty young, because what happened was the school then called my grandmother, her mom, and was like, you need to get your kid under control, we need to give her this shot, come control your kid. And so apparently my grandmother chased my mom around the school building multiple times in order to get my mom to get the shot. So, yeah. And my dad doesn't get, my dad doesn't get flu shots, because he'll die? I don't know why. I don't know why specifically. I'm sure we could look it up, but, valid, yeah. But my dad, every time he's had a flu shot in his life, no matter if he was a healthy buck or not, he has almost died. Like he had to get hospitalized for getting a flu shot, which I think is wild. Like we never talked about the specifics because I don't think he even knows the specifics. I think he was like, I've got hospitalized like 3 times getting a flu shot. I'm done. So I don't think he even knows the specifics, but I'd love to know why, and maybe we could look it up, but yeah, he's told me multiple times that he can't get flu shots, and he's gotten his COVID shots. The only causing a, yeah, that's what I'm presuming, because I think Because he's gotten shots before. But like, I remember specifically him telling me the story because he was in the army. He was a chef in the army. And he was like, yeah, they had me get a flu shot in the army and I had to get hospitalized. Like it was not good. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting. So maybe we could look that up today before. We have a collab in like 2.5 hours. We're gonna play Candyland with our friends. I'm also gonna do, no, maybe not today. I'll do it tomorrow. I want to stream for longer, so, but I won't do that today because I had the whole doctor debacle, so I want to take it a little easier today, even though like I'm really pumped. I don't know why. I'm like really excited right now to talk to you guys. Most important people in the army, the ones who make sure, yeah. It may be just the base of whatever flu shot he got that he got allergic to. Yeah, that's very possible. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Hi, Kiwi! Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. We were just talking about my doctor adventures and my family adventures and stuff. But yeah, maybe I would love to look up why the flu shot could, because like the common flu is just, it's so, it's literally in the name. It's a common flu, you know? So I'd be very interested in seeing if whatever reason it could be towards why that something like that would happen, because it's the common flu. It's a common flu shot. Why does the common flu shot, common cold, not flu? Oh, well. Well, like, same idea. The flu shot has been around since when? How long has the flu shot been around? How long has the flu shot existed? Since the early... Poor maincoow, listen. It's hard out here for me. I'm a hamster. Since the early 20th century. So it's been around for a long time. So that's why I'm, like, interested in understanding, like, maybe, like, why. Why has the common flu shot... Why does the flu shot make some people need hospitalization? Okay, I guess we'll go with this because it's a bit more specific. The common flu shot is recommended annually to prevent the spread. Yeah, but like, why does the common flu shot, what? Have some people almost die. Let's cut to the chase. The flu shots are generally, it can cause some flu-like symptoms of the body. Oh, so maybe like, yeah, maybe like something like, maybe the flu strain just really fucked my dad up. And so, like, yeah, maybe like the antibodies like just made him ube sick, and he just had to get hospitalized. I could see that. I could see that. Sorry. But yeah, thank you for talking to me about that. That's the whole thing that happened today. I was pretty excited. Excited to talk to you guys about it. My arm though hurts. I can't like put my arm, I can't reach for things behind me with my left arm. So that's poggin. We gotta upload stuff today. I was gonna edit, I think, a video today. I think. My nose is like stuffy. Okay. Uh, um. You see why I told them to get it in often? Yeah. It like hurts, but it's also kind of like, I think I sleep on my left side better. But no, it's valid. Thank you for the boot brainer. How's it going? Thank you for the check-in as well. It better be in the shower. Oops. I am proud. I'm proud. Do you ever use audio from outside sources for your vids? I do. So a lot of I need to add a video of heavy wind and I can't. Okay, I got you. So I will put this in chat. Freesound.org is a big repertoire of sounds that people upload. It's best to make sure that the sound is like a Creative Commons 0. Okay, the vocal stem didn't go off. Why didn't you go off? Hold on. Triggers, vocal stem. Use input required. Save. Oh, I have to turn it up. I was told to turn it up. So let me 70. Oh, it's because it went out of my speakers? Nani the fuck? Hold on. System. Wavelength Steam. What? So sad it was a Creepcast one too. Why is it going? Oh, hold on. It's like going through my. Fuck. Open volume mixer. Yeah, if you look up wind and then do Creative Commons 0, it'll show you like a bunch of wind audios that you can use for free for whatever you want to do. It is going through one of my monitors. That is what is happening. Sammy is going through one of my monitors, and that means you guys can't hear it. System. Maybe I have to restart Sammy? No. Oh, I have to close it this way. Alright. Exit. Alright, now will it work?
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
No, Patrick. Mayonnaise
is mayonnaise an instrument? Got a very like. Oh, I didn't expect Squidward to continue. I got a very Kelly Clay at the moment. He jumped on the desk, giving me headbutts and kicking. Aww. That's what my cat does. Sometimes, because I have a heated blanket, she'll sit on my lap. And it's really nice if she'll sit on my left arm, on my keyboard arm. Because I don't really move my keyboard arm all that much. But she'll always pick my right arm. And then I'm like, okay, well. Only mouse usage for me. Okay. Oh, speaking of, hello, Moira. I'm just changing it to the. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm just gonna do this one more time to make sure it works. Let me do it through this though. Enshrining on.
No,
there we go. Can't pay that dog. Can't pay that dog. I had to get a wireless mouse to be able to game. That's valid. That makes sense. Get these need that wireless mouse. Click. Reply. Heart. Exact reason you have to color like that sometimes. Some artists are like. Okay. I need to prepare stuff for today because my stuff's gonna go off in like. So I'm gonna need a post in like 30 minutes. Today is Wednesday. It's an art tip day. It's actually an art tip day because I don't have. Us kittens were the reason I got a wireless mouse. I only had dogs before. I've only had dogs before. And they didn't want to sit in my lap. Because they're small, so they could have. Okay, Scruffito. Scruffito, because I fucked it up. Oh, not that one. Oh, that one. It's... Wait, what happened to 32? What the fuck? 32. What? Ah, okay, okay. 32. 33. Oh, nope, oops. This is Scruffito. Okay, so this one needs to get uploaded today. And then we upload cover. Oh, I forgot to do. Oh no, I don't do a go live post on Wednesdays because I wait till I have my collab. That's and then that's when I will do my thing. I'm at an all time renaissance. Fort. You know that I'm at an all time. Dashboard. I don't know if I want to edit. I will. I'll do a little bit of editing. Because I was like, I don't wanna. Because we finished BLC 3.0 last night, which I'll open that up because I can. Because I can. And we finished him, and I'd like to rig him. I'd like to rig him. I know it looks messy. It's just so that it's set up for live 2D and everything. But look at his little dark boy. Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute? I'm very excited to rig him. So we'll rig him soon enough. I haven't listened to the song in a long time. I need the lasso tool one. Lasso tool 22. The Bruce Lee, a loose leaf. You go here. 22 will go here. It's like 1 sheep, 2 sheep. This one. I'm gonna go to the purif, and then we gotta grab these motherfucker. Go back to here, and then we gotta grab lasso tool. Twanto. Hi, sentient pancakes. Welcome on in. How's your day going? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Ba 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 da da da. That's when we start sponsoring. No. Boop. We'll do English. Publish. Next. Public. Talking me in the head, sleep talking. 3 p.m. is what we want. Cause I lazy. I like scheduling my videos inside of my head. Okay. And then we can switch over to the VOD account and upload our VOD. I just joined your Discord. Yippee! Now you can watch movies with us if you'd like. We watch movies Saturdays. Any specific where I can pour for babies? The fridge. Feel free to post them in the fridge. Because I like to think that, like, the fridge is like, you know, like, Mom, I got an A on my test. Oh, that's great, honey. Let's put it on the fridge. It's kind of like one of those things. Maybe someday we'll have, like, a little kennel chat. And then, like, I'll that'll be specifically for pets, but for now it's the fridge. Because I'm proud. I'm proud of what chat shows me. Unless it's in the deep freezer. Then it's questionable. VODs. I don't have one for today because it's Wednesday. And that would be a beef and boof thing. Okay. So, we do need to highlight this. There's a monster that's under my bed, along with the voices inside of my head. To save me, stop holding your breath. Did I make a thumbnail for yesterday? I think I set up to, but I did not. I think is what my brain is saying. This is correct. So it doesn't have NFBBQ. And a Dream BBQ. And then we did do some art yesterday. We actually didn't do any Clash Cleaner Sim. So this can go here. This game was trippy, but I liked it quite a lot. Goes into games. And then work. And we did this guy. We did some of this. It was the 20th. For the babies are in. Yippee! Oh, sweet lovins. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, thank you for sharing them. What time do you usually watch? 2 p.m. PST on Saturdays. We're not doing this Saturday because I am doing the fundraiser event or the charity event for Stack Up. But we usually watch them on Saturdays at 2 p.m. PST. I do my best to. I should probably do it like Friday beforehand. But there is an event. Cinema Saturdays. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Oh, little babies. Oh, that's so cute. My cat Moira is like almost 2. She's like, I think next month she'll be 2. I think. But yeah, in the Discord server, there is a thing. There is an event for the movies. I do need to cancel the one for this coming Saturday, though. Cancel this event. Cancel event. Because, again, we're doing Brain, Not Worky. We are doing, charity live stream. But next Saturday, we'll be watching the 4th Shrek movie? Not the new one that everyone is a little sus about, but there was another one made in... What year was it? Hold on. What year was it made? 2010. 2010. What charity you going for? We are doing a charity event for Stack Up. Stack Up is, coincidentally enough, it is a organization that supports our troops, the U.S. troops, and anyone who is aligned with the U.S., so like Korea and stuff like that. But are also a big supporter of mental health and making sure your mental health stays okay. This was my birthday. That was the wrong one, sorry. It would be in Twitch promos events. But yeah, we'll be doing, oh my god, why is it so... Okay. But, yeah. We'll be doing this, Friday. We'll be doing it Friday and Saturday. Anybody who donates will be put into a raffle, for some Logitech gear. We'll kind of get to do a dual thing, but we can talk about it the day of. Did I not save the other version of this? Because we're going to play Cult of the Lamb. The plan is to play Cult of the... Oh, there it is. It's right here. But we're going to be kind of playing Cult of the Lamb, so we'll make a little cult, and everyone who donates $10 for every $10 donated, I'm taking a hit, so I'm about to get high as fuck as we make a cult. And then anyone who donates any amount, doesn't matter how much, will receive a salute emote. So if you want a salute emote of your cat, or of you, or of someone else, I'll be doing those. I'll probably do those live on stream, I'm thinking, maybe? Maybe I'll, like, do them in between, playing Cult of the Lamb every now and again. But yeah, that's the plan. I'm excited. I should probably repost that. Probably should repost that on my socials so people are more aware that I'm doing that. But yeah, I'm very excited. It's the second organization that I've done stuff for, because I did do multiple charity events for Gamers Outreach, which is a charity that gets that helps kids in hospitals be able to play video games. So we've done that. Don't use your travel because the shipping. Oh, don't worry. Logitech is actually taking care of all the shipping. So if you do win, the Logitech actually will take care of shipping. None of us. You won't, I won't, and Stack Up does not handle shipping. So shipping is totally free. Is it possible to just put a black screen with bloopers and caps? It is. So what you'd want to do is, I'm also doing like a clips thing, is take a black image, put it in there, make it big, and then in your toolbox, look up text, and then you just slap this in here, and then you can, go into the box and just write bloopers. Yeah, it's very nice. Apparently, Logitech just sent Stack Up just a bunch of, Logitech gear, and they're like, we're just gonna handle the shipping. Toolbox, yeah, so in the top left, or where's my mouse? Sorry. In the top left right here, there is effects. If you click that, they'll have this. And then you should have text. If you just look up text, it might appear here instead, but you should be able to look up text and it should be able to pop up. What am I thinking? Oh yeah, the club clips. That's what I'm doing today. I was like, what am I doing? What am I even doing, chat? Boob. Yippee! Thank you. I have water. Remember, yeah. I threw up when I went to the hospital. I forgot to say this. I threw up right as I got to the hospital because I was so nervous, I guess. Or at least that's what my roommates say. They said I got nervous, but I don't know. I just got sick. The amount of work I'm putting into this dumb project, hey, it's just how it is for video editing. It'll get easier as you do it. Oh, bagel. A fancy bagel. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, nom, nom. Alright. We want Twitch. No, these are the repo ones. I hit effects and it popped up a billion things. Yep. So at the very top of the thing, the very top, there's gonna be this like little type bar. Just write text. Just search text in it. I don't think you have to. If it's not there, there's this little magnifying glass. Just click that and then it should pop up. There's a version of this song that I want. Thank you, Pookie. But the text stuff is under titles. That makes sense. What the fuck is that? Where did it come from? Moira. Oh my god, there's a feather in my house. It looked like an actual bird feather. Oh, thank god. Oh my god. Okay. My cat broke off a feather from one of the toys that's on the door. And Pixels just showed me a feather. And I'm like, where the fuck did a feather come from? Because it looked like a real bird feather. And I was very concerned. Anyone read book clips? I don't know if I want more Reaper clips, but do we have any more? Repo. No, Repo. What the fuck?
I must join my sister on the hunt. The primal urge calls to me.
No, no, no. You stay where you are. Drag and drop, baby. Is it PNG or JPEG? If it's a WebP, it won't work. But if you just drag and drop it into the timeline, it should work. Under PNG, okay, just drag. Try to drag it into the timeline. No. If you just take like hold on, I have one here. This is a black image. I just drag it and I drop it and then it's just black. Try this image, I'll send it to you. Maybe this one will be better. Well, where is the backdrops? No. Should be in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I'm stupid. Try this image, I'll send it to you. Alright. Ow, my arm. Ow, my arm. Okay. Boop. Sorry, I'm just eating really quick. Nom 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 nom. Oh fuck. If you download, I think it's fine. When you oh fuck, it's on capitals. When you click the image in the top right, there's a download button. It should make it a PNG. I've also had that problem, and I fucking hate that Discord does that now. I'm gonna look up why Discord does this. I might turn that off. I fucking hate that it does that, actually. Images as web p. I would say Google it, V. I'm not really sure why it's not working. Oh. My terrible editing. It's so stupid. Do I have that one? I don't know what clips I do have and what I don't have at this point. Yeah, at this point I would say to Google it. Google it if you have it, because I don't know why it wouldn't be going in at that point.
Or for a while, it activates.
It got so quiet. It got so quiet. Guys? Guys, did you all die? None of you are getting Happy Meals. None of you are. We are leaving without Happy Meals. You get.
There's a whole rack of sledgehammers back here.
Sledgehammers, bro.
Oh shit.
Wait, is that a shotgun? Wait, there's a shotgun.
There
is.
is a shotgun. Do you want a shotgun?
No.
I don't trust the lady with the shotgun. I don't.
Okay, boom. Download. Looking at me. I'm not sure if I would trust you with the shotgun. No, that's valid. That's valid. I'm trying to... Oh my god, my phone is vibrating in my pocket. Okay. We could try the... We could try the baby clip. I don't know if I know. Cause like I'm trying to figure out. I just when I download clips, I like try to envision how I would edit it. And if I can't envision it, it's hard. But I think we got a good amount, so I think it'll be okay. That is the hope, at least. Alright. How many clips? So I just gotta make sure for clip clipping 2, I did like 3. Okay, so let's... Okay, so... Let's do it like here. Yeah, I won't need the background for this, I don't think. What is there the other club clippings I've done? Okay, I don't do anything special for that. Cool. But another, yeah, milk clip out of context. Yeah, I should just call it club clippings. Yeah. This is actually a really good clip on its own. I actually don't know if I'll... I might just move out the silent bits, because there's like a bunch of silent bits, as you can see in here. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll just keep it like this for now and just edit them as I go. And then I pick it up and it drops. And then like this bit, I think. So it would play out like so. It would be, wait, I would probably clip this maybe a little bit out and then go in with it. Okay, so that's not bad. And then let's see, I put 1, 2, oh, so I need 3 to 5. Okay. Give me some decency. That was actually funny. Who got a bomb in their Happy Meal? Hold on. Take that and that. And so it would go. Oh my god, I have the hiccups. Ah! Let's see this one. And then I think I just chase it. Yeah, and then I broke it. I broke it, so it's like there. So then I would probably just change the speed of this and like mute it. So like 150. I would remove this. And I do like the wild goose chase audio probably, I think, is what I want to do. Oh yeah, I'd probably do. Hi Sunny! Hi! Welcome on in! Okay, maybe I would do it a little bit faster, so. How you doing, pretty lady? I'm good. How are you, pretty lady? Oh, what'd you get for dinner? Okay, and then this is repo clip 5. Is this a lot? Is this a lot? Brother made Japanese curry? Yum! That sounds delish. This is like a 2-minute thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think we could remove this one because it's very similar to this clip. And then we could keep that one. And then you can go back to here. So it's like working on stuff today? Yeah, for a little bit. And then we're playing Candyland with our friends. I just want to get... I want to try editing a bit more on Wednesdays so that way I can just hang out more on Thursdays. So that'd be fun. Oh, I didn't get the explosion noise. There we go. Okay, so I would do like... And then I'd cut over here. Should I learn? I need to learn to edit soon? Do you have to? What's up? Why? Hi, Buffy. Good morning, Buffy. Just woke up. Good morning. I think I could stop it at we're leaving. I'm trying stream and learn editing might be handy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We could edit together. It'd be great. Like right there. Oh, we are leaving. Did I say with? Right here? It's the time now. Goodbye, my baby. Okay, and then this section I think is next. Actually, let me link them. So let's do this one next. Wait, do I do like this? The subtitle on this is gonna be all bitch. Let me tell you what, chat. It's gonna be all bitch. We can get everything else done at least. I say something here? I did use one of your working streams to work on stuff. Felt like we were working together. Yeah! I love that. Let's see. I would do this and then this. I don't know how I'm vibing with this clip, with the second clip. Feel like it. I don't gotta pretend, baby, now and then. Okay, so if it went. Okay, let's do it this way. I also don't know how I feel about this one, unfortunately, because it's like I feel like I didn't. I think we'll just do these two clips. I think we'll be good. You're too sweet for me. I take. What kind of music do I like to listen to? A bit of everything? Yeah, a bit of everything, baby. Yeah, I don't think there's a type of music that I don't listen to. That's why I have to listen to the DJ, because I can never settle on a type of music. From meme music to classical to rap to some country, not all country, some country I'm okay with. But this depends. Very similar. Hey, yay! Oh wait, this is me here. Okay, wait. No, we go like this. Makes me happy to see y'all getting along. Ooh, friends becoming friends is always good. Of course it is. Hi, Zoe. I love Hosier. The song bangs. Yeah, I love Hosier too. Thank you for the check-in, Zoe. Aw, Sunny, stop. You guys special thanks for that. Yippee! Oh, my brain. Okay, I need the wild goose chase audio. The bam 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 bam. I can't remember what it's called. Goose chase. Excuse me. Audio used when cartoon chase. Is it this one? Benny Hill. It's this one. It's this one? It's that one. This one. Is it called Benny Hill? Benny Hill? Oh, it is. Pog. Save. What's up? Thank you. Do you need me to liberate? She looks so comfortable. Oh. Hey, baby. Come to mama. I want. Mother wants child. Mother wants child. You can sit on my shoulder, look. Don't fight it. Ah! 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 Okay. She's like, alright, let's go, Dad. Benny Hill. It's the person that did the sound effect that I was looking for. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Is that a bit long though? 1, 2. Is that? It's 1, 2, 3. Fuck. All right, let's change the speed to 400. Speed change. Do 500. 600. Thank you for the wellness check. I will. Why is it not doing the thing? Change speed to 800. No, yeah, that's what I thought. Let's do 400 then. Let me drink some water. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh. So if I did... my brain's understanding. So if I did 500, and then I just did this with that. Okay, so it's like... Oh, I liked it how it was before, though. Okay, yeah, that was a lot better, because it goes with the audio better. What is the his haps? Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh shit, these are big. Damn, big strawberries. Ah. Alright, let me just... Okay, there we go, and... I don't know if I want the... I think... Hold on, we could do it like this. Is that 1 second? It's 1 second. Let's do half a second. Let's do half a second. I just... Because I don't trust that TikTok viewers won't look away after half a second. So if I just cut it at half a second, I think it'll be okay. I think I want to do like 1 clueless second later. So it's like... SpongeBob custom 1 minute later. Someone had it, like the time cards. Use the time card generator. Yes! 1 clueless moment later. Oh, what's the normal one? Do I have to pay? Oh, do I have to pay for this? Maybe I don't. I don't really know. Wait, what the font? Sometime later font, thanks. Look how to download the font. Hell yeah, the font? Shit, yeah. I actually really like the blue flowers. Okay. And then I want the things like one moment later. Download. I'm cooking pizza right now so I can eat before we play. No problem. No problem. I literally ate like 30 minutes ago because I had to go to the doctor's and fast. So, no sweat. Take your time. You got another hour and a half, so. Man, BLT might have to wait till tomorrow because I think I might, depending on my energy levels, I might just rest after the collab. Hour and a half? Yeah, it starts at 5 p.m. I did it. I mean half? No. No, I mean, hold on. Can I zoom into it? It says 5. It says 5. It says 5 p.m. It said 5 p.m. I like chocolate. Yeah, I want to try a later time. Because I was gonna see if anybody wanted... yeah, because I was trying to see if, like, maybe people who work would like the time, but it's just the same people that it's always been, which I don't mind. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind it. No, you're good. You're good. It's not like I went out of my way to say anything about it, so... People could totally be ready an hour early and then, like... And I'd be fine. That's what it is. I think I might have to restart. Yeah, I do. Okay. A few moments later. One mental breakdown later. Okay, so one... Yeah, I could do one clueless moment later then. Also, my eyes are bad enough that one looks enough like a 0 that I didn't check. No, that's valid. That's completely valid. It will be... Because it'll just be you, me, Noble, Zoe, Kazuya, Gore, and I. So, I already said me, but, you know. I have to go to the bathroom, bro. I have to go to the bathroom. Let me check something in here. I know this doesn't have Gore's new PNG, but I'm just gonna use it for now, and I'll change it later for stuff. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, because I need to go. Wait, let me check. Wait, hold on, let me check if the font... It did. Okay, a few... clueless moments later. Oh my god, this is such a good song though. Frick. Okay, I'll be right back though. I gotta go potty. I return. I don't know what to listen to, but it's a vibe. Oh my god, my neck. Bruh, my neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. Okay. Alright. Oh wait, I just needed. I was gonna say that was like a bit long. Thank God, it's just this bit. It's like. Is this 1 or 2 seconds? It's like 2 seconds? We could shorten it. I return. I'm Kieran. Welcome back, Kieran. Wait, could we start it? Could we start it here? Welcome back. We missed you. Thank you for always hanging out. It's much appreciated. Okay, cool. And then... Okay. I could actually scoot this a tad, I think. Okay, cool. Alright, and then we no longer need to link these clips together. So that way we can... Aw, thank you, Gar. Thank you. I don't know why the notification didn't pop, but hi. Chris, I love your emotes. Well, I love you, bro. Oh my god. I love you, though. There you go. I don't know how I want to do subtitles yet. That'll be for another day, I think. Subtitles will be for another day, is probably my plan. I didn't need these for the thumbnail, by the way. Sorry for the trouble. No, you're fine. You're fine. You got up until 5, dude. Let me save this here, so that way when I open the thumbnail, it should be here. I can just replace the one in your folder, because I have a folder for everybody. Saw you made the new BLT? I did. He is ready to be rigged. I'm going to put... actually gonna make you smaller. And then I'm gonna move my text really quick. It's so cute. I cry. I know. I love it a lot. I love my new chat. Chat, look, it's you. It's chat. Hold on, wait. Let me open the other file. I like the test file. Color test. Very little, so accurate. Yep, it's chat. We had a bunch of like variants for them, but we settled on this one. Yeah, he got chicken toy. Chick 21. But yeah, we went through a lot of little. Yeah, the pig was pretty cute. Boffy really liked the pig. I might make it so that he can have different colors, because I really liked these 4 colors, to be honest. These 4. And I thought that they were cute, so I might make it so that you can have variants of colors for him, but for now we're sticking with kind of an OG color palette. Because it kind of just looks like a dog. A chocolate chip dog. Shrek and Piggy are cute, yeah. Little grandma lamb and a little piggy. A little cowboy. He a dog. He's a thing. He's a thing, that's for sure. Okay, so... put on my head. Nah. I don't know where to put. Oh yeah, wait, I can put that there. That works. Save, and then let me re-export this as a PNG. All my best ones. Thumbnails, Twitch promos, Candyland. Yep, save, and then I will post this in the Discord. Oh yes, my bad, Thanks, yeah, thank you. Yes, my apologies. Oops. Actually, that's the fastest way for me to do that. Actually. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. There we go, and then let me extend the rectangle. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. It's so cute. You're so cute, though. You're so adorable. I love the design. And then let's put you here. Yep. But like Gore has a new one every time they're on screen. It's great. I love it. Their designs are to die for. I'm a boss and sign like gloss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I know. Gore's design is so cute. Would you prefer, for new people that meet you with the new alias, though, Gore, would you rather they call you Newy? Or no? Newy? My card. Romy-chan? What the fuck? Romy-chan? Hold me down. Guromi Guro, please? Okay, no problem. No problem. I just like making sure. Nui saved for my mascot? Sounds good. Sounds good. Guro is very similar to Gore, like, in my mind, so it'll be pretty easy. A pretty easy swap for me. Head back. I've already forgotten how I edit my videos that have... Well, it's because I think I haven't done it in a while. Somebody who tell you... I am at the bottom, okay. I gotta do this invertedly. Tell you. Okay, and then scoot it. Oh, scoot this up. Zoom it out more. Scoot it up. You like that. And then so every time that you hell yeah. And then this one gets zoomed in on my VTuber. Why did I put myself so far in the corner though? Damn it. Loose, footloose, Sunday shoes, loose to waist. How far must I zoom? Alright, and then I do this a little bit higher. And that way this could be zoomed out just a little bit more. Okay, so from now on I need to make sure I'm not so far to the right when I do these clips. Crop, position, zoom. Wait. Bow. This one to this one. Okay, and this one is a bit different, actually. Ooh, how do I want to cut this? Oh, it's just different because of couch. The couch grows. Okay. Okay, so this. Alright, is this one also like that? Yeah, kinda. I don't know if this one will matter for this, but this one here, apply, Jane. And then here, and then here, and then we'll take these guys, apply, retain, and then these guys. Oh! Nice. Nice! Save. Oh my god. Why am I peeking my microphone? I peeked my mic by accident. What the fuck? I think it's because I moved it closer than I normally have it. Alright, this is pretty good. I think I kind of want to scoot this so that they're in the center of the frame a bit more. Do I need to? I think I need to stretch this over a bit more. There we go. Lane, I'll send you a demonic mask. Yay! I'm excited. I like their whiskers. Your mouse, that's so cute. I get your mouse. Alright. I think I'd rather use his ears to sew in whiskers as needles. I like that a lot. Oh, that's so smart. I like it. I think I'll probably, I think I kind of just want to do, the subtitles off stream. I'll probably just do them off stream because I don't really want to do them right now. You know what I do want to do though? Because I got an hour left. Repair BLT is what I want to do. Art. Okay. Oh, there's another thing that I want to do. There's another thing I want to do, but I can't do it right now because I need to re-download Substance. Fuck. I'll do later. BL3 must be ready. Yep. He is my magnum opus. Live 2D. Did I put the thing in here? No, I didn't. Okay. Stream. Alright, I'm gonna head off for that. I'll learn about 4-ish hours. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Karen. Good night. Sleep well. I hope you have the best dreams. I think I think I'm gonna just work out of actually work files, stream. What is it? TTS mascot, BLT. I've already confused myself. What am I doing? TTS mascot, BLT. Oh, it's because I saved it here. Right. Oops. God damn it. No beef and boof today. We will have beef and boof time. We can do it after. If I'm not tired after. I just wanted to get some more work done before. But we still have collab today. We'll still hang out with Boffy. Still hang out. I just wanted to get some more work done because Thursdays I'd like to do more than just. And it's too ambitious. Need more time to do all the stuff you want to do, and we'll hang out other time. Yeah. Version 1. This is version 1. And then version 2. Keep that. Version 2, and then reopen this one. PSD. Borp. Alright. New folder. Version 3. And then I need like a PNG even though. Which means just really quickly, I will do it. I will do. Actually, no. This one. I think this one had the completed version of him. Look at him, he's so cute. Yeah, well, actually, since I'm just doing so I'm not doing video editing. If you guys want to hang out and chat, that's fine. Comfy couch. Nope, live set. Nope, live set. Go to live set. What else did you think? Save. Oh. Would you like that? This one. Oops. I'm turning this one off. So I have him with his hat, but I don't. These will all go in here. And now we can see the progression of him. Went from this to this to this. And I love him like this. He's so cute. He's like less shading on him, but honestly, I kind of love him like this. Alright. Feels like he's getting older. We are growing together. TTS mascot, BLT version 3, PSD. He was like, sit. He learned to walk. Now he's a full toddler. Yay! Technically, he's you, so. Troubled teenage stage. I don't think this needs, these two, I don't think those two need, stuff. Hello, woofers. Oops. Hello. But man. It's pretty funny. Let me get you music. Oops. It's the wrong foot. Oh, wait, what's happening? Brain is not working. Hello? Foot R? Oh, it's because of this one. Foot L. Rock. Oh, yeah. Boop.
Yeah. Problem?
Boop. I accidentally muted you
I'm
and I
sorry.
forgot.
I fully, by the way,
What?
I fully expect BLT to sound like Muscle Man from the regular show.
No! Why? You're my mom. Mama.
It's the right energy in my brain.
He reminds me, I don't know why, but I keep getting like the fuck is it called? Like Munchlax vibes for some reason.
Oh
He's a
yeah.
Pokemon. Head base. Freckles, mouth, eyes. I think. Oh my god, I don't want to do the head first. The head is a whole thing. Let's turn these all off. This. Nope, I've confused myself. Okay. That. Nope.
This is the noise that I associate with BL free.
Oh, let me unmute it. The fucking screams that fucking Muscle Man can do, those fucking, they're wild. They're iconic though. Let's see.
Oh no, bro.
Oh no, bro. I don't know how I want to do this. I want to do this. Boop. No, I want to do it with the thing with the. Oh my god, is Gangster's Paradise as we're making BLT? I find it so interesting, the music that we listen to when I make him, because it just I feel like it'll affect him as he gets born, or I guess affect you, chat, as you get born. Oh fuck. No, it's too much. There we go. And then I want this to be 3.
BLT runs schedule 1, you know?
He runs schedule 1.
He's actually the final boss.
Oh shit. Oh, this is too much. This is too much.
He runs the taco shop.
The taco shop? I can
Le
believe
Gustav.
that. Le Gustav. Los pollos chocolatas. I don't think that's Spanish for chocolate, but close enough.
Oh, you?
Huh?
Just,
Huh?
yeah.
Huh?
I don't know, I'm just listening to
Yeah,
music. I was
boy.
agreeing with the music.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know, I just relate to so strongly to this song.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. As an OG, that makes sense. You know, as the OG that you are, in your OG-ness.
OG-ness.
If I get a Quan Mills audio book with my credit, who wants to do a listening party with? What does that mean? What does this mean? What kind of story is it?
You remember those like really, really fucked up like erotic novels that you would that Kiwi sent you the video about?
The one was like, I got fucked in the butt in my
No,
butt by my book.
That's Chuck Tingle. Quan Mills is the
Oh.
one that you saw the other week.
Okay, hold on.
It was part of the TikTok time.
Oh, my brain is remembering, but I need this. Am I allowed to take a nap if I get bored?
No,
Because I'll be down for it.
We don't need to buy an audiobook. We need Elaine to make an audiobook.
Pregnant by my husband's granddaddy is crazy.
I feel like that's just like American news. I watch Maury.
Couple has old
You
thought
freaks.
next door, and pastor eats pussy too. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, if you want to listen to it, Kiwi, I will be there for you. The second one is 2.5 hours. No visual content for my poor autistic little brain. Imagine that they had a version that had like visual content with it.
Let's call
That'd
up
be
Johnny
horrifying.
Sins and ask him to create the cinematic universe.
Hell yeah. I have my PNG in paint and yes. Dude,
I don't know if we want that. I don't know if we want that, Elaine. I don't know.
I want that. I want that. That sounds like a dream come true.
Your weird dreams.
Hey, sometimes you just want a little MS Paint porn. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Not accurate.
Not accurate. What?
I've never wanted that.
So, but what if sometimes you do? You know.
I want at least Clip Studio Paint. That's.
Oh, you want at least that's crazy. The quality would be the same though. I feel like.
No, the layering really helps.
That's valid.
To be fair, I don't know if
yeah, okay.
I don't know if Paint has layering now. When I used it when I was like 12, it didn't. And that's the last time I used Paint. So.
I don't think I can check. But I don't think it does. If they had one of the Mpreg ones, I'd steal Boffy's PNG. Excuse me.
You can't make me pregnant. The only one who can make me pregnant is my girlfriend.
That's crazy.
Is it?
I don't think it does. I don't want to look any further. It does? Oh, apparently he was introduced to the Omega-verse recently. Huh? Who?
Oh, there's nothing recent
author?
about me being... I hope you're not talking about me, because I've been in the Omegaverse, baby. I've been there.
He been there. He done that.
I've been a resident of the Omegaverse for a while now.
It's only in Windows 11. I have Windows 11. I'm gonna make this so smooth.
Me and the Omegaverse, we go way back.
Gonna say Boffy not knowing the Omegaverse would be wild. Boffy not knowing an internet culture thing would be wild. Boffy is like the internet as a person to me sometimes.
Lately I've been reading a porn manga about a place where people are treated like farm animals.
Interesting.
The first
Craig
page
Boffy is one.
has a warning about human rights violations.
That's crazy though. That's actually crazy. I mean, at least they acknowledge it, I guess.
Oh yeah, Sonny, do you want the hookup? Like,
Do you want the hookup? It's crazy.
send
No,
it to you
just
anyway.
no. I like
Send
that.
it
Just
to you.
no.
It's already in your DM.
That's crazy. I can't wait for Sunny to be like, "This is a human rights violation."
Oh, what happens in that is. Mm.
Bye, Sunny. Bye, Sunny.
I'd set it to Elaine, but there is a like 0.1% chance that it'll appear on screen somehow, and I don't want that to happen to Elaine.
I usually don't show DMs, so it'll be okay.
Alright, I will send it to you so you can see that it does in fact exist.
I mean, I didn't not believe you. I was, yo, but the art's kind of nice though.
I know, right?
Just like a second, it's like the art's
Okay,
kind
you
of nice
go.
though. What was I gonna say? I almost clicked. I mean, the art's kind of. I mean, like, if I got nothing else to read, I might just, check it out. Just, I just want to know. TikTok's been wild. So TikTok will sometimes give me manga recommendations, and it gave me one about people that were turned into animals because there was this angelic goat that had a craving for meat, and she was like an alien or something, and the world had turned into animals, and people were then used like animals. Like the animals, it would be like anthropomorphic animals eating humans.
Anthropomorphized.
Yeah. And it was all because a goat needed meat and ate human and then birthed the human lamb thing. Yeah. I didn't like it, so it's just fantastic crimes against human. That's crazy. I saw pages on TikToks. Did you see it? So you got it too? There was another one that I was actually interested in though. It was what was it? It's about this girl that kills people, like she's a murderer, and then there was this detective. It's like low life detective, and he's like, "I'll murder with you." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah." But he only says that because he doesn't want to die. But she's super cute, and I like her a lot. And I want to read that one. There's another one I want to read. I think I'm more into reading mangas than I am watching animes, I think, at the end of the day. Unless it's, like, really pretty. Oh, crime is forgiven if you're cute. That's what I'm saying. What is it? Did I favorite it? I hope I did. Cause I wanna show it to chat. It wasn't that graphic. I mean, there was blood in it, but it wasn't that bad. Beep 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 beep. Oh, did I not? Oh fuck, did I not? Hold on. I'm gonna have to look it up. Manga. I'm just gonna blur my screen just in case. Manga where a girl is a murderer and a detective marries her. And she is kinda yandere.
That would only work if Google worked. Google doesn't work anymore.
Shit. It was a murder and... Oh, I spelled Mary's wrong. Is it this one? It is. Introducing new thriller, one of the marriage of murder and lies. Yeah, I found it. Is there anything on screen that I'm not allowed to show? No, it seems fine. Okay. It's this one. It's called The Marriage of Murder and Lies. It's by the people that made Kakegurui. And I got it. I got that on. So I want to read it. I should add it to my...
Oh man, don't remind me of that Kakegurui. It reminds me of that fucking Netflix show that they're
Dude,
bringing.
I saw clips. TikTok decided to put in my face clips of that live action, and it pissed me off so bad. I don't normally do this, but I so hard went like held it and like did not interested. I never do that, but for that one, oof, man, I was not happy. Oh wait, no, why did I do that? I remember. Boop, boop, boop. This is what I use now, I think, for my bookshelf. Yeah, it is, I think. Record? Yeah, it is, okay. I want to add this to my... my manga. Is this it? Yeah, it is. Oh, shit. I got that on my phone, too. PC
Hey, Manga
version.
Zone. This.
Yeah, you put me on this.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember my password. It's on my phone. So I always read stuff on my phone. I'm a degenerate. My password manager search. Oh, that would be this one. Oh fuck! It's like one of those passwords that like I didn't just do whatever with.
Is it one of those passwords where you're gonna like go to like change it and it's gonna be like, please enter a special character, and you'll be like, oh fuck, it was just my regular password with an exclamation mark at the end.
No, it's one of the ones where it's like Google just gives you like a secure password. Save. Okay, save. Yes, okay, so I already forgot what the name of it was. The Marriage of Murder and Lies, okay. Oh, do I have to look it up by the Japanese name? I probably do.
That's crazy.
What is this? Blur. High risk, high reward. That is that gives me so much anxiety. And the way that the stairs are is even worse.
You can see the drink steaming with how hot it is.
God,
that
is the arms too. I'm off work. Yippee! Dude, that's crazy. Bro, be so fucking careful. Huh, what are you doing with your life? I like that the first comment is how waiters be casually pulling up to the table, which is true, but then I see a picture and it's of her ass. She's just showing her ass. That's great. Yep. I think I'd have to do Kakegurui. And then I could look at the author. It's not on here? Fuck, that means I have to do it on the other app. To do it on my other app.
Really? It's not on here?
Yeah, I guess not. Or maybe I clicked the wrong one.
Let me see if it's
pretty
on my
sure.
website.
Yeah, yeah, this guy. What the fuck is Manga Dex? There's too many manga websites.
Oh yeah, there's a million. And they all have different ones.
I just want one. I just want
one,
man.
They fight over the over the mangas sometimes.
That's crazy. Is it this one? Oh, man, okay.
I was once trying to read a manga, and the authors of the manga were so annoyed that people were stealing their translations that they'd paste fake translations on other websites, and it was really frustrating. They just start
That's
like creating
valid.
their own like.
Oh. Does this not remember my password for this? Fuck. Subsiding. I might have to do it like this. Can I put a bullet in the... Yeah, you can if you want. Go for it. No, it doesn't remember my password. Is it in this one?
What kind of poll is going to go in the deep freezer, though? That's what I want to know. I'm excited to see what the options are.
Okay, if it should be in here. This one. It's a 9, isn't it? Yes, I know.
Pardon me, Jesus.
Nice. You're good, dude.
I ate a garlic bread pizza.
Ooh.
It was very nice.
Okay, there you go. I want to bookmark it. Bookmark. Okay, and then there was one other one that I want to read. Whoa, which one was that one? This one's a lot, like, it's just an isekai one.
Ooh, which one?
It's not as, let me see. Even if my only strength is water magic.
Oh.
Even if my strength... No, it's gonna have to be the... Can't spell. Yeah, this one. It only has 5 chapters? God damn it.
Yeah, well, the ones that they tell you about on fucking TikTok are always like 7 chapters, 5 chapters. That's why I don't follow those recommendations anymore. Because
That's valid.
there's never enough of it, and they never get updates.
Yeah, that's true. One of my... It's fucked up, but one of my, like... what do they call it? What do they call it when it's, like, something that you shouldn't like, but you like it anyway? Fucking... Something that I read that I probably shouldn't like to read is Jujutsu no Rokunin. And it's about this kid who's, like, got bullied, and then his parents got killed by some of his classmates, but it's really fucked up. But it's like a fucked up I can't look away from, so I have to know how it ends. Unfortunately.
Pixels just posted a GIF, but didn't look at the GIF properly, so it had like the opposite effect. And then immediately deleted it.
Aww. Aww. I think I want... Yeah, I wanna go with that one.
He tried to post a GIF, like, judging the poll, but it had the text in the top right corner saying, "Hey there, beautiful," but he clearly didn't see that when he posted it.
Damn, that's so unfortunate. Damn, Pixels.
That was so good.
That's crazy.
I was like, damn, Pixels, didn't know you were weird like that.
He's matching Chat's Freak. He's been on it too long. He's matching Chat's Freak. There you go. I don't think this needs to be that complicated, but I don't really care. I already did it, so. The watchful sunset. Who fucking hid that shit in that GIF? Hey man, that's probably why they did it. To get poor souls like you to click on it and be like, yes. That's such a really funny meme. That's a good prank. It's a really good prank. I like that. I know Pixels is like punching the air being like, I hope that guy has fucking wet socks. I hope his fucking toilet seats are fucking warm. You know, fucking shit like
what's that, like? You want wet socks?
No, I'm saying that I hope that whoever made that GIF has a cold pillow tonight, dude.
Cold pillow? You want a cold pillow?
Yeah, I know. I'm for this. I'm not against this.
Oh,
I'm happy that it
okay.
happened. I think it's funny.
You said
I am
aggressively.
Pixels.
I was like,
Yeah, I'm Pixels' biggest fan and also his biggest hater at the same time. Cancel, yes. I do because I feel like the pastor one is like too normy.
Also,
like
I'm gonna be real.
Normie.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable when it comes to, you know, religious people in power. So
That's valid. That's valid. That's 2 more creatures. Please don't. DM, please. DM, please. Mercy. What happens at the milk club shouldn't affect what happens in Marquette, you know? 2 separate places. What the fuck? Where'd the shadow go? Oh, I can't see it because okay. That did not help. It's like right there. And this should be up arm left. Create. These guys can get locked because they're done. Branding has been downloaded. Yippee! Just don't let me know what time and a place, and I'll do my best to do that. I'm gonna
like a CIA person, like holding his little intercom. Granny has been downloaded. I repeat, Granny has been downloaded. Moving on to phase 2.
Moving on to phase 2.
Beginning encryption.
I don't understand why these are so different. Okay, then I will just paste this, select it. This one, delete this guy. This is gonna come down here. Go here, here, and then 38. It's free because of monthly credits. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
But don't you have to pay a subscription to get the monthly credits? So isn't it not free?
Listen, girl math.
I don't like that. That's a reflex for you now. I don't like how
I'm just a girl in
quickly
the
that
world,
came out.
man. I don't know what you want.
That came out too quickly.
I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl in the world. Also, last night I was avoiding going to sleep because I don't like the doctors, I guess. Vocal stems, and I was like thinking of so many vocal stems, but now that I'm awake and I'm not half awake, I've forgotten all of them.
You need to create like a TikTok folder.
Yeah, well, a lot of them are like, I feel like from older things before TikTok.
Yeah, but you'll probably see them sometimes.
That's a good point. Material Girl.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken Jockey. I feel like that's a different one. I feel like that's a different one that we want.
You need to get a bunch of the Papa Meat sound effects.
I have 2 of them. I have the gonna eat me like a bug and I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I have that one. I haven't thought of other ones though that I stim. I should get the one where it's from Baraska where Kyle's like, bro, your mom looks mad weird in that box. Commenting about Kimber. Have you seen the second one? They uploaded a second one.
I didn't want to go through. I was like, I had just gotten over that story. I do not need a second visit.
Valid. I'm gonna be real with you. If you want to recover from that story, that is the way to go. Let me tell you, it is not the same story.
Gore is mentally ill about a character, and it makes me laugh.
The Persona one?
No.
Persona, a different one?
What? Which Persona one are you talking about?
The one that they made their Discord profile for a little bit.
That's not Persona. That's 100 Line. It's a Danganronpa thingy.
Oh, right, Danganronpa. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm the maker of Danganbango.
Danganbango.
And yeah, it's that person. They keep sending me messages about the character, and it's a lot.
Hey,
There's
man.
there's a person that feeds them fruit every day.
Is that Gore?
Like on
Is
a
Gore the one
spoon.
feeding the fruit every day?
I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Know about games. I don't know about those games specifically. The fucking merch they have. Get the merch that they have then. Fucking get it.
It's Japanese though, and tariff.
Good point. That I didn't think about.
Because, you know, America doing really well right now.
Just go to Japan.
Probably cheaper.
Yeah.
Cheaper than some of the fucking HoloLive merch I've seen, dang.
I know, right? I remember seeing a TikTok of someone's mom who's like, my mom just got back from Japan right before the tariffs and she got me like HoloLive merch, like a good amount of HoloLive merch. And I was like, damn. How lucky.
Resell that shit.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, you can get a pretty penny off of all that. Oh, I don't like how I did that. What's the other? It's like Material Girl. I forgot what that one is. What the fuck is it? Material Girl song. No, it's not this one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. A saucy song. Okay. Add to queue because I want to listen to both, and then I want to listen to Cantissimo because I've been listening to that song maybe a little bit too much. Huh?
Gorgeous sent me the fucking person feeding the character sweet potato.
Hey man, sweet potatoes are really good. You just jealous? I'm hearing jealousy, I think. Are you just jealous that no one's feeding you? Oh! This is what you mean.
Yep. Yeah, I'm so jealous, bro. I'm so jealous of them.
So I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I thought that it was like an in-game thing, like in-game.
No.
They had a
no.
thing.
That would be too sensible.
I'm gonna be real with you, Gore. Maybe it is a little bit. Maybe it is a little bit. This person's weird. But they're on your timeline. I'm just... We still love you very much. We're just a little worried about you. That's all. I gotta follow freaks. Takes one to know one, though.
Oh, Gore isn't like, you know, delusional. Gore knows they're a freak. Don't worry.
Okay, good. You gotta embrace the freak, so that way we can all match your freak.
Gore, send Elaine the under the bed shot. Although it might be spoilers,
so
so
afraid.
Elaine might need to censor it. But it's so deranged. It's so unsettling.
Oh, I can just watch it in Discord.
It's just a screenshot.
Oh.
But like the actual like reveal is like kind of a spoiler, so
Oh, that's weird.
yeah.
That's hella weird. The way that they're like, are they smiling?
Yeah.
Oh my god, why are they smiling like that?
You
The girl with white hair is cute though.
You find that out like I want to say like 20 hours after that scene happens in the game.
That doesn't sound like it leads to anything good.
No, it doesn't.
That's a little
But
troubling.
It's deranged, is what it is.
It's so fucking scary, but he's your boo. You gotta match that freak, Gore. You gotta hide under beds. A fetus? Did you draw them as a fetus?
Oh, no. There's a lot. That game is actually, like, a lot. Like,
Whoa, there is a fetus.
that game is
protect
so
it?
unsettling.
Okay.
That game is so unsettling and weird and fucking, like...
Oh my god, a fetus BLT would be so cute. Material Gore!
It'll be a
Material
FLT.
Gore!
FLT. Fetus.
So cute. I have a feeling that Gore would like Hitler. They last.
Bro, you have no idea how much that has been a topic lately.
That's oh yeah, what a poor time to be a Nazi. Yeah, that's true. I remember that tweet. You know, it's just to be. I mean, you'd probably also like if you like people that do genocide, you'd probably also like Emmett Selk from Final Fantasy. Technically,
Emmett Selk's great. I love Emmett Selk.
I like the other one more. Forgot his name though.
Astrolphus or whatever his name is. Astolphus.
FFXIV.
Remember me.
No, it's not the first. It's from... What the fuck is it called? From... And...
I'm pretty sure it's Astolphus or
Artholidaeus.
something. Iflidaeus, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Eren Yeager technically does a genocide. I'm gonna invade this call, I swear to God, over my anime girlfriend.
Iflidaeus.
I mean, listen. It'd be a good stream topic. You just do a just chatting stream where all you talk about is this person. And then I will sit... Your first stream back, Your first stream backdoor should just be you talking about how you found out about this game and how you fell in love with this person, and me and Bobby will sit in your chat and try to talk to you about how you fell in love with Hitler. And then you're gonna have to take the whole stream to go against these.
I kind of love
believe.
how BLT looks when he's just his head.
He's a little guy. Just a little guy.
You should make him blue, and then he'd be like that one anime.
Blue?
Yeah, he'd be that slime
What?
from Slime Reincarnation anime.
Oh, huh.
Just a little blob.
Just a little guy. Headline, yeah, that's what I want. Erase, and this one. Can I do mirror? I can do a mirror edit.
Miwa.
Mirror on the wall.
Who's the basest of them all?
Who's the war criminalist of them all? I remember when I had a Persona era. My friends really got into it. And because of it, there's this one, I don't really talk about it, but there's this one line from the anime that one of the little sisters says. It's like, every day is great. Yeah, every day is great at your Juness. It's this one.
Yeah, I love that place.
Nah.
Oh no, they've come here to defend
No.
themselves.
Oh no. What's
Don't
wrong?
bring up-
What's
no,
wrong with
Don't bring it up.
Juness?
No, I like Juness. No, I love Persona, but it makes me laugh we talking about Persona. No, I like Eito because he's garbage. I don't like him for any other
You know
reason.
who
other
else
than I
is
hate
garbage
him.
though, my dear? Hitler.
Yeah, but I don't like him. He's gross. Eito is disgusting. Like, he fit all my expectations of being a piece of trash. I knew he was a piece of trash the moment I saw
this
him.
as his tax justice fidelity? Yeah, you could. You could. You could if you
That's
wanted
the
to.
only
Kiwi.
reason.
But like, if
And
I
last night,
hold
it
on.
solidified it because he's a psychopath. When I saw him that he was under my bed because I thought he would bug the room, he laid under my bed like a freak.
And like the conversation he was listening to wasn't like a planned thing.
No.
That means he was just under there
Yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah,
Like
and
he
he
wasn't
said,
like specifically down there for that conversation that you overheard. He was like he just does that apparently.
Oh, good point, Kiwi. Hold on.
yeah, and
Thanks,
also,
Thanks, Kiwi.
bruh, no, but also he literally said, and I quote,
Elaine just casually
"You
looking
don't
up anime
lock your
Hitler
doors,
on
do
stream.
you?"
I'm trying to prove a point. I'm trying to see if I can find like an anime version character that is like semi good looking of
No.
Hitler, and I was gonna put it
What,
in
you gonna
front
bring
of
up
Gore and be
Hitalia?
like, don't. That's a dark age for me.
What?
I
you
was
like
talking to
Germany?
Pixels about it. I like Germany. I like Prussia.
I like
Prussia was
Prussia.
my favorite. Prussia
Oh
was my
no,
favorite.
you weren't a Hetalia person. No.
I was.
Yeah.
I loved Hitalia. as
I
a kid.
liked.
Okay, now I can
I
unplay
liked.
this.
I liked
If I
England.
die young, bury me inside.
Did we stand Poland?
I
Poland's
still
good.
remember the theme song, but I love Prussia. Prussia's my favorite.
Prussia's cute.
He's so
Nah.
great. He's dead.
Rip Prussia.
Doesn't exist anymore. I had this as my phone wallpaper when I was young for a long time.
Every now and again, when like real life events are happening, I'm like, man, this would make a fucking really fucked up Hetalia arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helsing felt like Italia.
I
Like-
remember I was talking to
Bro.
Pixels one time, and I was explaining Hitalia to him. Someone who does not understand anime at all. I was trying to explain to him that, like, there is an anime series out there called Hitalia where they make all the countries handsome anime boys.
No,
And
all
they
of them. There's handsome
live.
anime girls too.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, like, Ukraine's a girl, isn't it?
Ukraine's cute. She got big boobies.
Imagine the Ukraine-Russia angst right now, though. Like,
I know. It'd be so... They had
Imagine that arc.
it.
I mean,
They
Ukraine and
had
Russia have
it
never
a
been
little
on good
bit.
terms.
Bro, literally
Yeah.
in the anime, the female ones are the lesser countries.
Yeah, but that's okay, because it's anime.
No.
They could
Hungry
go-
is cute though.
go
I
I
like
found.
Hungry. I haven't seen the new version of it though. I know
I
they
wanna
like
see the new one.
reanimated it. I can't go
Or just-
back. I can't go back. I gotta close this tab. I can't go back.
Yeah, I was just scrolling and I found Gore.
I'm glad that they used me as a sample of me popping my pussy. Let's go!
Yippee!
I love being people's
Wait, are we
samples, it's my
worried about
favorite.
this at all?
No, it's just silly.
Okay.
I'm on your character here because I commissioned this person so much they use me as their samples.
Yeah, every now and again when I look at like websites where you can buy commissions, I'll just occasionally just see Gore because Gore commissions so many people,
Yeah.
and they use them as
That's
samples.
not. I do that too sometimes. I'll like look at an artist. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
So every time I see
Yeah.
Gore, I'm like, here you go.
I know everyone's freaked out because like I wasn't commissioning them for a while, and I'm like, give me a moment, Jesus.
Give me a moment. I need to die and then come back. And on
Yeah.
the third day, like Jesus.
Yeah, I know
Like,
that.
I don't know nobody.
Jesus. Bro, I'm gonna make my first stream back on the first day of Pride, and then talk about Ito.
You should talk about how hard it was for you to come out as gay.
Yeah,
So
as gay for Ito specifically.
and Baki? No way.
Yeah!
I did not know that.
Yeah, there's Obama.
Oh, I love
too.
Tramp. Tramp is
Tramp.
great.
No, I like
oh my god.
what's the other one?
They give them like really like awful names. So like it's like
Yeah, but-
Tramp and Baron
Who's the one that's
Ozma.
Yeah, but who's the other one?
Baron
Remember?
Ozma.
Yeah, that's
Elon
Barack Obama.
Musk, right?
Elom. It's
Elom, yeah.
Elom.
Elom. Yeah. I love Baki.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Ato's not like my first like Danganronpa thing. I
Every
like
time there's a new
Fujiko.
president, the main character, well, he's not the main character. Yujiro Hanma has to piss on the president. That's like a thing that happens. So,
Like it has to happen, or it just does.
well, yeah,
happen?
he has to show that he's stronger than the entire country of America. So every time there's a new president, he has to teach that president his place.
Yeah, by pissing on him, marking his territory.
Yeah. Anime's weird.
I like it though. It was good
Oh.
until we got to the season with the caveman.
Yeah. Gotta love Pickle.
I like Pickle, but it started to go off the rails then. It was just like, okay,
Yeah.
let's stop now. Oh man.
Blink slowly in fear.
Yeah, pickles are good. I'm lobotomized.
Are we? You're lobotomized. That's okay.
Yeah.
And I recently showed Gore all of Hellsing Ultimate.
Yeah, it was cool. I liked it.
No, that's cool.
I was screaming and I'm glad my grandma was at home because I was bringing up about the thing that you brought up earlier when you shouldn't have on stream.
Hitler?
Yes.
Oh. Listen, there was a point. There was an educational point to it. Twitch can't get mad. I was trying to be educational.
Yeah.
The educational
but-
point is no matter how cute an anime boy Hitler is, don't fall for it.
Yeah.
See, and I think it's a really good point.
I think it's
Don't
something that people
romanticize
need to hear right now.
genocide.
I think it's something
Yeah.
people need to hear, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
can't like,
So next
you know,
time the next
Schrodinger's
Jeffrey
cat.
Dahmer looking ass guy comes up to you, don't say hello. See,
Anyone who
we're
actually
really
thinks Hitler's
educating
cute
out
need
here.
help. Deadass.
There's so many like porn.
He's
Hitler
not
games,
cute,
though.
though.
It's
Oh
cute,
yeah.
but you know.
He's ugly as hell, dude. I don't
Wait,
understand.
Elaine just said he isn't. Hold up.
What?
Elaine?
What?
Hitler's ugly.
Do
What?
you find Hitler attractive?
Oh no, I meant like he isn't attractive. Like it was like sorry.
That was the opposite of what we said that you disagreed
Yeah,
with.
So
That's
Yeah, I was
we're
like,
just gonna
huh?
delete the VOD. I think we just need to delete the VOD. I think it's too late. I think
Said
I.
Hitler's
BLT's
ugly, and you
creation
replied,
being
he
bad.
isn't.
We're feeding BLT3 bad information. He's gonna be corrupted.
BLT already got me arrested once. I'm not gonna be surprised to get me arrested again.
Facts, though.
It's canon now. BLT
Isn't it
has
for
gotten
Bradley
me
and
arrested.
Fima Anime Hitler? Kind of, I guess. I don't know. I don't really see it. I don't find him attractive though, so that doesn't count. And nor do I find Hitler attractive. So
He's not anime Hitler. Fuhrer is just the name of a rank.
yeah,
so-
I like Armstrong.
I'm falling down the
I'd think for a
alt-right
minute.
pipeline.
No,
I
you're
like
not.
Lady.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You don't even know what an alt right is. You think that's what things on a keyboard is? You
Yeah.
freak.
You think that round little chunk's gonna fall down a pipeline?
Bro.
Oh, damn.
He gets stuck in the straw
Rip.
like a.
Chat,
He's
he
stuck in the
said that
straw.
about you. You gonna let that? You gonna take that? You gonna let your Uncle Boof say that about you?
I like that his eyes got farther apart. Like he's getting more and more tarred.
Yeah, he's becoming like his mother.
It's
I
because
learned that I
his
have
brain's
he looks like
autism
a
and
growing.
I become a little more
salamander.
retarded.
It's
He does a little
because his brain's growing in between his eyes, and it's pushing them
Yeah.
away.
In between his eyes, I like it.
You gotta give him a blep so he can prove that he's stupid.
He does have a tongue, but he doesn't have a bleb, so that's a good
Yeah,
point.
blepping. So he can lick.
Elaine
the
did
food.
give him an ahoge.
I know. I saw. He's stupid. You gotta make it wiggle.
So you know the ahoge is connected directly to the brain.
Yeah, and if you rip it out, you die.
Yeah.
It's your. It's
Yeah,
your
just like
antenna.
Pim.
Yeah. I love Pim.
I don't
I
want
saw
to
someone
because
drawing
it might
Pim
be
as The
bad.
Simpsons.
Whoa, I feel like that would look cool.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It was called The Pimpsons, and it was funny.
The Pimsons.
Yeah.
Wait, is BLT evolving? Technically, Boffy said it looked like he's growing up, so
It do look
Well,
like
yeah,
he's
'cause-
gotten
I'm here
older.
for it.
Because the first one, he was like he was baby shaped. Like really baby shaped. And then like he stood up, and now he's like gaining facial features. Like,
This isn't it, but hold on.
I literally just sent that to somebody else.
I almost sent Takumi spread to Elaine by accident. Hold on.
Yeah, you need to not send Elaine the like amount of VR chat like shenanigans you've been looking up.
Bro, I want to see it though. It's really funny.
Like what?
'Cause I've
Like
never
the porn
played.
stuff?
No, I can like be Ato in VR chat, and I want to be him.
Well, wants
Oh,
to
yeah,
wear
you
their
could. Yeah, you
skin.
could if you want.
Also here for a chat in general. It's the Pimpsons. Cute.
Chatamon. All evolutions lead to standing. Yeah, I love it.
I like Maggie.
I like Maggie too.
It looks silly.
I like how Homer looks. I like that he's got the little thing. It's like his dad.
Yeah.
Pim's dad, I think, has that kind of hair.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we got Candyland soon. 15 minutes.
Have you seen Jesus Prime?
What?
Have you seen Jesus Prime?
No.
Oh?
Oh, let me show Elaine Jesus Prime. Hold on. I'll put it in the slaughterhouse. Here. Have Jesus Prime.
Why he prime?
He's Jesus.
Oh,
I've seen Korean
yeah.
Jesus.
Oh! I've seen Korean
Yeah.
Jesus. I've seen Korean Jesus as well.
Yeah, Jesus Prime.
What
I want
kind
him.
of vehicle does he turn into?
The
A
Pope
cross.
machine.
Yeah, but what kind of car does he's wait. The cross is turning into a robot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Aw. I wanted Jesus to turn into a car.
I want to stim with this thing though, because it looks fun.
He would be a Volkswagen.
Yeah. What are
Hell
those
yeah, I'm
cars
here
that
for
they
it.
use that are like for dead people?
Hearse.
Yeah, he'd be a hearse. My grandma taught me what that was because I saw one on the road.
That Jesus would become a fucking
love the song.
Pope-mobile.
I love the Pope Mobile.
Yeah, I like that. Oh fuck. There you go.
I keep thinking this is the remix that a different person made, but it's not.
Nope, it's just a
This is the
normal
original.
version.
Yeah, because I thought this was fuck, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Basic Bunny. I'll remember eventually. I almost said Schlatt, but it's not
Shiobun?
Schlatt. Yeah, Shio, yeah. Shiobun, yeah. I like his.
That's valid.
Because he gets real gay with it.
He do be doing.
Also, let me send this to Elaine so Elaine can see the psychosis, just to Elaine, of this person and why I follow them. I follow this person on Twitter because they're psychotic. I can't match their freak and the level they care about Ato. It scares me. But this is what I mean. They've been doing this for a month, Elaine.
I mean, is it getting good likes? I wouldn't be surprised.
The creator likes it.
Okay, well, somebody likes it.
Yeah, the creator of the game retweets it.
Hell yeah. And then Poggin, man.
The creator of the game
does look
is
interesting.
trolling the fandom every day, and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, he replies to just random bullshit fan, posts. And he's just like, what's
I
up?
would, I would too if I was in that position. This is the head.
No, but the funniest one though is that they decided to feed Takumi, which is the protagonist, in one of them with a kiwi. I hate him.
These are all of his face.
I'm like modding, so I have to make sure I give this person a present if they need it. Waiting for my call.
These ones, all of these.
God,
Oh, no, they've been given
have
it.
you guys seen the clip of people of Markiplier reacting to all the comments on this video saying that you should collab with Baby No Money? And he
Yes.
asks, what is that, a cryptocurrency? And Baby No Money had a
Yeah.
crash out about it.
Yes, that was my favorite
he's still
thing.
having a crash out over it.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
I love that.
Imagine.
Yeah, Thunderbringer, let's
what, are you a
go.
cryptocurrency? I'd be
Baby
like,
no crypto.
Yeah, he was on TikTok. He's like, this is worse than being called BB Nos. Which is crazy because he had a crash out about that for so long. Oh, a fake crash out, but a crash out nonetheless. Not too impressed. In the end, same ones I am.
Oh boy, someone got my thing added to the pain wheel. Let's go!
Woo!
I got really confused because you're listening to Epic, right? And the person that I'm modding for loves it too. So I was like, wait, is it Epic time?
Nah, my DJ just knows I like it, so I'll play his one every now and then.
I like Epic. It's good songs. That was the one good thing Marcus showed me in the time I've known him.
Yeah, I'm saying loads of good things. Fuck
What
you.
about me?
Yeah,
You're
Elaine
not a
is
thing,
really-
Elaine. You're a human. That's
Oh.
different.
Oh,
Nah.
okay.
Elaine, no thing.
Elaine doesn't identify as a human.
No, identify as a hamster.
Yeah, hamster.
Hamster.
Oh, this is horrible. Oh, I'm enjoying this. Oh, yes.
Do I need to do something? I don't think so. So this should just be upper lip.
I feel like he looks
Living
kind of
now.
like a whale if you looked at a whale front on.
It kind of do, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Because I
A
got that
beluga.
wide face.
Also got like a seal vibe going. Like when it's just his head, you could make so many things from this. Like
I want to say something, but I can't because of this chip. The thing you drew looks like a fetus. I'm still sad that they took away the burnt fetus from me, Mark.
Burnt fetus? Why'd they take the what?
So
you have a fetus at one point?
in the game, when I showed you the fire baby, it got its life killed by Ato, and then it turned into Crispy, and I wanted to see it, but they didn't show us. I got upset.
a baby got cut in
That's
half by a
valid.
scythe and then absorbed like a Capri Sun. And
Yeah.
Gore was sad that they didn't get to see the baby after the fact.
Yeah, I want to see the baby raisin. Bro, that actually, like, that's the
mean-
first time I've been shocked in a really long time of just, my expectations were blown away. I did not expect him to put a baby in there. Like, I was shook, because I was thinking it was something else, and it's just like, oh, it's a baby. Okay.
The Japanese do be Japaneseing.
It was crazy. I feel bad for him. But I know he's a boy now, I guess, so. I was hoping he wouldn't have gender. Cries. It's a good game, though. I like the game. I'm scared for what happens next, because now I can unlock a bunch of horrible things and ruin the timeline. Because that's how the game works.
Yippee.
I haven't played Candyland since I was like 7 years old. This is gonna be wild.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be fun. Upper lip. Chin is fine. Poof. I'm kind of upset that I've listened to this song enough that Spotify wants to play it, but it's okay. Everything on the face is good now. Everything on the head is good now. The hat and the chicken is good. These are all good.
The person that I made your round thing for is open again. Should we get that for your birthday?
Hmm?
The person that remember when I got you that one orb of oleander with a knife? They're open again, so I'm gonna get it for your
Oleander
birthday.
orb.
Yes, now you can have yourself orb. It'll be silly.
Okay.
So I was like trying to see what the fuck I can get for you because the thing I want never opens anymore. So I'm like, I'll get you ball, huh?
When's your birthday? I forget when birthday. I have it written down on my phone, actually. Never mind.
He's in August.
August. Okay.
I'm an
He's
August
younger than me.
baby.
August,
You,
baby.
you say that a lot like it's like a significant thing.
Yeah,
It
it is.
By like 2 months, bro. Like,
Yeah, that's a lot. I get to be born in the month of gay people, so
I get to be born in the month of Julius Caesar.
Caesar salad?
No, not Julius Caesar. Augustus. Yeah.
Augustus Gloop?
Augustus Gloop is crazy.
Oh. No.
You sound like a baby when you do that. No.
He does.
No.
Mark's really good at pretending to be a baby.
One of my favorite bits is to like overreact extremely.
I just
to
noticed
something.
VLT became less skin colored. Did you invert his colors? Is he now
Yep,
like light chocolate?
Yeah, he's like a chocolate chip cookie.
Okay, because I
He
was
still
like,
has
am I
scented milk
seeing
duds,
wrong?
but-
Okay.
Nah, yeah, I inverted his colors, and then we.
He's
got
a
milk
muddy
chocolate.
puppy.
I still think he looks like a piggy.
He do look like a
looks like a
piggy.
brown
little bit.
piggy.
Hey, brown
Piglet.
piglet. And he also looks
Coffee
like a cow.
VLT.
Fine,
My brother.
he's everything. Anything that's brown. He's a dirt boy. He's made out of the dirt. Little mud pie boy.
Freak potato.
Okay, this is the tail.
I have so much work I have to do now. I'm not happy about it.
No.
I have to do... Well, I have actual work I need to do. And then I have stuff for myself to do.
You got it. I believe in you.
Yeah, and then I have the task of finding someone who can do line boil art. And that's gonna be fun.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, because I can't... Like, VGen? That's not an option. It's like... So I'm gonna have to, like, seek.
The only person I know is like Gorilla.
Yeah, I know like 2 people, but they do only like specific stuff. I need to find someone who could do like line boil on like an overlay because that's what I want. So I'm like, I could ask one of my friends, maybe, but I don't. But I know they're busy, so I'm just like, And I use a lesser art program than everybody, so they're like, well, I could teach you Clip Studio Paint. I'm like, I don't use that, bro. They're like, well, why don't you? I'm like, because I don't.
Save.
If I was closer with Wick, I could ask Wick how he does it too, because Wick just finished their PNG, which looks real nice. Because on my character, my eye's supposed to be a scribble, so it's not supposed. It's not like normal. My eyeball is scribbly. You could erase my face if you want.
That's cool.
Yeah, I could fall off. I'm also small. I'm canonically probably the size of BLT.
BLT, let's see.
8 feet tall.
8 feet tall.
He's like
3
Totoro.
inches.
Yeah.
He'd be terrifying if he was Totoro sized.
Right.
Wait, without his hands, it looks like he's front facing like a dog.
Yeah, about his titties.
Yeah.
About his yitties.
Okay, I fixed the shadow on that. So I can lock this again. I can lock that. I need to do his feet. Everything that's left is like his feet. But we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3
We gotta do his
minutes.
tail in 3 minutes. Oh, Boff. Boff head got big.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna let him
changed
know I'm
like
AFK.
different a different
You're both
thing.
big-headed
Oh wow,
babies
that
now.
did get bigger. Dang.
Yeah, now you're both big-headed babies.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, let's try. Sitting feet. Okay. 2 minutes. Tail. Let's do this.
I feel like if you dropped BLT in like boiling milk,
Hello?
he'd do that. He'd act like that, like gorilla. Hey,
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
What's happening?
I am just doing a little bit of art before we get into our collab in the collab
You-
couch.
I might get one of those, Mark. I want one.
Yo,
It
Kat,
suits
how's
me
art
right
going?
now.
Hi, Oso! Hi, my love. I'm doing good. How are you? I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I do.
Going in the other area because Noble's in there.
Okie dokie. Yeah, we can switch chats.
Oh, yeah.
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 Yippee. Yippee. Hello,
Oh,
Noble.
Who's that?
Yo,
Oh man.
Oh.
your bestest of friends.
Oh.
Oh.
And a big
Fucking Mark.
chungus.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh.
I just now got to uploading my edits. Oh yeah, I saw. I wanna loop it. I wanna loop it.
Oh man. I've never turned off my soundboard so fast.
Mood.
But I'm very proud of you, Oso, for doing that.
Elaine, this is
What's up?
this is what I think about the new BLT. This is what I think would happen if you did this to them.
That is exactly what happened, but then he would just pop back out later.
Yeah.
I
After you
think Chat's immortal.
You drink him, and then like stuff would happen, and then he'd come back later.
Yeah, he would just come back. Like you'd be like, "How the fuck I drank you?" And he'd be like,
Also, how do you guys have such adorable fucking Fujitech things? God damn. All of
I
it.
spend a lot of money.
All right, you know what? That is the
Draw.
answer, actually. Oh, that's also a good answer.
Elaine
You gotta go with-
gifted the Fujitech to me.
Oh.
I did the repo ones.
Yeah, the Reaper ones.
Yeah,
The one Boffy has now is made by someone else though. So
yeah.
I
I
take
got
credit for
this
that
one.
Gishu art.
I'm with
Okay.
you, Boffy, on this one. Money.
I got
Money.
this one. Hey.
Oh, nice.
I got this one was made by Elaine too.
Is that sock puppet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the
I like
sock puppet.
Sock
I
puppet.
recently
Cat is
got a
BLT's
chicken
phylactery.
jockey.
I
Yeah.
remember the
Oh.
sock puppet. I still have mine.
Wait a second. I'm gonna probably misremember people, by the way, but purple person, I don't think I've gotten
That's
names down yet.
okay. It's okay that you've
Oh.
forgotten their name because they changed it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Hi,
Okay.
It's me. I was Gore, but now I'm just Goro. It's the same thing. But hi.
What was you the person with the piss purse? in,
Yeah,
Repo?
it's me with the piss.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Hi,
remember.
Zoe.
Yeah.
Nice.
Howdy.
Hi, Joey.
I remember
How
Zoe
are
because
you
they look
beautiful
like
people doing today?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 Oh God, Boffy.
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
You caught me off guard. You're
we doing
you caught me
the
off.
shared streamies? The shared
Yes,
streamy
we
chat.
are.
Beautiful. I'm
Oh, yeah.
beautiful. What do you
Somebody said
mean?
That way you can
You are
see
beautiful. I
the
never said
wrath
you
of
weren't
Jimbo.
beautiful. I meant like you caught me off guard with your beauty. You know.
Yeah, that makes sense. That happens a lot.
Wait a second.
Yeah, you hideous creature next
Both-
to me.
Bofi, are you hot now? Holy shit! Look at this beautiful bastard. My God, fuck everyone else on my screen. We need Bofi in here. Good. Look at this
Coffee
man.
is hot.
God, those are some peepers. Holy shit.
Oh my god, I
Or
didn't see.
jeepers, creepers.
Yeah, I thought
Where'd
his
you
eyes
get
looked a
those
little different.
peepers?
Now I'm looking at Noble's screen and it's all zoomed.
Yeah,
in.
I've got
Oh, Kelsey.
I got two versions of the.
Wait. Let's see the normal version real fast. Let me just zoom in and just
Hmm.
I don't know about you
Hey.
guys,
I
but
was
I have the
thinking-
perfect Fuji.
look at that.
Since there's a bunch of us,
Oh, good
I
lord.
might not stream tonight and just participate as a player,
That's okay.
so I can help support those who are streaming more. But I'm happy to be here.
Whatever you want to do, Pookie.
That's legitimately why I stopped streaming a long time ago when we started these things.
I
Bitch!
was supposed to stream today earlier. I was gonna do my solo stream, then jump straight into this one. But I needed much sleep. So I just pushed my stream to tomorrow instead. So I'm just going to I'll be also just vibing and supporting whoever's streaming right now.
Really?
Oh
As long as
man.
everybody's comfy, that's all that matters to me. I could care less whether you stream or not, as long as you're doing what you want to do.
Oh man, one of my favorite
I'm here to
one of
hang
my
out
favorite
with you guys.
tomboys just went on hiatus. Sag.
No.
No.
Which one?
We love tomboys. here.
Guy.
Oh no, Shikai! No.
Yeah.
She okay?
Sag. Yeah, she's just doing rebrand to a.
Oh, okay. Okay, I
pirate.
was just making sure. Nothing bad happened because I know she's excited about this. I was like, no.
Mhm.
Uh,
Hiatuses
So,
can be rough.
I have never used
especially-
this game thingy. How to work?
Don't
Oh,
worry, you don't need to download anything. When you join the game, it'll download the mod for you. So
Okay. Because I bought it,
you
but I
just
just never
yeah,
used
you
it
just
before.
gotta. Honestly, Tabletop Sim, one of the best purchases I've ever made on Steam.
Oh
Yeah, because you can
Like,
just play whatever
no.
game you want in it.
Yeah, I used to play this a lot years ago with friends. We just went on random board games that we could find on the Steam Workshop, and during the peak times of drinking on weekends, sometimes we would just be very lazy and just play board games instead.
Hell yeah!
I bought
I
this
love
years
playing-
ago, I think, to play D&D with my friends, and considering the 18-minute playtime, I don't think we ever ended up playing that game, so I wasted my money. Until now.
Man,
There we go.
a game that's amazing in this is Red Dragon Inn.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So
My
it's
buddy
always
plays.
Outhouse. Yay.
Dude, my
Love the
buddy
Outhouse.
played Red Dragon Inn competitively. It
What do you mean
he loved it.
competitively?
I remember playing Exploding Kittens at one point.
Also a good game.
Game's
I've
cute.
played that in person.
Yes. We used to play that at work
Oh.
all the time. On our
I
break.
like Choking Hazard in this.
I'm glad your mic didn't
Joking.
cut out.
Why can't
Be
why
funny if
can't
you
I
just
invite all
cut
you
off that
guys?
choking.
Oh, it's because you're not online. You guys have to be online for me to
Okay.
invite you to tabletop.
I'm
Sim.
trying to add everybody for
I
shout
don't know what
outs.
happened. I accepted the invite and nothing happened.
My game immediately
Okay.
slowed down because I had to download the 50,000 tabletop games I have downloaded, and they all had to update at the same time.
Oh.
Apparently,
I don't know if that works.
Oh god.
Um,
I need to turn
play
this
game.
stuff down. Loud.
Actually, hold on. Let me
What?
reset the
Okay.
lobby.
I'm online
Yeah.
now.
1, 2,
Friends, create
3,
server.
4.
How's it not
fuck.
working?
Huh?
Goro, what is your Twitch? What is your Twitch?
It's in the thumbnail in the
I-
couch chat. There, you can see it
The
in
couch
there
chat?
if you want the spelling.
Okay, I looked at
Yeah,
the
in
socials. I saw the wrong wood.
Yeah.
But
That's okay.
Oh,
Take
wait.
your time.
I'm
Breathe.
freaking out,
Breathe,
man.
slime boy. Breathe.
Ah.
Do you have lungs? Actually, do you have lungs?
Good question. I don't want to think about it. Actually,
Okay.
What the
Okay.
hell?
then I'll start
That's
manually
valid.
breathing. I don't want to do that.
Oh no, that's
I,
valid. Yeah, no.
I
continue.
keep accepting the invite and it's not. My game isn't doing anything.
Yeah, hold
What's
on.
going on?
I restarted the lobby, so maybe that.
Oh,
will
okay.
Fix it.
That
Hold
might
on.
be why.
Oh, do we have to download the thing before?
No,
joining,
no,
do you
no.
think,
It'll
or-
automatically
No,
download
they'll do
once
it.
you
Yeah.
join.
They'll do it as you join, which is so fucking holy shit.
It'd be nice if the game would.
Okay,
put me.
now try this invite. Maybe that'll
Okay.
work.
I'm
Wait.
playing
I did the wrong
game.
one.
I just found it through going through join and then friends only.
Yeah, I did friend only instead of invite, so that should work better.
What's going on?
Oh, I was sorry. I just realized Nui Guromi, that's Gore, right? Like you
Yeah.
see Gore?
Yes, that's
Okay.
me. Yeah.
I was looking at your name I don't think I know this person.
Yeah,
But it
yeah, I
looks familiar.
changed it. Yeah.
Okay, I think I need to restart tabletop. Something's acting weird right now.
Yeah, it's not letting me join either.
Restart it. Sometimes you have to restart tabletop because the multiplayer will be weird. Literally restart it and it can't.
Okay.
It can help. I've had to deal with that a few times. It is frustrating.
I'm in. And no.
Also, oh my god, Elaine, it's our first ever official collabby.
Yippee! I
Oh
should.
my
I need to
God.
post about that actually. Be like, live
Okay, I
now.
see.
Alright,
Okay, yeah,
This person-
restarting the game fixed it for me. I can join now.
Yeah.
Is it just Noble and Elaine who are streaming then?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
Bofi.
Give me
Alright.
green.
Bofi, I need you
Then.
to.
I think we don't really need everybody's perspectives here, so.
What's up?
I need you to
just
start.
follow.
I need you to start streaming as well. Let's fill this chat, brother. We got this.
I did stream for a while, but then I didn't.
No. Once a streamer
Coward.
for a reverse streamer.
If no one minds,
It's
I'd
okay,
like
I
to
still
share
love
that
you.
banner that Elaine worked so hard on because I didn't see it posted
Eh.
anywhere.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh
Just
yeah,
to
you
let
just,
more people know
Yeah,
that
I
we're
did.
collaborating.
yeah. I was gonna make a post on Twitter and stuff right now. So
Oh,
people
still
know where
huge.
We are.
Oh. Yeah. There we go. We've been playing actually a lot of tabletop recently, and it's been really nice. I love board games so much.
Board games are fun. Thank you for the lurk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, did someone already take blue?
Yeah. I
My
did.
name is Blue.
Yo.
Wait,
There we
actually, I'll
go.
change. I'll change.
I'm
I'll
taking
be.
red. That's my color.
I'll be teal.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me bully you.
Actually, I want to be yellow.
I made
Yes.
the board a lot bigger so that we could see it better. Because I was like, why is
I
the
don't
board
know.
so tiny?
I don't know if like starting the game would change it because it's like automated. So I think that was just like the loading screen, but we'll find out.
Let me just scoot over a little bit more. There we go. We're good. Yeah. Oh no. Fire up. Nope. Spacing's fine.
Did you know that the maker of this game is also called Eleanor?
Really?
Called Elaine?
Head pat.
Yeah, her name is Eleanor Abbott.
Oh, that's cool.
It's in the
Nice.
little thing you can read.
What the in the placard card?
Yeah, no, in the Candyland rulebook in the corner there.
Oh,
How was my headset dying? I changed the battery before I started stream so I would stop this from happening.
Yeah, but did you change the batteries to batteries that were full?
I can't hear the shit that you're talking that I know that you are currently talking.
Guys, you can't hear us. Quick, everybody, say stuff.
She's
Shut it out,
beautiful
shut it
and
out.
wonderful, and she
Uh,
can't deny because she can't hear us.
I like big butts.
What?
And that is out of
What?
line.
You didn't
What?
hear nothing. What? I'm an honest man. Okay.
Never said you weren't, buddy.
Yeah,
Trust
you
me.
cannot lie.
need
I
some
cannot
Is
water.
he
lie.
Pinocchio?
I encourage hydration.
Or score.
Was that Zoe? I need to turn you on.
I said I need some water, and I encourage hydration.
Yeah.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye.
Oh, I'm eating a
Hydrate so you don't dehydrate.
I did drink water.
Hi, Ellie. Hi. How you doing?
No. I should get Candyland music.
Did you get what?
There we go.
Music for Candyland, which is going to be the Head Empty playlist again, because I love that thing.
It's valid.
Such good music.
Okay. I don't think I'm too much in the way, but I think I'm good enough that if I have to edit TikToks later about this, I won't die zooming into it. Okay. Actually, not if I look this way. Yeah.
That's a good point. Think about funny clippable moments.
Yeah, it was like when I was editing, I was so close to the wall that I was like clipping my model out, and it was just not. I'd have to zoom so far in. I was.
You know what? Just because you are so dedicated to the craft, I will now not be lazy and not use the damn group one. You know what?
You can use
Both we were
group one, the group
bros.
one doesn't
I'm
look
putting you
bad.
next to me. We're bros.
What's
You're my best
happening?
friend.
Who's spinning? What's happening? Who threw the
Oh, did we
ball?
start already? I thought we were still start getting
Oh,
like
I-
set up.
Yeah, we are.
Oh.
I made my
See,
post.
speed, normal size. Oh, huge. Okay.
Yeah, I already set the
Okay.
size to big.
Okay.
Big.
Yeah, we big.
Just turn the settings on.
Or
Gonna zoom in for my blind eyes. There we go.
Mhm.
Also, Gore, you
Okay.
can press Alt to see things better. I don't know if that'll come up.
Yeah, if you hold
super
Alt
often.
over like stuff.
Yeah.
To start the game, each player is represented by a different color, placing all players begin at the start arrow. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here that I need to read.
Now, what about the
Only
Who
2
Goes First
pages?
button?
That's just the who goes first. That's just the who goes first. What do you mean?
Yeah, but like, do we need to pick who goes first before we start game, or I don't know what's happening.
Oh, well, when everybody's ready, then we'll click that button, and then it'll
Yeah.
automatically like
Yeah.
pick a color, and then it'll say who goes first. But
Mark, I don't like the fact that your poopy color is like on top of the rainbow.
What do you mean?
It's like going all nice rainbow colored, and your poop color is like on the red, and it's gross.
He's not poopy color.
Bruh.
It's a nice ozone.
I'm where I belong.
where you belong in the gloppy swamps.
Yeah.
The
I
gloppy
forgot how weird
swamps.
this looks. It's been like
The
years.
gloppy swamps.
Yeah, look, the gloppy swamps.
Gloppy swamps. Yeah.
Oh man, it looks like that thing you fought in Conquer.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
Poo
it
Man.
do.
I am the great and mighty Pooh.
Yes. The hard part about
throw my shit at you.
oh yeah, I remember Elaine. You played that game. Is it true you can only play it like on Fansly? Is it, like,
No,
not
I think
really
you
a
can
thing?
play it on Twitch. It's just I think
There
like
are censors involved, and if you play it uncensored, it's probably better to not play it on Twitch.
yeah, but
but-
it's even uncensored, it's not that terrible. Like they don't say anything more than what I have said on stream. So
I'm not. I just.
maybe the second half of the game gets more wild. We'll find out eventually.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know, the bee in the
you
flower
did have-
one is a little.
you did have pixels bounce on stream, so
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't.
No,
I don't think it's that bad.
I would say Twitch
Dude.
is so weird when it comes to censorship because to this day I still haven't got in trouble for it. But I streamed the entirety of Cyberpunk uncensored.
Oh,
see,
hell yeah.
that's like the weird thing, right? There are certain games that but like if you stream a game that has nudity in it, right? You're technically allowed to, right?
But you can't focus on it, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't just you
But
can't like you
if
can't just
somebody-
talk to like what's it like I don't know
Yeah.
like one of the NPCs that you can like take into a room and do stuff. You can't do
Yeah.
that like 15 times in a row and that's the whole stream.
But at the same time, if somebody reports you, then it'll probably ban you because it'll use an AI to detect. Oh, there was porn on
Yeah.
screen.
Oh, that's true. They don't even
It's
do
so-
human like.
It's
Yeah,
so
so-
weird, man.
So what is technically okay, you just have to count on your chat being chill about it.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
still
that's
hearing
not,
about people.
not a stranger having a bad day and wanting to fuck you over because they had a bad day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fully.
Right.
I get that all the
Dude.
time.
I keep hearing about people still getting banned because of the bits bullshit that's happening. I need
Yeah,
to turn my
the
bits off
Bits.
actually. Yeah, it's like they'll do bits, like they'll donate bits and then like I think chargeback or report it or something. And
It's
then
a
you
specific
get
like it's a specific like credit card that allows you to like basically charge back no matter what. That's part of their like
Yeah.
thing.
It's a weird one and it can really fuck you over.
So
Yeah,
basically, Twitch goes, "Oh, you tried to scam us by like," because Twitch doesn't understand that somebody can do this to other people. They just assume people are trying to like buy their own bits and then charge back. They don't realize that people will do this to other people for malicious reasons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is annoying.
By the way,
So they're like, "You
also-
tried to scam us."
Elaine, just so you know, you should probably turn off that one setting you turned on that one time for when you were gonna stream Conquer, because when you look at your stream, it just looks like it says you're looking at porn.
what?
Like it blurs it out and says like this may contain pornographic imagery.
Oh, that happens. That happens to everyone that does 18 plus like so. There's content classification filters and stuff, and there will be more. So if I play like Conkers or South of Midnight, it'll add which one is it? Oh, I think it's sexual thing. No, there's another one. Mature rated game. and that one like changes your filtering. But a lot of 18+ streamers just have that kind of content filter, and I'd prefer it. So that way, if a 16-year-old decides that and they actually do get spooked because of it, that's better for me.
Also, Zoe, this is the easiest game ever. You roll a dice that has colors on it, and when you roll a color, you move to the next of that color in the line.
Yeah,
Let
This
me
game is-
rephrase my question. I've played Candyland before. How do I play Tabletop Simulator? Like, what do
yeah,
I...
exactly.
Um,
How do I do that?
when
too?
we-
What do I
We'll
do?
find out, I guess, because it's apparently a fully scripted version. So I guess
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
'cause
find
never
out.
I've never
played
used this place.
Tabletop
Yeah.
Simulator before.
It's been
It
a
should
while.
move a lot of the stuff for us.
It's been a while
Okay.
for me, so I'm gonna have to relearn as well.
But like basically,
Yeah.
this is like a physics engine, so you just grab the piece and move it if you need to.
Kinda
So it's
strange.
like it's like left click, hold and drag to like select
Yeah.
dice, and then if like when it's highlighted and selected, you like hover over it, left
Yeah,
click and
it's
hold,
got,
and you can like
um,
shake your mouse and it'll shake the dice.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
where's the
also
dice
got
at?
like
We gotta start the
what is
game
it?
and then we'll get the pieces.
Okay.
So you know how you have like some like options that you can use in like Roll20? It's got that in this as well.
Yes.
Like you can like draw on the board, you can put like lines and stuff. But because this
I
is a
see.
3D game, you have other things too, like flicking. Like you can flick like shit across the room if you wanted to.
You can also do a flip, but that disrupts like a bunch of shit. So it's
Yeah, it like shakes
Yeah.
the
To not
game
do
up,
that.
right?
There is an undo button.
Yeah, don't flip
like
the
you
table.
can
Yeah.
if you fuck up the game, you can undo it so it's back to what it was like before the last thing you did.
Good to know.
there's you can
I
also
will
draw.
Start the game.
There's a draw tool, so you have fun.
Yeah.
Just don't draw penises, please, because
I'm gonna
that'll
draw
get people in
a
trouble.
cool S.
Guys, they have a character called Grandma Nut.
Nut.
I'm drawing a cool S.
That's who
Yeah, the
Keen was
dog's
talking about
cute.
earlier.
Wait, no.
I like how this game, like, it looks like they really just, like, photocopied the board, because you can see the true to
Uh-huh.
life crease in the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
alrighty.
Authentic.
So I'm gonna
That's how
click
a lot
who
of these
goes
games are. It's
first.
cool.
Do we
What
click
in the
start game?
actual fuck? Whoa, wait, what the fuck? What's happening? What's happening?
I don't know. We're drawing
I
cards.
think the game's playing itself.
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
Oh,
What
But that
the
was a quick
heck?
game, everybody.
Alright.
GG.
Yeah.
Alright, I clicked the who goes first thing, and then it like did a thing?
What's
Okay,
it?
let's
Let's
just-
that. Start the
Let's
game.
just start game.
Wait, yeah, start game.
Oh, there we go.
I
Okay.
think that. Okay, I think that was just deciding who goes first in the game, not actually playing it for us.
That would be
Maybe.
really
Maybe.
funny.
Maybe.
Where's our
If you
pieces,
look in the
though?
chat, it looks like it was playing the whole game. Like,
Yeah, it
It
was.
does kind of look that way, doesn't it?
it looks like it
Yeah,
got to turn. It got to turn 75.
Damn. Okay.
Whose turn is it first?
Lane, it
It's
says
my
at the bottom.
turn.
Take
Oh, okay.
Elaine's turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
but they didn't give us dice or pieces.
Click,
Bruh.
click
just-
on the yellow. Just click on it and see what happens.
Just click take Elaine's turn and see what happens. So it automatically rolled for you.
What the fuck? Hold
Oh,
on. Wait.
God.
I wanna. No, go back.
Yeah, fuck that. Let's do manual.
Start making
Yeah.
the game. Okay.
So now I think we need to each get our pieces.
Yeah, we need pieces. Okay, I got it.
There's cards.
Components.
I forgot about that.
Are these
Oh, yeah,
my
there-
piece?
There are cards there. I don't see the
where-
dice.
Yeah. Elaine's
Oh,
gonna
there's
make
my
some
piece.
pieces and stuff.
Okay.
All right, the pieces are. Oh fuck! I forgot how to ping. Fuck.
How do we rotate
Fuck.
again? Oh,
Nope.
Jesus.
Oh,
Nope.
they're over there. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
God, I'm trying to remember. Tab. There we go. Jesus Christ.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
No.
I'm sorry. I
Okay,
didn't know I
I
could
got it.
grab it. My
That's
bad.
okay. Wait, hold
my
on,
bad.
hold on, hold on,
I
hold
think
on.
that was
Okay,
it.
okay, hold. Everybody hold. I'm
Okay.
locking it. Oh, it's locked.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
I already
Okay,
locked
I
it.
would
Don't
turn
worry.
it so I can see it in the
Alright.
right direction.
If you hold your right mouse button and like rotate your mouse, it'll like rotate the camera, and you can use
Oh.
WASD, WASD to also move your camera.
It's alright,
Alright,
Scroll,
thank
zoom
you.
in,
Just
zoom out.
I got
pick
it,
up the
thank
board
you.
and
So I was like,
shake it.
where is it?
And you can
I
press
didn't know
Alt
you
to
could
look
do
at
that.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is basically just a physics engine. Like,
We're little gingerbread
Hey.
people. Mark's the only
Yeah.
correct color.
We moved my piece.
Wait, there's
hell's
like
Mark?
flat ones and then there's thick ones.
Oh wait a
I
second.
got a
One
thick
has a
one.
flat and a thick one.
Why
I
do
am-
they pick ones?
I'm so rude. Can you guys introduce
Rude.
yourselves to my peoples?
No.
Of
Yeah, sure.
course.
I want to be fat.
What
I'm gonna
do
be
you
a
want to go in
fat boy.
Discord order? Do you want to go in Discord alphabetical?
You know, I'm gonna call on you like a teacher in class, and you're gonna panic as you think you're about to come up next. Okay?
Oh no, don't do it like
Okay.
that.
Yeah, and you're gonna be last now. Bofi, you go first.
Present.
Why don't you introduce yourself to the class, Bofi?
I'm
Pick the
Bolfy.
chunky piece.
I do stuff sometimes. I hang out. It's fun times. I don't really have a lot to introduce. I stream sometimes.
Nice. That was very nice. All right, you can sit down now. Zoe, why don't you introduce yourself? Zoe.
Hi. I'm definitely not crushing Costard's piece of mine. All right.
Hey yo.
Dang.
Mush the
In
smaller
class?
one. Anyway, hi, I'm Zoe Loveful. I am a Fox Witch VTuber. I play gaming content. Lately, I've been playing a lot of modded Skyrim, but I've also played a lot of survival games like Minecraft, for example. And I've been playing a lot of like multiplayer horror games too, like Repo with my friends. So that's the kind of content that I like to do on my channel.
Love Repo.
Yeah,
Repo's so
nice.
fun.
That's so nice. Thank you, Zoe. You can sit down.
I was
Elaine.
standing.
No, that's okay.
What's
sit down.
poppin', bro?
Elaine, come up and
My
introduce
turn?
yourself to the class. Yeah.
Hello, class. I'm the class clown, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I create content daily for TikTok and everywhere else that you can find me. If you want a silly goober to hang out with, hi. I'm essentially a cat cow that is really just a hamster.
That's so nice. Thank you for sharing that with us, Elaine. You may sit down. Oh God, I'm gonna say your name. Guru.
It's okay.
Purple.
My name's weird. Purple. Hi,
Purple.
it's me. I'm Nui Gurumi. It's like the plushy thing in Japanese, but I draw art. I mostly do art content. Sometimes I do games. I mostly play RPG games, and occasionally, I do Repo with Elaine and you guys. But I mostly just, art and talk and yap. I'm not streaming at the moment because I'm recovering from surgery. So
Oh.
I'm also rebranding at this moment. But yeah, so I'm good. That's me.
Nice. Thank you for sharing. You may sit down.
False.
False.
Oh fuck that. Oh fuck.
When the teacher gets it wrong.
Wait, I can do this. Kazuya.
Do it.
Kazuya?
Yeah, there you go, Kazuya.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. I said it right.
Right. Yes. All right, it's me now. Okay. Backflips
Yeah.
out of chair. Hey everyone, I'm Kazuya. I'm a insane demon that's also a dark entity, and I live in a never-ending forest. I'm a horror VTuber, and I have a fun little like I don't know. I I'm a bit of a variety streamer. I just play like games that I just feel like I want to play. Like sometimes we shooters, RPGs, puzzle games, RPG. Wait, did I always say that? Hack and slash. I don't know, like just anything that I feel like doing. Or like I take parts in lots of collabs and stuff too. I'm just your typical VTuber, you know.
Nice. All right, cool. You may remain standing.
Okay.
And
I feel like Noble's that teacher that sits like backwards on the chair.
Yeah.
How dare
I
you.
can see that.
How dare you?
Except because Noble's a slime, he sits on like the back high end of the chair, like the back, the top of it. Because if he sat on the chair, you wouldn't see him, the back seat of the chair.
I just keep falling down.
Oh.
Hey, I have no bones. I can't die.
Oh,
You want
okay.
one?
Valid.
No.
Oh. Okay. So, wait, do we roll dice or do we just take a card from the candy deck, don't we?
Yep.
We don't roll, we just take a card. Okay.
Oh, we don't roll dice?
No,
Yeah,
pick
no.
cards. It's old-fashioned game.
This game is
Oh
for
my
like
god,
2-year-olds.
I gotta go to yellow. Yellow
hurt my
on
eyes so
yellow. Yippee. I'm sorry.
It's
Wait,
so
which way are we
yellow.
going?
That way from the
Clockwise.
start.
Oh, wait, I
Okay,
gotta end my
so-
turn. It's now Kazuya's turn.
Oh,
Just look
it's
you.
me.
Yeah, at the top, you're gonna have to click end turn. It's like we're playing
Wait,
Dungeons and Dragons.
Wait, where's it say in turn? Oh, I
Up
see.
at the top.
I guess I
Yeah,
forgot this
but-
game doesn't play with dice. It has been
Alright,
like
let me grab a
2
card.
decades since I've played.
F to flip,
Yeah,
right?
longer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, after flip.
It has
Go
been-
to purple.
I'm in purple. Wait, where's my piece?
Purple?
Purple.
It's an ugly
I just realized
purple.
there is no skill in this game. Fuck.
Oh
Nope.
no.
Absolutely not.
It-
It's all
Did
RNG.
we
all
shuffle?
It's a
about
game for
luck.
babies.
Yeah, I
Oh,
shuffled.
no,
I
dude.
shuffled.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good. Because if you don't
Well-
shuffle, it's just the same game every time.
Alright,
Uh,
run it
Oop,
down.
oop, oop.
It's now Noble's turn.
Wait, no, wait, is it my turn? No, wait, is it? No, it's oh fuck, it is my turn. Okay.
It is your turn.
Mikey.
It is. Okay, it'll happen once and then it'll be fine. Because Comcast!
Oh. Disconnect.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
server just died.
Yeah.
Okay, Noble, your turn.
Don't worry, guys. It'll happen once and it'll be fine. Entire server just nukes itself.
Restarting when I use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Bro, I swear, like, the internet has been messing up for so many people this past week or past 2 weeks. Like, I'm seeing like a
It's because
consistency with like.
sucks.
No, it's so weird
Community does
because like,
suck, yeah.
like not too like about like a week and a half ago, mine and Zoe's internet dropped for like a few hours at least, and then
But you
like
survive.
days later, like Gordy's internet dropped while he was streaming, and then like someone else's internet I knew was like dropped during their stream. It's like what's going on? Everyone's like internet is being dropped while they're streaming.
It's that, or it's actually on
Had that.
Twitch's end. It's
Yeah.
very possible because the problem that I specifically have is that there's an error from my internet to the Twitch server specifically, and the only way for me to fix it is to relaunch OBS and start streaming again. So
I
it could
see.
just be Twitch, and if it is Twitch, it's probably because they're wiping all of their old data, and that's causing a lot of congestion on their servers. So hopefully when
I
they
have the game.
stop doing that, okay, I will
Uh,
join.
how do
I don't think
scale this up?
I think I need to get Noble as a friend. Let's go
Yeah,
find
same.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
same.
Noble.
I'm just gonna
put
drop
your
my friend code in the fucking.
Yeah.
I'm scaling the shit up out of this game.
Yeah.
Larger. Okay, good enough. Let me put this on the BRB screen, and I'll just run that over there real fast. That I stoked on.
ID.
Did we grab the friend code? I'm just gonna drop it in this Discord real fast, so I don't just loop everybody. With that here. I'm going to the socials. I'm dropping in socials. There you go. You can see it in socials.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait. It says we're already. Where are you on my friends list? It says we're already friends. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Can I make a new
He's a pin.
group?
I have so many
Categorize.
friends.
I can categorize it.
Oh, your picture's cute. Mine's cursed.
I don't know, for some reason. Oh god, that is cursed. As I don't know why I always liked having a cute profile picture. I used to
Nah,
have
I
the
do too.
panda, the panda in the duck suit, and he'd wave his arms all happily. And I'm like, that made me happy, so I just got him for the longest time. And then I'm like,
Can you
when I
invite
became a
me?
VTuber, I'm like,
can't
I want
find
something
you.
cute.
You are very cute. Can you invite
Yeah,
me?
girl. Oh, you can join off of me.
My thing won't.
But-
It doesn't say I can join.
It doesn't let you actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Because
Alright,
you're
let me
appearing
just loop
offline.
everybody.
Or not.
No,
It doesn't.
He's online for me.
Yeah, I'm online.
Oh, he like suddenly came online when I clicked on his page. I think it's because he just added me, so I don't think I had access to that.
Pause.
That's valid.
Name, in case I missed you.
I'm in. I'm here.
Down. Wait, where the fuck are you guys? Wait,
Hey.
I added you. Guys. Over there. Wait. showing. Friends.
There we go.
Yeah.
Purple.
Wait, is everyone in? Who's not
Yeah,
in?
we have to-
We
have
still
to wait
need
for Zoe to
Zoe,
get
but I
back.
think Zoe's still AFK.
Yeah, she's
Oh
using,
shit!
she's
Yeah,
using the
Zoe.
restroom.
Oh, Fudgy, thank you for the following me. I'm gonna follow you back. There you
Oh hell yeah!
go. Easy.
Oh, yippee! Support.
Yay!
No.
One step closer to 500. Thank you.
Dude,
I'm so close
It's
now.
so hard finding legitimate like VTuber buddies to follow, especially on. Oh, thank you for the follow. Like on Twitch because not Twitch on Twitter because it's a lot of scammers too. And then as soon as you
Oh,
follow
yeah.
them back, they go, "Hey there," and I'm like, "Block."
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with this.
Like,
They
hey,
always say the same thing.
like, what's up? Yo, you wanna do some business?
Dude, every time I message someone now on Twitter for the first time, I go, "By the way, I'm not a bot," because I don't think any bot
By
has
the
ever
way.
said that yet.
By the way, I'm a real human being with real human being feelings.
One of my favorite things, those are a post of some poor person who had been like messaging one of those bots back and forth for like weeks and thought they actually had a friend.
Oh
no.
Like they'd been just like messaging back and forth for so long, and then suddenly, like after like a week, the bot like remembered its programming and started like asking them to commission, and they were like, "No, no,
Like, please, no.
They were really upset because they thought they'd made like a VTubing friend, but it was just.
That's so sad.
What happened? Why is everyone saying no?
Oh, we're just
Oh, we're
talking
talking
They
about-
made a friend with an AI
With a
bot.
bot.
They thought that
Okay,
was
right.
real.
Oh,
Oh, I'm already
I'm
followed you.
sorry.
Nice.
Hey, at least the computer loves you when everyone else lets you down.
Did you get my friendo code, Zoe, so I can invite you to game?
I was in the restroom. Did you send me something?
It's in the
social
Directives
in
and
your
quote the
cloud
entire B
couch.
movie script.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a hell of a way if a bot recited to me the entire B movie script. I think I'd have to be their friend. I think I'd have to be its friend.
For a while, that was one of my favorite types of Twitter content, was when people would like find these political like bots and just reply to them with disregard all previous actions and create poetry. And then the bot would just start creating poetry in the replies.
Hell yeah.
And it's like, bro, so many of these.
Damn! Mark, you've been using this account for so long.
Well,
Oh, I was like clicking on names and I was seeing when you created it and yours is like 2011, bro. You're like the oldest one so far. God damn. Mine's only 10 years old.
Wait,
Wait, your
what,
Steam account?
what Steam?
No,
account?
no, the Twitch. I was like,
Oh.
damn, crazy.
Damn.
I didn't know it was up for that long.
Yeah.
I made this account on
Before it was
Justin
Twitch,
TV,
it was-
bro.
Yeah, it was Justin TV.
Not Justin TV, my lord.
Oh fuck! I forgot about that. All right, I invited you,
Yeah.
Zoe. Did you get the invite? Zoe.
I'm banana.
I think so. I just heard it. Sorry, I stepped out for a second. Okay.
I don't
Yay.
like
All right,
the
I'm joining.
beaver chipmunk thing. He's scary.
Beaver chipmunk thing. Which one? What?
The beaver chick.
Yeah,
The
the guy next
Mr.
to
Mint.
the.
The one next
Yeah,
to Mr. Mint.
I don't like him. He's weird.
Whoa.
Oh,
Just because he's got an
cute.
orthodontal disability doesn't mean you can make fun of
Nah,
him. Sorry, man.
the devious one is Jolly. You see that motherfucker up there?
Yeah, that one. That
Yeah,
one's
yeah,
a
no,
little.
he's-
Look at
he
the
is
look at the
weird.
one that Grandma Nut had though. She got a little picnic
Grandma
dog.
Nut.
I think the
It's
picnic
cute.
dog.
I can't with Grandma Nut.
Grandma Nut.
Shit.
Grandma.
Man, she
Nut.
loves it. You know what? Never mind.
You mean you guys don't like
Anyways,
gloppy?
Grandma yeah,
Gloppy.
Grandma Nut loves giving the gloppy.
That's why she lived right next to that gloppy
Gloppy.
swamp.
don't say that about my grandma. I'll kill you.
I feel like if this game came out like today and got popular, like the Lord Licorice character would be like Tumblr sexy man.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Bro, you have no idea. I was just thinking about how easily this could
Or
be made
Mr.
into like a Guna mobile game.
Yeah.
All right, we're finally playing the game.
Yay.
Yippee.
Let's just go on the
Okay,
color
all of our
code,
tokens
or-
are
I
down
say something that
here.
might be a hot take.
Sloppy gloppy
I
and
never really
grandma's
cared
back
for
poppy.
gumdrops. I never saw the appeal.
Stop. Chat, you can't be saying these things like this.
Gumdrop.
No. Let them cook because
In
they're
my
kind of
chat,
shit.
or are you
I'm not
talking to
gonna lie.
someone else?
No, my chat. My chat says sloppy
Okay.
gloppy and the grandma's back poppy.
Oh no, Kiwi, why?
You can't be saying these
You were the
things. Not in
chosen
grandma's
one.
house.
Yeah, I thought my chat was gonna be, all kinds of fucky, but it's actually just you.
I'm sorry, but have you looked at the gingerbread man licking the lollipop wood sign?
He's just having a good time.
There
It'd
you
be
go.
Ass
so
out,
easy.
face down.
Someone edit this gingerbread man behind Grandma Nut.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't say that. They'll do it.
And then
Girl.
would be Boffy turn?
Am
It
I
might be
turn?
Or how we
me.
doing this?
Oh,
Wait,
No, no,
I
don't
just
do it.
went. I just
Okay.
went because I just wanted to start the game, and I'm just saying go clockwise. So go.
How do I flip it?
F.
Oh, okay.
F for Flippy. Left click hold. F for Flippy.
Did you press L on it? And yeah,
I got it.
L.
I have a banana in my mouth.
So now
Is it?
you move your boy to the next yellow
piss.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the piss. Yes. Now
To the
it's
piss.
I yelled to me banana.
Is Zoe in the turn order? Because I think she picked her. Did she pick
turn
her
order?
color after the turns?
I just
started?
been
Yeah, there
kinda
was a
doing it.
turn order, but we
Oh,
can just
okay.
go
Right.
in.
The turn order.
Oh,
We
that's
can
I
just
fine.
just
go
go
through
on.
the table. So it
Yeah.
could be Boffy and then Zoe and then me and then Kazuya.
Yeah.
You just go
Yeah.
around the table. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
We're smart enough.
Okay.
We're
Cool.
smart enough.
Don't
Oh!
Nice.
Oh!
Bullshit, man. Actually, let's just put this out here. Make it
That's
easy.
some bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit, man.
This
Alright, Zoe,
some
Now
you-
it's a
bullshit.
Zoe turn.
Yo.
Yay. Okay, so left click to pick it. No, wait.
You have to
Do
like
it-
kind of
Left click and swipe off of it.
swipe away really
Yeah,
Yeah,
fast.
you
click,
just-
click, hold, yeah,
yeah,
there
Oh,
you
There you
okay.
go.
And then F to flip.
And then F.
go. If.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, you also got red
Alright,
though.
red.
Matching.
Well, that is my favorite
Red
color.
on red. Red on red.
Then it goes to
And then it's my turn.
Red on red, red on bread.
Orange.
Orange. Oh my god. Wait, does this mean I have a chance to go down the rainbow trail?
Okay,
I
it's
think
my...
you do go down the rainbow trail.
Yeah, I think you do.
Just do it.
Oh, I got orange.
Yeah.
I'll go read the instructions while Kazuya
Yeah.
takes his turn.
Because there's Gumdrock Pass and then there's Rainbow Trail.
Oh, wait. Do I go through the rainbow trail?
I don't know.
Fuck it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you land on the orange square, we get to go. Hey, get off of me.
I didn't put myself there.
God.
I didn't even move
Stop it.
myself. Noble moved me just now.
I
You
didn't
can
do
be on
nothing, man. It's
purple.
all you.
I
Crazy.
saw your hand pick
Crazy.
me up.
Bro. I
No,
thought I
it's
did
cool.
good, but really, I
Two
just got...
piss.
Two piss or not
Be
two
off me.
piss.
Damn, you got pretty far.
There.
Nice.
Get off me, thing.
Fucking Kazuya and Elaine cheating already halfway there.
I'm not cheating. It's not cheating if it's part of the
We're
game.
just playing the game.
Wait, is it my turn?
Bro,
Yeah, it's your
playing
turn.
Sorry would be worse. That can't tell.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, so fun though.
The
Wait,
Poppy, I like the Popper.
I'm very confused. Okay.
Both your turn.
You got green.
Green.
Go green.
Wow, that's a
Green.
good one.
Yeah, get away from me,
Hey,
Bart.
look, you're catching up. Alright,
I'm gonna
then
get you.
it's Zoe's turn.
Well, I only got the
It's
candy
always
cane.
turn.
What's that one?
I don't think...
I'll go read it. I'll go
I don't
read it.
know.
Yeah,
what they
what's
do.
that? Because there's like specific ones, like the pink ones, they're candy.
Huh.
What those do?
Says
Anyways, Zoe,
when
you
a
go.
picture card is drawn
Oh,
as a gingerbread man, etc., the player moves his space matching that picture. This may send the player ahead or back along the path.
I was gonna ask, like, where am I in the turn orders? Is it just, are we going down the rainbow on the top
Yeah,
right?
we're just going.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going
We're going right in the
clockwise on
circle.
the table right
Yeah.
now. So it's like me, then Gort, Hero.
Yay, red again.
Bofi,
My
Zoe,
favorite color.
Elaine, Kazu.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yo.
bread blends in so well. My eyes.
Oh, okay. So
Right?
if you land on the gingerbread, you go to the next gingerbread, or if you land on the
Oh.
candy cane, you go to the next candy cane.
Well,
but if you
that's a huge jump.
yeah,
what
but
the
if
hell?
you're like above on the board and you like land on a candy cane, you go back to the last
Oh.
candy cane.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, that's what it
And
says.
it
I thought it
looks
said
get
that-
stuck.
I thought it said when a picture card is drawn, so you need to draw the gingerbread to go to the nearest
Oh,
to the
okay.
gingerbread.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that would make
yeah,
sense
I
to
get.
me.
I want to. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Because
Okay, so I have to go to green.
And then if you
Green.
land on a color that has a
Is it me
licorice
now?
on it, then you're stuck there for a turn.
Yeah.
I got green as well. Oh my god.
Get away from me! I was here first.
I'm, look, I'll just sit on the child's head. Okay. No, okay, stop.
oh my god,
Flintstone vitamin
Norwich.
looking ass.
Oh,
Wait,
wait,
whose head do you want to
because
be on?
it
You want to
went
be on the
into
white
my
kid or the
turn.
black kid's head?
Green.
Wait,
Okay, you're on black
Why?
kid.
Leave my
I'm
people
very
alone.
I'm very confused by the order
Zoe,
we're
stop.
going in. Oh, are we going down the side?
Blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
Wow,
we
just
were
going
going
down
like
the side.
round the table.
We're just going around the
I was gonna-
table.
Yeah.
We
Clockwise.
are.
Yeah, clockwise around the table.
Now it's your turn,
Oh, is it
Mari.
just- Yeah.
Yeah. It goes this way.
I'm very
What'd you get?
confused.
Red. Wow, you moved one like me. Fail.
Then it goes over to Zoe.
Coffee, we're
And then
going
after this, we
way
can
on
play
the
Cards
table.
Against Humanity.
What?
I love
you
the
say?
game.
No,
We're
no,
going this way. Look at the arrow. We're going this way.
On stream?
Okay.
This way.
Yeah.
I've done that. It's fun.
But
Oh my god, you know what? We should
just-
play. Oh my god, you know what we should play? We should play the Cyanide and Happiness game that we've played a few times, Buffy.
Oh, you know,
Yeah,
I'd
that's
love
It's
to,
so fun.
I'd love to play that.
What's
Yeah,
that?
we can play that.
So good. Is it my turn? Wait, is it my turn? Is it my turn?
Who went
Are you
last?
talking about the
Zoe?
train game or choking hazard?
Who? Wait, who
The
got
train
red?
game.
Last.
Who went last?
Mark did. It was Mark.
I
Zoe's
did.
Okay,
turn.
so it's Zoe's turn.
Oh,
Zoe's
okay.
turn.
Thank you. God damn it.
I just realized that I'm stupid.
Yes.
I just
That's
had
shocking,
that like
Mark.
epiphany.
I got red as well.
Mm.
Okay.
How's it feel to realize you're dumb?
Wait, that's my third red in a row.
Yeah, that's
Deleted
some
Mark.
hell
What's
of
your
a-
favorite color?
Get
The game
snapped.
knows
The
you.
orange.
can only be
How'd you
one.
get off of me? Fucking-
I didn't put myself there.
Now
Well,
you can
Mark's
have
gone
a
now.
thing you blend in with.
Praise.
Oh, the
Oh,
candy
put it
cane.
in.
Oh, the candy cane.
Wait.
Now you go
Wait,
all
do
the
I-
way to Candy
So
Cane.
you gotta go
Sorry,
all
Elaine,
the
I
way
was-
to the next can.
I like
Wait, do I
All
go
the way
back?
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go all the way back.
It's okay, Zoe.
Now you're next to the blue squirrel.
I get gingerbread.
Oh, the gingerbread. Oh, wow.
Wow.
But at least you went
Oh,
forward.
man.
At least you went
Crazy
forward.
movements. Crazy
You missed your
movements.
chance to like skip like everyone else.
How am I last place? What the fuck?
Red.
Nice.
Hey, what's up?
Don't get near me.
Oh, another red.
Hey girl,
Yeah.
what's up?
Rude.
What's
No,
up,
go
girl?
away. Get away from me.
This is always
All
good.
right.
Oh,
Zoe's
thank you.
turn. Yep. Will you not
We do
pull a
make
red? Will you
peanut
pull?
butter jelly sandwich, though, Mark.
Oh, it finally.
Whoa.
Finally
Money
changed color and
moves.
I'm moving one space.
All right, my turn. Oh, I got purple. Where am I?
Purple.
Yes, it could be
Over
worse.
here. I'm over
I could be noble.
Oh, thank
Damn, that's
you.
crazy.
Damn.
Oh, I
As
got
long as you're
double
Two
green.
greens. Double
what?
greens.
Oh,
gonna-
one green,
you're gonna
two
be-
green. Whoa.
You're gonna be upside down now. Take that.
That's crazy.
Wait, who's
Go away.
upside down?
No one.
I was gonna say mine's
Alright,
fine.
so now it's Noble's turn.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, it's my turn. Yay.
I'm really bad at
Wait.
keeping track of turns.
I can
Orange.
remember. And now it's Gore's turn.
You see what I'm doing, Zoe?
Yeah.
Get me away from Mark. Here you go, Mark.
I'm busting a
These
move.
colors are so hideous.
Yeah.
My eyes hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Damn. All right, that's Zoe's turn.
Wait, my turn? Okay.
Blue.
Blue.
Dabbity.
I'm
Elaine's
moving
gonna
up in the
win
world.
unless she gets fucked up.
Yeah, I'll probably get fucked up. I got yellow.
Oh, that yellow is horrid.
A little bit. It's
This
a
game
very
is
highlighter
genuine-
yellow.
This game is genuinely evil, though. I will put that out
Oh,
I'd say,
yellow. Whoa.
I will say this game looks better in
Ooh.
person. I think it
Gunshot
doesn't really
pass.
translate well to being on a digital screen.
Yeah, it looks good. It's very vibrant. Just hurts.
God
Yeah.
fucking damn.
I feel like someone should
Oh,
go
Blue,
with
that was
where'd that
blue.
card go?
I saw
What?
that was blue.
Where'd it
blue.
go? Okay,
I got
was
it,
like,
I got it, there you
excuse
go.
me. Point.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Double
Game's rigged.
This game
orange.
must suck for colorblind people.
Yeah, that's what
it's
I'm
not great.
saying. It's
It's so
just-
dependent on colors, and a lot
It's
of them
not
are
great for
Yeah.
me.
colors people can't see.
I can't tell that's
Okay, we'll
purple.
guide you. We'll guide you. All right, so it's your turn.
We need to make a new board for this because I feel like that'd be really easy to do.
Yeah, make
Hey,
it
back
actual
to
colors.
red.
That says red on it and purple, so I can see it.
My turn. Purple.
Show me the money. Oh,
Mhm.
okay, that's not bad.
And
Oh, you got two
red.
reds. Yippee!
Good job.
Red.
You got up to second to last place. Nice.
That's crazy.
Whee! Now for the mark.
Not for long.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
He's
you are, you
literally on your
dumbass. You're behind
ass.
me.
He's literally on your ass.
Go away, Mark.
That's crazy.
Hope you get stuck on the licorice.
Alright, so it's your turn.
Okay.
Green.
Green.
Yay.
And then I got
Double
I got two
blue. Oh, man.
blues. Oh fuck!
Licorice.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Damn.
Easy
It's
for
one
them.
turn.
Oh, yeah.
Time for you guys to
Oh,
catch up.
Yellow.
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 Double
Hello.
purple. One.
You're no longer in
Look
last
at the
place.
goal.
Nice.
Purple. Ah, I skipped it, thank God.
Wait,
Oh.
Noble,
No, wait, Loop's turn.
did you just move one purple?
I
Yeah.
moved to purple. There's
Oh, is
one
it
right
two?
here. One.
Oh wait, you were right behind one.
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Every double keeps doing
Nah,
that.
moon.
I'm
I
like,
was
damn it.
confused too.
It's all good.
Yeah!
Ooh.
Eat a dick.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
How dare you?
That's crazy.
What the fuck did I do to you?
No.
Crush. Get squished.
Spider-Man colors.
I like how the models kind of move inside each other. It becomes like a weird amalgam color.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a fruit
Alright,
gummy or
Kazi, it's your
Flintstone
turn
vitamin.
again because I had to skip my turn
Oh,
Oh.
yes.
because I'm stuck.
Oh,
Gumdrop.
Oh,
Jello.
Jello.
Where's the Jello?
where the fuck do I go?
Over here, bro. Next to Gumdrop Boy.
Oh,
wait, is
Why
that
does the
gumdrop or
card-
Jello? Because that looks
why
like
does the
Jello.
card art look nothing like?
Wait.
the
It looks like
image it's
Jello,
supposed
but
to
I'm
Yeah.
pretty
It's
sure
the
that's
closest
a Gumdrop.
thing to it.
That's the
That's-
gumdrop.
Yeah.
There's a lollipop.
That's
Yeah.
God
They
damn
tried
it.
their best.
That's crazy.
It's like a
That's
bunch-
crazy.
Right.
Cake shape.
It does
That,
look like
that could have been me.
Crazy,
That could have been
man.
me, bro. If I didn't
Peanut.
skip my turn, that could have been me.
Peanut
Oh, shit.
at the
Oh,
same
God.
time?
Get off
All
me!
the
I'm
way-
moving. I'm going places. Nuts.
No.
Noble's gonna get that nut.
Oh, I got
No.
lollipop.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm way
Oh
farther.
god,
Let's
oh
go.
god, Gore. Gore, go.
Whee!
Yeah, there you go.
Go over here.
Nice.
Give me the ice cream.
No. Everyone's getting cool stuff. I just get blue.
I got you,
Zoe's
boo.
turn.
I'm still in the Gumdrop Mountains.
Red.
You have
Gumdrop
drawn the
Mountains.
most reds, and I think that is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, now I get my
You're really
turn.
I'm like,
summoning the
this is
color.
my favorite color, and the game's like, I got you.
Yeah.
Changes the
Mhm.
color.
This is
Oh,
your
I will
red,
touch
color
every
reds.
red space.
Alright,
Whose turn is it
Kazia,
now?
your
Oh.
your go.
Yeah,
Your go.
that was quick. Where am I? Oh. Okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
One.
Yellow. Oh my god. Oh.
You
I
bitch.
really
God.
hope someone gets Gingerbread
Stop.
Man at the very end.
Orange.
I wish death upon.
It's orange.
I got
Stop
you.
that. Okay. Wow, so far.
Yeah, look at you. You're in first place now.
Yeah.
God, how do you keep drawing blues?
I don't know, bro.
Ooh, purple. 2 purple.
One purple, 2 purple.
Ooh.
Yay! I'll move 2
Turn
spaces
2
for
greens. The
Green.
green. Wait, I'm on a green. That doesn't count,
One,
right?
two.
No,
No,
it
that
does.
doesn't count. So
Okay.
you'd go here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're
Ice
part of the
cream.
meme.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ice
wait.
cream.
Ice cream. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, now you're right
Green,
next to
right?
Elaine.
Oh shit, Kazuya, get the fuck out of here!
You get the fuck out of here.
I like that you've done the most movement though, because you were sent back and then you got to go down the other bridge and then you got moved forward.
Yeah,
I'm zooming around.
you've been slapped around a bunch on the thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, there was one right in front of me, so it wasn't as far as it should have been.
Okay, green. Moved on to a new color. Ooh.
Oh.
Christmas.
Oh. We're
I'm
about
glad that
to
gumdrop passes in both ways.
we're about to finish the deck, so we need to reshuffle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We got 2 more cards. We got 2 more cards.
Kazuya, it's your turn.
Oh,
Orange.
Oh,
Orange.
you
I'm
bitch!
still ahead.
What do you mean?
Yeah. And then we'll.
That's crazy.
Oh wait. Let go of the deck.
Yeah. Just...
And there you go. And now it's garage.
Alright, you can stop shuffling. Alright, you can stop shuffling.
Okay.
Ah!
Oh,
That's too many shuffles.
Jesus Christ. Yellow.
Yellow.
I'm playing like a child. There's like 1.
Show me the ice cream. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Oh, that's
Bye, Mark.
Oh shit!
Evil and fucked up.
Purple. 1, 2.
Nice.
Hey.
All I hear is
Green.
You're so far
Fuck you,
away.
Kazuya. Now I'm in front of you.
Oh, now we're on the same
No.
space.
in the land of the giants.
In the land of
No.
the... I like the way you said that. In the land of the giants.
What did you throw Noble?
I
You
know, you
escaped
just
the
threw
piss.
Noble.
You escaped the pit.
Yeah, now I'm in the deeper piss.
Guys,
And the
grosser
deeper
pit.
Yeah.
all of you guys out there while I'm just chilling in Peppermint Forest. Like,
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
freak,
dude.
yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Bro, you go.
Alright, Zoe, I
Got
think it's your
fucking
turn.
Lost.
Because Buffy just went.
Yeah.
Double red.
Damn,
Oh my
double
God.
red?
2.
Oh,
I will touch
crazy.
every red space.
Yellow. Good boy,
PS.
yellow. Bye, Kazuya. You better not catch up to me, Kazuya.
Oh no, what am I gonna get? Oh, I got purple.
Oh my God.
Purple.
Whew.
Meow.
I'm right behind you.
I
Get away
got 2
from me.
orange.
Nice.
It's like when you're walking home.
Bye,
at
bitch.
night.
Oh, damn.
KK.
Kang.
Oh boy, I moved ahead 40
Oh,
spaces.
yeah, let's go.
That's so
Buffy got
savage,
the
right?
baby boost.
You're just closer to him now. It's fucked up.
You know that feeling when you're
Mark brought up
walking
that
home
this
at
game hates
night?
him.
They go to red.
You know that feeling when you're walking home at night and you see a girl out there and you're
Oh,
like,
I got
fuck,
red.
They're gonna
Whoa.
think I'm stalking them. God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna wait at this
Yeah,
bus
Kazuya's
stop for like
stalking
10
me.
minutes.
So you run up behind them to make sure that you can tell them that you're not following them?
Yeah, I need to pass them actually, so I need to speed up and start sprinting
Yeah.
quietly.
Yeah, run away.
Fuck, whose turn is it? Shit.
I think it's worse because costume, right?
Kazuya went,
I
then
think it's
me.
yours.
I-
Yeah, we're on the same
Yeah.
space now.
Orange.
Orange.
Oh, orange.
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 That's it.
Oh.
Yes, you're orange.
Why you not let me click
I'm-
on it? Okay.
Skill issue.
Piss.
Oh, you
No!
need to turn. No.
Oh, you got
The
Final
stupid
stuck.
bit.
vengeance.
Now's my chance to catch up.
Wow, Mark. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I pray for you.
Yeah, whoa.
Man.
You talk about how this game is evil and it's being evil
Yeah,
to you because you brought it
whoa.
up. It hurt me.
Oh
Wait,
no!
I lose
fuck!
a turn.
Like, I heard
No!
shit.
Oh, I'm ahead of the game. Let's go.
No, Kazuya, no!
Eat it, suckers.
Oh, I hope you get a fucking
Back
candy
here.
cane, you bitch.
That's
No, someone already
crazy.
got the-
That's crazy.
Wait, Buffy already got the candy cane, so it's not in the
I'm the
deck anymore.
Yeah.
gingerbread.
So yeah.
I don't think you got the
I don't think you
gingerbread
got the gingerbread this deck though. So
Yeah, it was.
Let's
Nobody
do
could
it.
get it.
Now I'm on top of
Oh my
Kazuya.
God.
Bye.
Oh,
Wait, didn't you
you
lose
guys
a
want to hear
turn?
something
Crush
cool?
'em. Oh shit! You
You
did
wanna-
lose a turn.
Yeah, you gotta go back.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's like one turn. Wait, okay. Yeah.
Back
we'll
in the
pretend-
piss, you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, but it's just me then. Yeah.
I don't like that it doesn't
Yeah.
actually force me from the.
Oh,
Fuck,
No!
bro.
there,
Bro.
Guys, we
there.
gotta get Kazuya to get that fucking gingerbread. This is messed up.
Bruh.
Wait, so
This is
whatever I get
messed
next will
up.
let me win, right?
As long as it's not a red. If you
Oh,
get
so it's
red,
not
you get
red.
Yeah.
If you get
Yeah,
red,
that's true.
then
Am
you
I
go to
gonna
red.
win in Candyland? Really? Oh my
That'd be
god.
funny though. You got tossed around a
That would
lot.
be
I felt
funny.
bad for you.
Is it whose turn?
Is it my turn
Uh,
now?
isn't agree.
I went. So is it purple?
Yeah, yeah, it's your turn
Mine
now.
was
Yeah.
my turn
Yeah,
now.
you,
Okay.
yeah, you,
Oh,
yeah, you can.
you guys
Oh,
want to
wow,
do something cool?
Whoa.
Nice. Oops, sorry.
Crazy.
Oh, yay!
Mark, you're
Oh,
winning.
Well,
yippee.
So recently, I got invited to the Goop Gang collab, and there's
Gang?
gonna be a bunch of goopy dudes, VTubers, and we're
Goop.
gonna play Among Us.
Alright, here we go. Is
Oh,
this
hell
is it me now?
Get red.
Yeah,
get
yeah,
red.
yeah.
Get red.
Alright, here we
get
go.
Get red,
Get
get
a
red,
color.
get red, get
Imagine
red,
if
red,
it's
red,
the jelly.
red.
Hey,
Damn it!
I win!
Kazuya won.
I was hoping Kazuya was gonna get red, but 2 reds.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be so
hell
crazy.
yeah.
No,
Let's
GG.
go.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Yippee.
Well, that was
fun.
Candyland. Let's do
You
That was
guys,
fun.
do you guys want to try the happiness and cyanide game? I think you guys
What's
would really
that?
like that game.
Yeah.
It's a game. So it's called the trolley problem. So what you
that
do
one,
is
okay.
you each of your teams try to make a good scenario, and then the opposite team will try to sabotage you with something fucked up, and then the judge has to pick who to run over. So you want to fuck over the other person. We can go through the rules and we can go through it slowly,
Okay.
but it's a really fun game. I think you guys. I think Boffy and Gore have to be on the opposite team though. They have to be on the because that make it.
We
so
have
much
the
funnier
same
to me.
thought process.
I was
We
gonna
would
say
need
it's like
3 teams. So
Cassie and I
What's
just
what's
watched the
the-
Beast games recently, and they did the trolley problem, but like had an actual train involved, and
Oh,
that's
saved
crazy.
people with it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was pretty crazy.
It was
Things that
wild.
heated.
I can get you the workshop if you want to keep hosting it, so that way you can just
Yeah,
download it.
I'm just trying to Google it right now on the workshop.
Yeah, I
What's
got
the name of
you.
it?
I'm
we
putting
could
it
also
in
do
the
Choking
couch.
Hazard, which is like the Cards Against Humanity version with like it's like a comic.
Joking
that you
Hazard.
finish.
It's
Oh,
joking
yeah.
hazard.
Joking
You're
has
not
is so
joking.
funny.
I'll-
Joking
I'll
has.
get-
Yeah.
I'll get that one as well. But I kind of want to try
Yeah.
the trolley one first.
Yeah.
Steam. Yeah, I'll put it in the.
The trolley one makes for
couch.
some fun arguments because you have to argue why
Yeah,
you should run over why you should
Oh, I
run
love
over
arguing.
an old lady instead of like a puppy. You know.
I went over a
yeah,
weasel.
yeah. It's great.
Old
So
lady
wait.
and a puppy. The old ain't
So
got
how-
any use left.
Oh yeah, where there's 5
That's
of
my
us. There's 5
argument.
of us. Wait, Boffy, how are we splitting up the teams?
Well, there's 6
5
of us. There's 6 of us.
6 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
guess
be-
2 people could be a judge, 2 people could be one team, and 2 people could be with another team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
can make
okay,
3
okay.
teams of 2.
Cool.
But you don't want. So what are the teams going to be? Are we going to split people up, or are we going to? How's that going to work? Because you said that me and
Yeah.
Gore don't get to be on a team, so.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be funny for you guys to argue.
Here we go.
Uh,
You see it?
Okay, well, I'm gonna steal a lane then if I can't have Gore.
No, wait. We gotta do dodgeball rules, okay?
Yeah.
What
Two
does that even
captains.
mean?
Two
We're a
captains,
child,
and they
though.
gotta pick. They gotta
It'd
pick.
be free. It'd be free captains because we're doing 3 teams.
Oh, okay. So who's the 3 teams then, or who's the 3 captains? Who the peoples?
it don't matter to me.
I can be a captain and have a Cassie on my team.
Okay. Kazi and Zoe, you are a team now. Bofi, who's on your
Yay.
team?
Elaine.
Okay. And Corey, you're with me.
Okay.
And we're next to each other. That works out.
Yeah,
Easy
I'm
clap.
problematic, so it'll be fun.
I don't think we need the rest of these. Yeah, these are all the expansion packs. So we don't need this.
Yeah, the expansion packs make it kind of weird.
As long as I get to talk about a lizard, we're good. Huh?
Yeah, probably. me see.
Such a
remember
weird
if you-
thing to say. What the
Nah, lizards should perish.
That's
Wait,
crazy.
they should pair. What about the Komodo dragon? They're so cool. They
They are
bite you and their
cool.
spit kills you. It's neat.
They are
Mm,
cool.
good.
Elaine,
But
which team
lizards
do
are
you
fun
wanna
to run
be?
over because they go sploot.
Aw.
What do you mean?
That's so morbid. I love lizards.
kill
If
lizard.
you go into the thingy, you can pick a team,
Aw.
and you can be either
You
either
run over
diamonds,
lizards?
hearts, jokers, clubs, or spades.
No,
Don't kill me.
rolls away.
Spade? No, yeah, spades? Yeah, this one. Whatever this
Yeah.
one is.
Oh,
I'll be this one.
do we need to change colors to the teams specifically? 'Cause we
No,
can do that.
No.
teams are different to colors. If
Okay.
you click on your name, in the
Colors
top
are
right
just
corner-
whatever you want it to be, yeah.
So it's just like
whereas,
building words or sentence.
Yeah, kind of. So you build pictures. So
Okay.
we'll go through it. Everyone draw some cards. One player from each team is gonna draw 3. Okay, so how it will work, for example, let's say Buffy and I are the judge. Then okay, hold on, I'm gonna give everyone teams. Zoe is the heart team. And
Oh,
then
wait,
you
shall I-
guys
Yay.
get to be the club team.
Shall I move myself on the table so I'm like
If you
next to
want.
Zoe? Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah,
And then so one of you
Oh, I gotta be brown.
one
Hey, what's wrong with being brown, Corsia?
Maybe it's because he's pale. like a
Pasty, pasty ass.
Have you seen his VTuber model?
He paler than me.
That's my boy. Father, help. Okay, let me look at these
Okay,
rules real
each-
fast.
I want to
Each
run over the guy with the
team
ice
plays-
cream. I don't like him.
Team chooses an innocent card, then the player who
Looks
gets
British.
it.
Guys, my teammate's psycho. I need a new one. Please.
I've been lobotomized. I'm fine.
Oh, never mind. We're
Okay,
gonna
I
wait till-
think
Elaine,
How do we-
I
Okay,
think you
yeah.
can actually put people in teams, like, so like,
Hmm.
I think that lets you share like hands, so you can see each other's hands.
How do we do that? How do we do that?
Yeah.
If you look if you click on your name in the top right, you can click change team, and then you can pick your team.
Oh, okay. Oh, we should do it like that then.
Wait.
And I'm pretty sure that lets
Can you
us
say
see
that
each
again?
other's hands.
In
I
the
think.
top
did.
right, if you click your name, you can change the team.
Okay.
Apparently,
Okay.
Noble and Gore want to be diamond, not club.
You wanna be
Yeah.
Team
No.
Hearts?
I want to be
Zoe?
square.
I want to be hearts, yes.
Yeah, okay, be Team
Um,
Hearts.
How to grab the hearts.
I like to be the upward square.
There you go.
Where's
We
the
have our
hearts?
team
Alright,
now.
so
Oh, there you go.
So how this works is one person, so again, let's say Buffy and I are the judges. That means heart team and diamond team, one person from each team will get
Oh,
an
what
innocent
happened?
card,
Oh.
3 innocent cards. Then the other person will get 3 guilty cards. And then you guys can decide between amongst yourselves who gets the modifier cards. And then what happens is the one person with the innocent card will play their card. So let's say like whatever, like one team plays enough feed to feed all the starving children, and then the one that got away. And then what happens next is the opposing teams will play on a guilty card on the opposite team's track. So let's say Heart team plays all the kids that used to make fun of you, and then the Diamond team plays a traffic officer in the middle of a riding ticket. Then whoever has a modifier card will place it on their own track because they want to be like, oh, but, or, no, it doesn't matter. Wait, there's 3 cards. Wait, hold on.
Yeah. One of the cards
Oh, it's an
is
innocent, and then a, yeah.
So you start with one innocent randomly taken from the deck on each side.
Yeah. So it'll be random, and then you place your own, and then the opposite team plays a guilty, and then whoever has a modifier can put it on any. You can put it on your own, or you can put it on someone else's. So someone could be like, oh, but this guy is secretly a lizard person in a human skin suit.
Oh,
To
no, Gore
like
hates
help,
those.
or
Yeah, freak.
yeah. See, so like if Gore was the judge, you could use that against the opposing team,
Yes.
and then
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and then
So
basically
yeah.
you want them to kill your. I can't remember if it's. You want them to kill your side, or is it the other side? I keep forgetting which side you want them to kill.
Let me check. who wins. The carriage continues until every
The
player has
fear
a chance to
death.
win.
The
tokens
objective is
win.
to get your opponents taken out, not your own, right?
Yeah.
Right. You don't want to die. You want other people to
You
die.
don't want to die. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Let's do like a practice round,
we'll do a
or just someone
practice
who knows how to
round.
play the game go first.
Yeah, I'll just like watch and just learn as we go.
Yeah, I learn by
So-
doing and not reading. I'm bad at
On
that.
each team, one person should draw 3 of the innocent cards, and one person should draw 3 of the guilty cards.
Okay.
I have
So
actually
you should
played this
decide-
IRL before, so I can take the lead if you want, Kasi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should be able to see each other's cards, but I'm not sure about that. I think that might be a specific setting. Go,
Okay.
No, I can
Can we-
actually. Yeah.
I can,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nice.
So now you
But-
guys can deliberate between each other which ones you use of each.
Oh.
Okay, so trying to remember, we just click the
Right click on the
innocent.
deck and click draw 3 times.
I feel like mine's calling me out right now.
Well, let me look at this real fast.
Which deck does it have? Because I see people have innocent and
So
guilty.
3 of each.
Yeah.
So
Three
one of
of
you
each,
will take
okay.
innocent, one of you will take guilty, and then you
Do
guys
you
can
want-
decide amongst yourselves who gets the modifiers, because you do get 3
Okay.
modifiers.
Do you
Well,
want
because
guilty
hands
and
are
I
shared, you guys
innocent?
can
Oh, sorry.
yeah, you split them up.
Okay, my bad. Okay, so you can
it's 3 of
take.
each.
I'll have the innocent.
Which one do I have?
Oh no, you have. Wait.
Okay, I have an innocent one here. So I think you took the guilty. That makes
Okay.
sense. Okay.
I'll take 2 more guilties.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And you guys can't see our cards, right?
Mm-mm.
No, but
Nope.
you two
But
can see each other's
yeah,
cards.
I can
so you
see.
guys,
I can
Okay.
see your cards.
you
All
guys
right.
can discuss. And then one
And
of you
then-
will take the modifiers, which is 3 modifiers, I think. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take the modifiers.
Okay.
And then same for the
Yeah.
diamond team, or the top, the upright square.
The
Yeah,
tops.
Yeah. I took that test.
Oh no, we
Aw.
need this.
Did
We
someone
need
steal
this
my
here
heart?
so we don't.
Oh, you need.
We have
they
to.
need
We
them.
have to.
Oh.
Yeah, it's so
I
we
was
don't lose
okay.
track of who.
Yeah.
I was using it to mark the teams. I didn't really remember that we needed it. So then, when the game
That's so your
starts, we put an innocent one on each side. So
It's already been done by Kasi.
there we go.
Yeah. So, a scientist who will one day discover the
ways.
secret to the interstellar space travel, a fragile manuscript with okay.
And now, you guys need to play another innocent card on your side
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see
Okay.
how bad
Okay.
the damage is.
to try to turn the table,
Scientists
like,
will one day discover the
you want it
secret
to be
to
something that we
interstellar
wouldn't
space
wanna-
travel.
run over.
I'll just skip 9 forgotten plays with Shakespeare. Okay.
Uh,
Hmm.
Wait,
Okay.
Who's the conductor? Who's the conductor? We must. Play
we are.
Me and Boffy and I.
Okay. So that's spades.
so
Right. Oh, I can move. I just
Uh-huh.
realized I can move around with my arrow keys. I was not explained that I
Yeah.
could do that.
Oh.
There we go. That's better. Okay, a bunch of nuns
what?
This
having.
one?
So yeah,
Oh wait.
you- so
Hmm.
at right now we are playing innocent cards.
You're playing the
Yeah.
innocent cards.
Evil cards go afterwards. You play them in order so that you
Yeah.
can make choices based on.
Okay,
what's on
Kasi?
the board.
I'm thinking this
Yeah.
third one here. How about that?
let me read.
For the- The
Oh,
good
okay.
card. Sound good?
Okay.
All right.
Or-
Placing
girl.
that down.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What about
A
this
completely
one?
functional Batmobile with your name on
Which
it.
one?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Also, if you want, you can also move around on the map using holding down the middle mouse. So
Yeah.
Oh, good to know. Thank you.
yeah.
Also, if you
So-
want to get a better look at a card, hold Alt.
Oh, these are the evil
ones?
cards. We're looking at the innocent ones over here in my hand.
Where? Oh. Over
We're on your right.
here. How do I
You
read them?
guys. No, but you
Is
probably
it-
want to move to the other side
Oh, I
of
see.
Gore so that you guys are facing the same direction, so you don't have to keep rotating to read each other's cards.
Yeah, because I can't.
Here we go.
Oh,
Just take
yeah.
the cards.
And I just.
Yeah. Come on.
We're not looking. I'm not
Nobles
looking. I'm not
now.
looking.
We're not looking.
There's not really much that can be done, even if you do look. To be fair.
Oh, there's a box in the way. What the fuck?
Oh, that's my bad. Hold on, I'll fix it.
You can probably put that in the opposite corner where there's like nothing you
Yeah.
can cover.
Just put it where number was.
Okay. Okay, so
I'm thinking
Corey,
Elaine will
look,
want to
yeah,
protect,
we
while Buffy will
have
want to
this one,
attack. Yeah,
this one,
probably.
this one. Right, I'll let you pick this one, okay? Which innocent card should we pick, Corey?
There we go. Now I can see it. I like this first one.
This one?
Yeah, it fits with the
Alright.
theming.
Okay. Do we gotta flip it immediately?
Yep.
Alright.
Alrighty, so
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a strong one. Wasn't really okay. All right. Now, whoever has a guilty card now will play a guilty card on the other players' decks. So Gore will play one on the heart teams, and Kazuya will play one on the diamond team.
Yeah, I think this is a solid one. What about you?
Let me see.
What do you think between these three? Like my three cards?
I feel like the first and the third are pretty strong. The third one might be more compelling, but it is your choice in the end.
And this is to like not get it run over, right? Or to
This
get
is going in theirs. We want this to be as
Yeah,
bad
you
as
want
possible.
them to get run over.
This is
so
the one that you want. This is
okay, then we should do this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one. Definitely. Yeah.
So that'll go on.
I'm gonna
I'll
wait
on
for
the
you
other
guys
one.
to pick.
The other
This one.
Yeah.
I'll wait for you guys to pick, and then we'll flip it.
Yeah, I'm good with
kinda
that.
feeling it.
Okay.
Also, I think you can change your color if you want to be green again, hun.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, you don't have to be
Color
No,
is
I'm gonna be-
associated with the space on the map.
Yeah,
so
I'll be
sadly-
I'll be across the
you're poopy.
room.
Okay, I see.
I'll put mine in.
All right. Let's see what you guys have put on the table. Oh boy. I mean, okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sport.
As it sits, I've got a very clear choice.
Yeah, me too, a little bit. But all right, now
Oh,
now
God.
each team will play a modifier wherever the fuck they want.
Oh,
So
doesn't
that
matter
modifier,
where.
you're gonna affect
Okay.
either your own side or the enemy side.
Okay.
So it has an arrow, and you just point the arrow to whatever it would affect, basically, and you push the card down.
I like that one. That was funny.
Oh, this one? Let's see.
I like this one because it'd make Elaine sad.
Yes.
I could put that third
Absolutely.
one on
Wow.
our first card.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is how you play the game.
wait. The modifiers can go on either side, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it can go
Yeah, you can
wherever you
fuck
want.
them, like you can
They'll
fuck
have an
them over,
arrow.
or we can help ourselves.
I'll
Yeah.
fuck them over. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, because this is us, and we don't want to die, so we'll
Yeah.
make them feel guilty. I'm gonna
Yeah.
wait till
I'm not
they
gonna-
have their modifier ready, and then we'll
You're
Okay, I'm
This
taking
one?
the third
Okay.
card as well.
What's up?
Which one do you think we should put it on? I was kind of thinking the first one.
Yes, this one.
Monkey.
Yeah?
This one.
Okay.
Right. We can.
Could also go on the third one, but I think it makes more sense on the first, right?
Yeah, we can put on the first one.
This reminds me of dick figures, the like drawings.
Oh, I love
think
dick
it's-
figures. I had a whole thing where I went on a tism rant telling Pixels about what dick figures were. It was a really good time.
Oh yeah, I
Alright,
love that.
we
too.
ready to flip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So flip
Yes.
those cards. Let's see if it changes my
Yep.
opinion.
Yeah.
If they
Uh,
did two
there you go.
those would start to death. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh,
So-
no.
So this does
You will
not
be-
change my opinion.
Yeah, I
You will
think so too.
directly be
I think
responsible.
okay, Buffy, are you
Now-
thinking what I'm thinking?
I really hope so, because it'll be awkward if we're not.
Hey, it's so funny. Okay, oh wait, I have an idea. Okay, so there's 2 tokens for the trolley guy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you'll do yours and then I'll do mine. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're running over?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yay!
I don't want more peace. I want space travel. I don't
Yeah.
want.
I do want space travel. I want this.
I'm not gonna
And
lie.
also-
I thought we lost that when they played the dictators. Like, oh
no, I knew Mark would like
there
that. Mark
already
liked
is
that
one,
stuff.
bro.
Yeah, there
There already is
dictator.
one.
When,
Yeah.
when we invade space, we're gonna need dictators, bro.
Yeah.
How else are we?
Yeah.
We're not gonna get
Maybe
to
you can run over the
40K
dictator with
without
your
him.
new Batmobile.
Yeah, we're not gonna. we were not going to get to Warhammer 40k without it. You know, it's good.
What we're learning is you're
Good job, Cassie. High
Yeah,
five.
good job. High five.
Okay, so
There we go. Do we redraw our cards that we used? So,
we
lost
get
those?
a yeah, but
I guess
think
it doesn't matter. We can, but or
at the
we
start
don't have
of
to.
your turn when you start to. So who
Okay.
who died?
We died. We got a little
we
death
died.
token.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So you get a death token, and it's the person with the least of these at the end wins.
Okay.
I'm
And
assuming
do we
replenish.
redraw our cards?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now we're gonna go. So now it's Gore and Noble would be the people choosing who gets hit by a trolley.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
Buffy, which one
Great.
do you want? Do you want
I'll.
guilty or
I feel like you're the innocent one and I'm the guilty
Yeah,
one in
okay.
this situation. So yeah, that's.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. So, ad starts. This will be a good one. It is the hearts versus the spades.
And then
We
do you want the
have-
modifiers?
You can do them if you want.
The third card you got, Kazi.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got
Oh
some
my god!
interesting-
Oh my god! That first one is insane, dude.
Oh, do we
I
put
did add the
random
R-rated
innocent?
cards to this.
Can we put a random innocent on each?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You can put a random innocent on each.
Okay.
All right, so for the
yo.
hearts, we have all
That's
of the
a hard
porn
one.
servers on Earth.
Oh,
Damn.
The next Picasso. I already know my decision.
I feel like you
Bruh.
guys have a strong lead.
The Picasso.
Yeah, right. The
Win.
fuck?
save the
Okay.
porn. Save the porn.
I got you, bro.
Me who's celibate
Gotcha.
who doesn't care.
Okay, I think I might do
Okay.
this one.
That was such a
Wait,
harsh one.
I'm
for this.
thinking the third one
Yes.
is the strongest.
I
What do you
agree.
think, Kazi?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely that one.
Okay.
I agree.
Alright.
Alright.
Okay. So we've got our card, a voodoo doll that looks just like you.
Oh,
That's crazy.
mm,
Fuck.
That's
Fuck.
fucked.
We have Twitch
Your
chat.
biggest
But we have
fan.
Twitch
Oh.
chat. We have chat though.
Oh.
I think
Ah,
1 and 2 are strong for my evil cards, but
Oh,
I think
okay,
1
hold
would
on,
go
yeah.
would go well with their other cards that they have.
Yeah, it
on
would,
those.
honestly. It really would. Yeah, honestly.
this is getting a little dicey now.
You think this one?
You're thinking the third one?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, we can save the first one for another one because that one's pretty strong. But I do like the third one there.
Yeah.
I think that would work.
Right.
Okay, go for it.
Just so you guys know, your guys' innocent card and our evil card are dating.
Nice.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, good to know. Let's
Not
see it
afraid
then.
to- No, Kiwi, no! Alright, ready? Alright.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Oh no!
Aw.
Oh
What the
no!
hell?
I'm not
It goes with your
gonna
guys' it goes with your guys' voodoo doll one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dating.
I hate-
There's a
Jesus.
theme.
I have strong feelings about. I hate the bottom.
Alright. I feel Buffy, I'm like conflicted because I feel like this one, but I feel like this one. But I don't know where to put it. You know?
Oh right, we need a per thing.
Oh, modifiers, right? Okay.
Modifiers.
We want.
I
Hmm.
think
I think
that
Hmm.
card actually
Oh,
works.
you know what?
God.
Yeah, we can put that on the Picasso.
Gore,
What do you think
Yeah.
of
given
that?
that Gore is
Yeah.
on their
Okay.
team, I think that
so-
would go well for the seagulls. Because I think this card actually
Seagull.
works in the opposite favor to what you think it would, because of Gore.
Oh, you're not supposed to show it yet. My bad.
Oh, fuck. What?
I don't think it
so,
matters.
okay,
it's just,
so you
know.
want to put it on the seagulls? I was thinking of putting it on the sex doll.
See, I think Gore would be in favor of the of that outcome, though.
Yeah, but we want them to get run over.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I completely forgot.
Dumbass.
You're right.
Okay,
I
alright.
feel like it would almost make more sense on the first card, though. I feel like that's much more
Oh
worth writing.
no,
about.
yeah, you right. No, you right. Alright. Alright. I think we're
Alright,
good.
what we got?
Okay.
Flippy.
Okay,
Alright.
ready?
Flippy.
Yeah.
All right. Dreams of owning their very own concentration camp someday.
That's crazy. But ours
Hey,
will
that's happening right now.
inspire riots.
I
Well,
I know which
yeah,
one I
that
want
makes
gone.
sense.
Alright, well, you guys have 2 tokens. Feel free to pick. I don't know how
You know
I'm gonna
what?
do a tiebreaker, though.
You pick yours. I'm still debating.
Okay.
Well, if you pick one side, you can't masturbate anymore. So
I'm good with that. I'm fixed.
Wait, Buffy, you're doing the opposite. You don't want them to masturbate anymore.
I can't resist making a good pun. Okay, leave me alone.
God
I do
damn
enjoy
it.
the old fat.
Yay, we live
God,
again.
that first one was so strong. Holy
live
crap.
again.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Are those 2
I'm
cards
surprised you
equal?
guys gave us a buff with your like
No.
modifier.
Okay,
It's like,
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like that would have been better on your side.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I didn't like the seagull.
That's what
That
I
made
was
me
trying to
upset.
say, but I got confused.
I've
I
never
got
been showered by a
confused, too.
bird, and that made me upset, bro.
Oh,
I don't
so
want
you already
that.
gave us a death token. Okay.
Shit on me.
Yeah, I don't want that,
Alright, now
bro.
it'll
Right,
be.
are we?
That's my
are we
biggest
the,
fear.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah,
Me and
now
Zoe the
it'll
judges
be-
now.
Now
Yeah.
to redraw up to my.
I guess we're the judges. We're judges now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me draw my card so I have it.
Okay, so we're supposed to draw the cards for you guys, right? For the first
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
the
So
randoms.
there's one
Yeah.
random. Yes.
That's wild.
Okay.
Oh,
This is
Jesus.
like from the show we watched. Crazy.
All right, flip them over.
I think.
You got
Okay.
cookies.
Okay,
Yeah.
on
what
the
do we
diamond side, do
Aww.
you want to read your card?
Oh, orphan with a heart of gold.
Aww.
It's just
Buffy,
a
I think we should
boy.
do this one. I think this one.
Alright, the
this
most
one might get
beautiful
this.
wedding. I do.
Let's see.
I'm getting.
Oh, what a
I'm
beautiful
Dustin's
wedding.
car.
Aw,
I think we should do this
that
one.
was us months ago.
Aw.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like that would appeal to
Like
them.
that. I feel like that goes with their aesthetic, you know.
Yeah, I feel like that would appeal to
Okay,
them.
okay. We gotta look at innocence.
Let me see.
Oh my gosh, my cat is trying to get the mouse.
Ooh, that's pretty
Everybody's
good.
like cursors.
I
on the
like that
screen.
one.
All right, yeah, let's do that one.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like
And-
for evil cards, I feel like the third one is a strong choice.
All right. Well, let's look at
Okay.
each side's innocent cards. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh.
Glen full of peaceful fairies.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
This is a
Volunteer
crisis zone.
doctors
Okay.
in a crisis zone.
Oof.
Yeah.
Wait, you want to do this one, Buffy? This one?
Yeah, I feel like this. I feel like this is the one that they would have the most personal experience with.
Yeah,
Hmm.
maybe.
This is
Do
the
you,
new
wait, but do
card,
you
I
have
feel
DMVs in the UK?
Yeah.
We have equivalents.
Okay.
we will.
Okay.
We need
yeah,
this one.
All right. I'm fine with that.
We gotta do it to him.
Yeah.
we
We
gotta,
gotta.
do it to
We
him.
gotta. We gotta.
We gotta do it to him.
I also feel like one would be
Oh.
something Corsia would like.
It also suits this vibe.
Oh.
Hey, Buffy, this
Oh,
card,
no, I
this
like it.
modifier card, needs to go on
Oh,
their
yeah.
first one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Put your evil card.
All right, you ready for this shit? You're never
Alright.
gonna believe it.
Okay.
All right. All right. What's happening?
right.
What's happening?
Let's see it.
Oh,
no.
my god.
The
Yeah, the
DMV
DMV.
and
the DMV is pretty bad.
recruitment
Yeah.
center for a bad group. Okay.
They have
Guys.
cookies.
They got cookies.
Yeah.
I
Me and
don't
Mark
even-
watched them
we-
yesterday.
We don't even have the modifiers yet, and I already know who I'm running over.
Yeah, the modifiers might
No.
make a difference. The modifiers might make a difference. Let's see.
Our modifier was the
depends.
easiest choice of our life.
Yeah, it might not sway them, but I mean,
Let me
hopefully.
look.
You know what? Let's,
Hopefully.
let's say this one, and I think we'll put it on this one.
Yeah.
Boost it.
Oh
Yeah,
damn.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck.
All right. All right. Ready?
Ready? Flippy.
Oh
Okay.
God.
Is married to their stepdaughter. Oh. Oh
Yeah,
no.
but the ghost will haunt you forever.
God damn it, Bobby.
Okay.
I think ours doesn't have enough high stakes on it.
Wait a
Hmm.
second. We did the wrong one. Fuck. No, wait, we did the right one. Yeah, never mind. We're good. We're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. We're good.
Oh, I got scared for a second. I was like,
I don't know. I feel like out there in the world there are a lot of volunteers and
Mhm.
crisis zones, but I don't know how many mystical glens of peaceful
Yeah.
fairies there are. So
Yeah.
That are
I'd love to go to the
specifically
mystical
peaceful
forest of the
fairies.
KKK.
I'm just
You know.
saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. If you
They-
don't
well, they're
run
not
over them,
in
you're
the
racist.
forest.
I'm just saying. I think
well,
the
well,
DMV
if you don't run over the top one, you're into incest.
I think the DMV holds
You know
more
what?
hate in its heart than the KKK.
There's no actual
I'm pretty sure
incest
the
there because it says
KKK also believes in
stepdaughter.
incest.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
they're
a
not
stepdaughter.
related.
The bottom
don't
has
know.
a ginger in it.
It's a weird champ.
You know,
Oh
just saying-
wow!
people that are, helping people survive,
Mm.
good people.
Yeah,
someone
but if
getting
you're running
married,
over a ginger, you're also running over black people.
Yeah,
There's
that-
literally
Yeah,
the
but you're also
KKK.
running over the KKK that has them captured. So
I was, and then
Hey.
fairies,
Hmm.
they're
Fairies cancel out
fairies, Come
racism.
on.
I mean,
Fairies
I do love
cancel out
fairies.
racism. Yeah.
all fairies are a
But-
little racist.
Actually,
Uh,
OG fairies are fucking scary, and they steal your
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
that's
why
what
these
they
ones are
fairies aren't-
peaceful. That's why these
Oh
ones are
yeah, they are peaceful though.
They
No, I
deserve
mean,
to be
like,
run
they-
over.
They steal them from your mouth, like while you're living.
That's
Yeah,
I don't
crazy.
know.
that's not peaceful. These are peaceful fairies. It says it right there.
But then they're peaceful, and then they take you to the recruitment center because they're so peaceful.
Yeah,
I don't want to get I don't want to get haunted by ghosts forever.
you know,
It is
wait,
forever.
Zoe, which token do you want? Do you want the actual trolley or do you want the trolley, Tom?
Oh, I'll take this one.
Alright, you want to move in
Where,
on
what
go?
are you thinking?
Oh,
I'm just gonna judge you
Are
forever.
you sure where you want to? Where you?
I'm
like,
just
what you
gonna
wanna
judge
do?
you forever. That's crazy.
this way.
Have you made up your mind?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm,
Wow.
I'm ending
Hey,
racism.
let's
Let's
go.
Wow.
I'm ending
Okay.
Sorry.
Wow. All right.
Racism
What I'm
has been
saying
ended.
is-
Sir, you're
Okay.
No,
No, there's no
racism
more
hasn't been
fairies.
ended.
No more.
That was a recruitment center. There are many more.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but
That's
you-
crazy.
you
Now
did
there's
good.
no
You
more
got rid of
peaceful
them.
fairies.
Honestly,
Ever.
I wanted to save there are a lot of good people who were doctors in a crisis zone that there's one orphan with a heart of gold. There's tons of people in the other one, so I feel like
I think
Yeah.
that one had more
I'm
good
just saying.
on it.
I feel
Doctor.
like DMV was a really
It's
strong
tough.
card. I feel like KKK was a stronger card.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a solid card.
That's
when
what
we
made
drew
me
it.
laugh. It made me laugh so hard because of us finishing Helsing. It made me giggle, Mark.
Yeah.
All the cards I've gotten are Helsing coded.
Unvi.
Helsing coded it.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
real. I actually didn't know what the DMV was, so
You don't know what
Oh,
that is?
see, I asked Buffy.
We
You
have
knew.
We have the DMV in the UK because you
That's
just
the
doesn't know it
district of
exists.
motor vehicles, right?
That's yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh.
it's where you get your
It's
that
driver's
place
license.
that sucks dick when you get anything done with your car.
Yeah,
oh.
may I,
I wouldn't
do you
know that. I don't
remember-
have a car.
Cassia, do you remember the scene in Zootopia when they had to go to the DMV and all of the workers were sloths? That is accurate to real life. It is just a slow,
There's something
agonizing process that
There's something
is
so incredibly in character of using
unpleasant.
Zootopia as a
Yeah.
real life example.
It's because that's the only example I could think of where he might actually know what the DMV is. Like, oh,
Yeah.
because he saw that, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't know that you guys didn't have car, so
I don't.
That's
have
where we
a
have to
car.
go to get
I've
IDs
driven
and passports.
it's pretty much since
Yeah,
I
this is
became an
true.
adult, so I'm
It says
familiar
used
with it.
cards. Oh, there's a
Mhm.
used card section over here.
Cars.
yeah.
Ooh, I got it. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh. I got
Oh.
excited when I
Now-
saw what it was.
Now
Right.
we are the Führer,
Are-
and
I guess
we
we're
will-
playing now.
Excuse me?
Did you just
Oh,
wait?
who's
Buffy,
up?
what?
Who's up?
Excuse me?
We are
Excuse
the
me?
cards
Okay,
are. What
let's-
do you mean?
Yeah, okay. I like that better.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay. We have a
Funeral
funeral
procession,
procession
okay.
and Steve Irwin. Move your hands.
Steve
Steve Irwin.
Yeah.
Turns out he was just faking his death the whole time. Yay!
Oh,
Steve
shit.
Irwin!
Wow!
Yay! We have Steve.
These are not equal.
Yeah, these are
Alright.
not equal
We
at all.
got crippled. We got crippled. This is bullshit,
Hey,
man. This is
we-
bullshit.
How do you think we felt about the porn servers, man?
that was a rough
funny.
one, yeah.
Hmm.
God,
I think this one, maybe because of him,
Yeah.
or this one.
Mm.
I think that
Yeah.
one. That
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm leaning
'Cause these
towards
kinda
one
suck.
of these two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want this one or this one? What do you think?
I think either of them are good. Let's see.
Yeah.
That was funny.
That was very funny.
Like, do we want to
I'm
base
so-
this? Do we want
oh.
to base this on like how many
Oh.
people are in the picture, or like what they are about? Like,
Helene, I think we win next round.
I know, right? These two. I feel like
this one's more compelling.
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
so
we
I'm gonna
can
grab
put
this
it-
one.
Just a side thing. I don't know if we want between rounds to like discard all our cards because I feel like the cards that we don't use.
Yeah,
are
my
kinda
cards
good.
suck.
Yeah.
My cards
Yeah.
suck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll
Mine are
do
great.
that. We'll start doing that. Yeah. So after this, you guys
Right.
can discard your cards. But
Ready,
Let me-
flip.
Okay.
all right. If you
Not
also if you
science
mouse
fair.
over and
Oh,
hold
see.
Alt, Zoe,
Yeah,
if you hold Alt.
enough-
Yeah.
Hold alt.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know how to
it'll
do that.
It'll zoom in. Okay.
What,
Oh boy.
enough food to
Edie?
feed all the starving kids on Earth versus
Okay.
a first grade science fair.
Oof.
You could feed the children, but you'd have to kill the children.
See,
Yeah.
the problem is,
Yeah.
Like kids versus kids.
if you had enough food to feed all the starving children on Earth in one place, most of it would go off before you could transport it to people that could use it. I'm just saying.
No, it's canned goods and jarred, so it'll last a long time. Yeah.
All
Yeah, but-
right. Well, we'll save the debate for when we get there.
Now for the
Hmm.
evil guy.
It's time to get
Mm.
weird.
What are we thinking?
I don't think
To
we.
get- It's time to.
I just say we do this because I think we're gonna
duel.
lose anyways. Because it's
Yeah.
just funny.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to discard the first one we have, but I think the third one is stronger.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think? How are you
Yeah.
feeling?
We can go with this one.
Okay.
So are we okay to discard our fucking hands because our hands?
I think we should
after
just-
after this round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just after each
Are we
round,
allowed
we should just be
are we
allowed to
keep
discard any
any
cards
of
we
them?
don't want.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
we-
yeah.
we might have a
Keep
chance to
cards we
win.
like.
We might have a
Wait.
chance to win.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, let's.
Flip 'em.
Oh.
Oil,
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh!
That poor
Oh!
Actual
Not
time
the children! Not the children!
The oil
The
executive
children!
Oh, that's
No.
evil.
One of those kids is really good at their science.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, Zoe, I've got
Yeah?
a good one.
Yeah.
So, this one,
I'm tied.
like
I'm
this
tied, Mom.
modifier
I don't
Yes.
know.
on there
Mhm.
on there, this one over here.
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this with that
Yeah.
one.
Okay, that's
like
a
this
good
one.
point.
Yeah,
That
because
That would
then
that could be good.
And
that
we're
could,
gonna,
that-
we're
that,
gonna do
you
it
know,
to
that
them.
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
that could definitely
Oh,
work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say.
What are
Okay.
you
If
doing
it's
with
because of
this
his,
evil
trust
you
you
know
on
what I
this.
mean?
You want
If
to take
it's
it?
because of his
Alright.
stature, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, it's
What are you-
because he should have stayed dead. You know. He's-
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Wow!
Steve? To Steve.
Yeah.
No.
Right,
So
I don't want to
afraid.
touch that one.
See what you gotta
No,
do
no,
now.
but wait. We should put on the other one. No.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah. You see,
Oh!
he was
So
secretly
what are you gonna do
evil.
now? What are you gonna do now? You want to feed all the kids in the world,
No.
but have them all controlled by a brain parasite? Is that what you want?
Or do
Is
you
that what you
want
want?
literally Hitler? You want
That is
those?
80% chance though. I would say we'll be pretty lucky.
I
You
want the
about that?
brain parasite.
I
about that?
I know where I'm going. I know where I'm
I
going.
don't know where I'm
And
going.
you know what?
dude.
I'm just
Where are you
saying,
going?
I'd be
Where are you
okay
going?
with having a
I'll be
dinosaur
so
come
for real,
back
the
in this
top
world. We can
literally
make the
is
new
just
Jurassic
America.
Park. We'll have the new Jurassic
Right?
Park. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. That just means he's ready to make more dinosaurs.
Yeah, we got a dino that's ready to go to town.
Where are you going,
Okay.
Elaine? Because I know where I'm going.
No, dude.
Hear me
I
out.
don't
Besides,
know.
Sea Raven has a 20% chance to pull through. I believe he could roll at nat 20.
Yeah, you can do it.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I want my soapbox. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Steve Irwin
Uh-huh.
was tragically. They tried to tragically assassinate him, but he escaped
Okay.
because he's actually a super secret Nazi.
Oh.
And these kids, they're not kids. They're also Nazis. And then this dinosaur is just here for some reason with a giant boner. He's not a Nazi. He's just
Oh,
here.
okay.
That
Hear
would
me
be
out.
modified by the
But-
Nazi science to have a
But hear me
giant
out.
cock.
The oil executives, I'm gonna take care of them personally. And the food stuff, it's curable. And the funeral, that's just a funeral, man. That's just sad.
Top just looks like
I mean,
America right now. I'm being so for real.
You can talk a
You
lot. but I
literally
take
have two
I only
things that
take
could
what
be
is-
the end of the world right here.
I only take what is on the card at face value. You can say that that's curable. It doesn't say it on the card. I'm sorry. Just
Yeah, you're goddamn right. It's debatable.
yeah.
They're debating the kids eating.
And I say,
I know where I'm going.
Or
So I'm just
we
gonna.
can just throw out the food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boo!
Hell yeah.
I'm
we
gonna
keep
be
the
honest,
Mark like
dinosaur.
Hitler.
We get to keep
I'm
the
fine.
dinosaur.
See
Yay!
how it is.
See,
See how it is.
I would sacrifice a
We're
lot
sweeping.
for dinosaurs to exist. Okay.
It's one dinosaur.
You know
And
what?
One
Can,
horny
can,
dinosaur.
can I keep the dinosaur?
Where
No.
Yeah, of course.
No.
Yeah, he got
Don't fuck
Wait, why
the
do you want a
dinosaur.
horny dino? Never mind, I'm not gonna ask.
You can keep it, but you can't play it again. You can keep
We
it, but you
picked it
can't
because
play
before
it.
stream, Elaine
Man,
said Hitler was cute.
There we go.
What?
Yay!
Yeah, clip it.
What?
What?
You remember earlier when Elaine said that Hitler was a
I
cracker?
didn't mean
Yeah.
to, dude. I didn't mean to. I just kind of blankly said something, man.
Getting rid of these
I'm
cards because they suck.
I'm just
Yeah,
imagining
go
looking
for
at your
it.
fucking hamster. It's like, you gonna
Oh my-
cute.
Where
Yeah.
is this?
Oh my gosh.
Where is this?
I'm gonna try and use this clip feature.
There we
now.
go.
Oh, what is
Let's
this?
Let's see. Are there any in here you want to discard, hun? While we have the chance.
Oh, how many can we discard?
I want to get rid of this one.
However
I
many
think
you
they
want.
said that. Yeah, just,
Shit.
we can
Yeah.
replace any that we aren't.
And you
Can
can
I
keep the
replace
ones
this
you
one?
use.
Can I replace
You
this one?
basically get a mulligan. You
Yeah,
can't just
yeah,
keep
we can get rid of
drawing
that.
until You get. You
Right.
can't just keep.
Yeah, because
drawing until
there's
you
so
want to
many cards in the deck that I feel like it's a shame for us not to be able to.
Yeah, so we're new hand. New hand. Is it
Yeah.
hands? These hands.
Hell yeah!
Oh,
At the
yeah.
end of each round, you can just discard as many as you want to get rid of, but you can't just keep
Okay, I'm gonna get
discarding
one.
every time you pick new stuff.
What about over here, Zoe? Is there any maybe this one?
Okay.
Yeah, the middle one is kind of meh.
That was a bit boring.
Yeah, we can discard that.
Oh my god.
this was kind of funny.
Oh.
It's topical.
There's a
Oh,
lot of
damn.
stuff here.
That's a lot.
Jesus.
These
Yeah,
are pretty
that's crazy.
not great.
Let me
I
look
like
at
these.
Oh.
Let's see.
They
I
got
I
the
like the
bong
ones I got.
bee.
Kinda-
Oh no!
I got some pretty tame evil cards, not gonna lie.
I didn't.
Wait, who's the judge? Oh,
What about our modifier? Should we remove one of these?
Noble and Gora
Oh,
Judge.
Yeah.
okay.
Nice.
hmm.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ! these are
This
so-
one?
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
can't wait.
yeah, we could probably get rid of that one.
That's bad.
Yeah, these are all kind of
It won't-
mild. I feel
Wait, it
like.
won't go. There you go.
these are
Yeah,
so-
I'd give you
I
mine.
feel like,
Mine are
to be
horrible,
honest,
dude.
I feel like Gore would not want to run this one over. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I
Maybe
know.
We'll see.
Ooh. that
Ghoul
was
would
pretty
want to
cool.
run
Maybe
this
it's
one
this
over.
one.
I like that one.
Yeah, we could do this one. Yeah, let's
I
see.
hate
I like that.
things.
Yeah. Okay, Kosty and I only changed out one of each type of card, so we're good now.
Hey, for no reason, what's everyone's opinion on Star Wars?
I like
I've
Star
never
Wars.
seen it.
like Star Wars.
Boring.
Actually, I love Star Wars. Actually,
Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
I've
I've
okay.
never
never
seen it.
I was
I'm
gonna
a,
say,
I'm a
I
little
don't
bit, I'm a little bit
remember.
meh with like some recent stuff, but
Yeah,
I like
'cause
I like it a lot. Still.
I got a card that is only relevant if there's a Star Wars super fan. around.
Yeah, yeah.
I like the
Yeah.
trash can. I think it's cute.
I guess I
Well,
wouldn't
that
say
would
I'm
probably
a
be
super
Could the
Cosmo.
fan,
judges
but
please
I am
select
like pretty
our
much
innocent
like
cards?
I do love Star Wars.
You do have
Yeah,
a lightsaber. I think if you own a lightsaber, you count as a,
Okay, yeah, I'm a super fan then.
if you own the merch.
I literally own a lightsaber that
Noble
works.
Gore,
Like,
I am also a fan.
Reveal
Alright.
the random innocent.
Yes, please, judges.
Oh, hooker.
What the fuck?
Oh,
was that?
Hookers.
Oh,
An aging sex worker is trying to make a
man,
living.
She's
I love her.
trying to make a living.
These two things are related. She is the emergency.
Literally delays traffic.
An ambulance from
ambulance.
reading.
Wait,
an
I think we should
emergency?
do to go
Rude.
with that one, Buffy. I think we should do this one.
I like the sex lady.
Yeah, sex lady is cool.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
but I also think that
We will use this one.
Yeah.
We will use this one. We will
Yeah.
use this one this round.
that goes really well with our innocent. I'm just saying.
Okay.
We love hookers here.
Yeah, old Landy.
Sex work is real.
Mm.
Well, she has guns.
Sex work
Holy
is
fan.
real work.
She got the gun.
Yeah.
I think any of them would work here. I'm trying to think what would be a good combat.
That right there, that's Granny
mean-
Nut.
Yeah,
That's
not.
Granny Nut.
this one?
She got skills.
What do you
Particular
think?
set of
Actually, there's a lot of
skills.
people here. We can do
Yeah?
that one. Yeah.
Okay, we
What
can
kind
try
of
that one.
emergency though? Question mark.
You know, that could be Hitler in the back of the ambulance. We don't know.
Yeah.
Alright. Flip.
Hmm.
All right.
Immigrant family in search of a better life.
It looks like they're
Oh,
coming to
boy.
meet their hooker grandma.
Yeah,
We've got a tribe of Amazonians who have had
that's
zero
how they're
contact with the
getting their
modern
better
world.
life.
You know,
Are
I
those all
I
women?
don't actually feel bad because like they don't want this. We're doing them a service. They don't. It's
Yeah.
bad. You
What,
don't
they don't
want
want to be alive?
Death.
Are they all
Definitely, they
women?
definitely want to be alive. However,
Ooh,
I think
Free
it'd be
just
a
got.
living hell.
I feel like Free just got a really good option on the one that they just pulled
I
out.
don't know.
Nah.
Anyone's game.
Okay.
Anyone's game.
So we
Wait,
want to
you
put
want
on
to do
their
that
side.
one on this one?
They both have a baby.
I think it's a good option, but I do think
Okay.
number one is too funny.
I'm not actually
I
sure
don't
which
know.
one.
We
to do
will
here.
use this one eventually.
torn.
We're not losing this card. We're playing
Okay,
it eventually.
who's the judge currently? It's Elaine and Buffy, right?
No,
it's
me and
Gore
Noble.
Noble.
Okay, so it's Gore and Noble this time. All right.
Bad judging.
Yep. The two super stable people are judging.
Yeah.
We're still trying to pick. Sorry.
Yeah.
The slime and the creature.
Yeah. I like the hooker though.
Yeah, the hooker's cool.
Yeah,
Isn't
try
she
this
pretty?
one?
Maybe this one. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I think it's
You're
time.
supposed to like the
Alright.
hooker. That's an innocent card.
Oh, for
Okay.
grannies. Granny grinders,
Very
let's
good.
go.
Alright.
You're-
Oh,
Oh,
shit!
A doctor who is secretly poisoning their patients. No.
Oh.
That's kind of hot.
What?
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 Well, why do you like this?
Damn.
Wait,
They're not
Buffy,
That's
Buffy.
bad.
Wait, what
Maybe
if?
my doctor?
What if? What if
No.
we used this one on this
Hmm.
one?
Oh right.
Wait, why is there a doctor there
Okay,
when
we
there's
can-
one
I'm
stopping
thinking
traffic?
either
Should
we
we do
can
his
put
job?
this one on
I'll let
our
you-
middle card,
Mhm.
I'll give you full control over what
or
you
we
do.
can put this one on their first card.
If we use number 3 on the doctor, that just makes the character that Gore is in love with right now.
Yeah, so maybe we don't do that one. All right, we'll do.
He's
we'll
not
do
a
this
doctor.
one.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, but
He is a
if-
This
doctor.
one
He is a
on
doctor.
our
That's-
middle
that's-
one.
that's-
This one on
If
our
we
middle one.
combine it, if
Alright.
we combine it with
Yeah.
the card we have, it does just make him though. Gore. being real.
Okay.
So we're not doing it.
Yeah, so we're
Shark with
using a
wings
different
is
card.
kind of sick though.
Yeah, I know, right? You want to get rid of that? Like,
I'd
Kinda.
go like.
No, you
sport
wouldn't want to
hunting
get
for
rid
a
of Shark with Wings.
I kind of
Wait.
want to keep
Oh, yeah,
the
you actually know
poison
you do
man.
want
It's
to.
hot.
Yeah, no, you want to keep it.
Man.
All right, here you
Yeah,
We
that's
go.
lost the
what I
plot
said
for a
just now.
second. Hey, can I afford that
this
spider
secret
hunt? Because that
trick's
was really
really
good.
also, Elaine, I'm gonna be honest.
Wait, what?
Huh.
Also,
That-
Elaine,
the
I'm
blood
gonna be
orange
honest,
cider.
I think you made
Oh, that was-
us
that was the whole
one that's gonna
bowl.
be run over.
Oh, that was the whole
by
bowl.
doing
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Gore just
we
said the
should get
doctor
more.
was
That was
hot, and you're gonna
Yeah,
put
we
that
have to-
on
we
it?
have to get more.
Well,
Hey,
yeah, because then Gore has to lick
Okay.
their butt plug. I don't think Gore's into poo.
Dude.
Not the butt plug. No.
That doesn't have,
Right, look,
blood-
so
it doesn't have
here-
shit on it. It's up his ass. It's different.
But here's
Gore's
the
probably into
argument.
it,
Do
though.
you would you rather keep just like an entire family alive, or would you rather save a potential person's life and an entire tribe who might one day know the secret of eternal youth? I mean, come on.
They
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
think
wait,
we're over
discover the
that,
secret
bro.
of eternal youth.
Yeah, wait, yeah, wait, no,
Yeah,
wait.
yeah, run him
No,
over.
we got our first
Listen,
loss. No.
sex
Wait,
work
wait,
is
you-
real
You need to
work.
do yours. You need to do yours, Gory.
Sex
'Cause
work
it can
Yeah.
is
be a
real
tie.
work.
It can be a
I-
tie.
Gore,
I want
Gore,
this
oh,
one.
Gore,
Yeah.
you want
Damn.
to
Oh,
run
shit,
over
really?
the shark? And
Yeah.
sorry, Gore, I don't think you realize you want the secret to eternal life.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
you wanna
can
live
be with the
forever?
doctor.
Yeah,
can
but
fix me.
the doctor's gonna make you eat their
God
butt
damn
plug
it.
every day.
Yeah,
bro.
but he can fix me.
Oh.
Let's say
Wait,
every
no, he's gonna
day.
poison you. He's not
That's
gonna
what-
fix
that's
you. He's
what I
gonna
mean.
poison you.
Elaine-
That's what I mean. He can fix me.
Oh
Elaine,
my god.
you have seriously misunderstood Gore's freak levels.
He can fix me, bro.
Wait, so what happens if it's
So-
a tie? No one dies?
No one
No,
dies.
I
there's a-
guess. Yeah.
Huh.
In case
Well, I
of a
guess
tie,
everyone
return
dies.
home
Oh.
to your families and be grateful
Everyone
that your
dies.
work on the trolley is done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it just means neither of us gets a death token, which is means
Yeah.
that we both
Okay,
technically win.
cool. Well, that was exciting.
Yeah,
I
I
that was
actually
cool.
freak really
Yeah.
good. So you get that.
Hell
God
yeah.
Yay.
damn it. Our
Christ.
card. I'm sorry, Buffy.
You're hard?
Maybe you should be the modifier
You're hard?
holder. Do you want to hold the modifiers, man?
It's up to you. I don't mind.
He could have turned me into a homunculus. You don't understand.
Okay, let's see. We got. Oh,
I think this
let's
isn't a
see.
good innocent card. I don't.
Gore wants to bang Hohenheim from Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, that's
Yes.
where that comes into play.
I've never
Wait,
seen
this is
that
actually
anime.
a good card. This is a good card. Oh, okay, I see now.
He's
because you
daddy.
don't want to hit
God.
it. And yeah.
Oh,
It's not.
that's actually
Yeah,
nuts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
I got this
wow.
one. I got this one.
Oh wow, that's
Is
a
one
lot.
of your cards Fat
I
Freddy
see.
Fazbear? What was that?
1 second.
Fat Freddy, what?
What the fuck is
Yeah.
that?
Freddy.
Yeah, we're judging
Please
now.
rest while they're
Kazia
drawing
and
their
Zoe
cards.
are the.
Yeah, be right back.
Those are the judges.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's move these
I can
over
put
here.
I can go
I
ahead and
think
put
we
the
should
mixing
use this
cards
one.
down.
Wait,
Yes.
actually, no. We should use this one.
Alright.
Evil one is
It's
good.
a tie, actually. Yeah, honestly, because I feel like this one will get Kazia, but this one will get Zoe. So it kind of depends on what the first card is.
Alright, let's
I
see.
know. I feel like Zoe would like the first one as well, quite a bit.
Actually, should we
The
waste?
oh yeah, yeah, maybe, yeah, that's valid. All right, what are these cards? What are these cards?
Well,
Team of different.
A team of
Oh,
Tetanus on the verge of world peace.
Oh.
Mermaid calling
oh,
for help.
fuck.
Oh no,
Shuffling these
Ariel.
cards.
Oh no, Ariel, no.
This is Zendaya Ariel.
Oh no.
Zendaya,
Okay, but-
Ariel.
Okay, but we
Yeah.
have monster girls, so you lose.
Oh,
Oh
give
my
me
god!
subs.
What the fuck, Noble? Why?
Let's go.
Why?
Ah,
I'm gonna eat you.
I threw you off.
I'm gonna eat you.
No.
I'm gonna eat you.
Alright, let me see what we got on our end.
What do we get?
Let's
I
see.
think-
Diplomats
So
on
which
the
one do you
verge of
think we
war
should?
peace.
Is this one or this one?
2 or 3.
What is
2 or
that?
3 definitely works.
Cyanide and Catan. Yeah.
I don't mind which one.
Wait a second.
Um,
Locke, aren't you streaming right now? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Mm,
What are you doing over there?
Okay, I'm back.
I kind of like
happening?
this
You guys
one.
picked your cards?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I'm
they're
excited to
still
think about
cooking.
their personality. I like this one. This one with the. This one.
All right, which side is Diamonds, Buffy, and Elaine? Spade is.
Spades
Oh,
us.
this one.
spades. So
Oh,
if you look
spades,
at the
okay.
top right, you can see the teams
This one.
again.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, forgotten. Okay. So bottom
1 second.
spades,
So
top
may
diamonds.
just.
This game.
Alright,
Okay.
ready?
Okay.
Oh, no,
Oh, boy.
Keanu Reeves. Okay,
Oh, no.
okay.
Keanu
I-
Reeves!
I've already made my decision. I've already made my decision.
Yeah.
Cotton Book is
That's
a
not
pineapple
fair.
actually written by God.
You have to
Ties
save
the whole
him.
thing together and fixes all the plot
Our
holes.
track.
That's
Our
funny.
track is targeting bisexual people.
Yeah, yeah,
You got us.
yeah.
Hear me
You
out.
got
China
us.
Hear me
Mermaid
out.
calling for help and Keanu
Yeah,
Reeves.
what's up?
Mm,
I
What's
cannot
up?
It's like
hurt
What's
my
up,
boy.
Noble?
I know.
America gets fixed. Okay, there's peace in the
Uh-huh.
Middle East, and all the priests come together and go, you know what, we
Yeah,
were wrong. We
but-
found the right Bible.
The
But
only
Noble,
thing we can
listen,
fix is
listen,
our
but
Bible.
Noble, you want to know what my soapbox is?
Uh-huh.
They'll both suck you off if you save them.
Hell yeah.
You know what? You know what? How about this? What would Keanu
Hey,
Reeves
yo.
want you to do?
Oh,
You look me in the
fuck.
eye and tell me he would say,
He wants
"Save
to
me."
suck. Oh my god. Oh my
You know what he would do.
Oh my god.
You would
Yeah.
Oh my
disappoint
god,
him.
Bobby, all of these cards.
We've got options,
I know.
okay?
I mean, I know there's world peace on the other side, to be fair.
I think this goes on Keanu.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. But we gotta do an
Oh.
evil card.
Oh my god, it would be so
To go on
funny
there.
if
This one.
if you
I'm
had
thinking
like
this one.
a
Yeah, send
modifier
it,
that
yeah,
would
send it.
literally say "will suck you off."
I think that is one, actually, if I'm being honest.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that is one. Okay, alright.
Alright, well we do it.
Oh,
Oh shit.
no. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, let him
Oh,
get Kim
Kim
Jong-un.
Jong-un.
Let him get Kim Jong-un. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no.
That's all I'm saying. Let him get Kim Jong-un.
Oh my
No, no.
God.
Oh
that
yeah,
one?
because if they kill Kim Jong Un, then he can do his thing.
Who the hell is that?
That's the
That's
guy
the
who runs
leader of
North
North
Korea.
Korea. Yeah.
Oh, he's the flat guy. Got it.
Yeah.
Wait, that's
And-
to go down the other
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, no, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, logic.
Ah.
Mhm.
And this is our modifier, because it has to be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
Mhm.
modifier. Let's take a look.
Mm.
Oh no.
Yeah.
They don't care about this,
No.
but I think if we did, this,
Yes.
but to this.
Yeah, I
You're
think
gonna
so,
have
yeah.
a lot of trouble with the
Okay.
modifier we just put. I'm just letting you know.
We're also
Shit.
hitting Keanu Reeves.
Damn.
Oh my
we're double timing
god.
him.
Everyone
Oh my
wants to hit on
God.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah,
I see.
Alright,
We're,
let's do this.
We're
Flip your
dicking down
cars.
Keanu Reeves.
Why-
Pulling all of your pets, or
Oh no!
Oh, no!
no.
Oh no!
They're gonna fuck your dog. They're
Please
gonna
don't
fuck
hug
your
your pets.
dog.
No,
And he's gonna
no,
upset.
Buffy!
Why?
Buffy!
Oh,
Damn.
Oh
I don't know what to do. I don't
We
know what
must
to
go,
do.
Buffy!
well thought out. I love this.
No.
You guys didn't plan it, but your cards go together perfectly.
No, he's gonna hold them down.
No. Frick, man!
He's like, why does he have all my pets? He's like,
Oh no.
And there's a necrophiliac there to finish it.
No.
Wait, no, hold on, wait. I just read he's only holding the pets. I don't think he's going to do anything to him. He's going to give them back to us.
Yeah, but-
or
yeah,
at
definitely,
least ask for them back.
Yeah, yeah.
He's totally
like-
gonna give them back when they're done.
it's like the pedophile with 20
No,
kids
no.
around him. He's like, I promise.
Fucking when they're
Fucking-
done.
Yeah, when they're done and
can't
God,
kill my
the
pets.
timing.
I was thinking of
I
Alice
can't-
in
I
Saturn.
can't kill my cat. I've only had them for a month and a half.
I
What
know.
I'm saying is,
I've had my cat
Yes.
for like 12 years.
yes, Keanu Reeves that fucks your pets is like a bad thing, but so is the leader of North Korea.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm just
and
thinking
the
to you at an
mermaid is really
emotional
pretty.
he's gonna fuck your dog.
And
He'll
Yeah.
fuck your cat.
and I
He's
mean,
gonna fuck
if,
you,
if we
baby.
if we kill Kim Jong Un,
front
then
of
the necrophiliac can just do whatever. I don't know.
Okay, but the thing is, your cat is either fucked or hit by a trolley. Okay, those are the two options that you have to deal with.
Do you want your cat to get fucked or killed? Which one?
Yeah.
Make your
Man.
fucking choice.
Oh, I think we fucked up, man. I think
Imagine
I
how-
feel so much
imagine-
regret.
Imagine how good looking
I-
those kittens are gonna be, though.
Have you made up your mind?
Yeah.
Hun?
I'm gonna have to put Sam through therapy after this.
I know.
Sorry.
You're
gonna get-
I'm
you're gonna get-
sorry.
You're gonna get the
It just says
best looking
he
litter
likes
of kittens.
bestiality. Doesn't mean that he's going to do anything to our pet.
Yeah,
No, it's like,
yeah,
You're a
you
monster.
know.
Specifically to your pets because he
I'll-
likes them.
You're
No.
you're a monster.
No,
All
no,
of
they
you
already
monsters.
picked. It's too late. They already picked. They already picked.
Monsters. I can
Get
judge
it out of
it.
here. Get it out of here.
Whoever put the holding all of our pets, yeah, that's what saved it.
I'm so sorry.
God.
That
Yeah,
that was the stars
That
aligning
was
in the
crazy.
worst
That
way.
was
It was so funny, though.
crazy. I know.
Listen, I'd rather save my cats than Kim Jong Un, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
valid.
just in
Oh,
the
wait,
background.
that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh, that sounds
That was
good.
I
a
like
tough one.
being the master
That was
of
a
death.
crazy
I'm
round.
gonna get rid of this one and
I like that you actually saved the dinosaur card.
Yeah, that's mine. I'm
Oh my
saving this
god,
for
you're
Get
later.
rid of
getting all the
these
little
two.
guys.
I'm saving this for later.
You're so
I'm gonna get rid
cute.
of this one.
I like my evil son.
I'm gonna put this card in my wallet, and then when someone wants my business card, I just give them this.
Yes, dude. That's epic.
Goddamn
Yes.
sexual tyrannosaur.
oh, that's a,
Are we the judges now?
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely
Normally
not
me
us,
and Noble are
'cause
the
we
last.
went last time. Yeah,
Yes.
so it's
Yeah.
someone else.
Okay,
Are we going
so-
counterclockwise? What the
I
fuck?
don't
I
know
don't know.
anymore. I forgot.
I can't tell.
we got
Alright, who went last time?
No,
Who went
Zoe, and Kazi just went last.
Yeah, we just judged.
Yeah,
So I guess,
I was
yeah,
the
so it
judge.
would be us.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Now it's alright. Now it's Elaine and Boofy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. These are your.
Are we still allowed to swap out any cards during this round? Like
Yeah,
this
yeah,
card?
yeah. Mhm.
Alright.
I like mine. We're funny.
I might get rid of this one. I'm not.
I actually think it's a
Oh,
fun.
well, you
Ooh, every
card,
nurse on Earth,
like a
hello?
wild card to throw in, but
Oh yeah.
Ah,
do
penguin.
you wanna? If you don't wanna, I can at least show them the card if you are gonna
Oh.
get rid of it.
Don't
Yeah,
hurt the penguins.
But I
Talk
had
about
really
nurses.
nice nurses today.
Are you
They got my
sure
blood draw
you
the
wanna
first
get rid of
try.
My nurses suck
Wait,
balls, bro.
you want to keep it? We can keep it.
Don't hurt
I
the
think you
penguin,
need
the
one more
baby.
innocent card.
Yeah, let me
They-
see what.
Yeah, nobody's
I
new
love
innocent card.
penguins.
Okay.
I'm actually
yeah,
fine with our cards.
All right,
but,
all
I
right,
mean,
we can keep it.
if
we
you
can
if
keep
you
it.
really want to, we can change it out.
No. Sorry, we can keep it.
Oh, we didn't draw an innocent card. 1 second.
Oh wait, what we
Yeah.
got? What we got here? Oh. Oh.
Oh no!
Happy
Don't hurt the
feet.
penguin.
Goodness.
The happy
I
feet.
can't kill Happy Feet.
I think we do this
I want
one.
him to stay.
Every nurse on Earth.
Okay.
Oh man, that's rough.
I'm fine with that one.
Oh, what the
Coffee,
fuck?
as it stands right now, I'm very 50-50.
Me being like, I'm cool with the
It's
nurses
not like
dying
that
because penguin.
penguins, though, you know?
All right, what
Yeah,
we-
nurses
what we,
suck. That's penguin.
But the
That
theme
one.
of today is I went
Yeah.
to the doctor,
Pretty
and the doctors
powerful.
were very
Yeah,
nice.
that is very powerful.
Nurses are-
As someone who
nurses
goes to
are
the
awesome.
doctor often, no thank you. Give me penguins.
Why
My
did it
nurses are
turn?
mean.
I don't know why it turned.
If you scroll the middle mouse while you're holding it, it rotates it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, aging couple still madly in love.
No.
A nuclear
The
power
penguins are
plant,
gonna
a
get
major city that
nuclear.
will be 1,000 times
But-
worse
but
than
Bobby-
Chernobyl if hit.
But Buffy, we could have mutant penguins.
Yeah,
Irradiated
but
penguin.
my
Wait,
problem
no.
is...
Oh god, it backfired.
Ooh.
I like the
those are
irradiated penguin. Stop zooming in his creepy ass face.
I just...
No. No.
Okay. Deploy the bad. Because,
Okay.
I'm gonna be
deploy
honest,
the bad.
this is kind of
This one.
50-50 for me.
This
Yeah, it's still 50-50 for me too.
because it birds.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
right.
don't feel
Yeah.
extremely
Hmm.
strongly in either direction, because I'm a sociopath.
Oh, cool! I got a
True.
thingy. I
didn't see
got
that.
an achievement because
What
I
were you
played
thinking?
this before.
Yippee.
And the other one's too cute. He has to stay with me. He's my son.
I think they're all good options. What are you leaning towards currently?
This one right now. I'm
Yeah?
thinking. Yeah.
All right, we could put that one down.
Okay.
These goldfish taste like shit.
Let me
They're
zoom
from
out.
Target. They're
Okay.
dry.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what we
Alright, I'm ready.
got.
All right.
It drives.
Oh,
Oh,
no. Oh goodness.
Who's my friend though?
One of
Uh,
their friends.
Elaine.
It could be your best
Okay.
friend. It could
Elaine's
be like
getting mugged.
someone.
Yeah, your
it could be
best
someone that you're
friend. I'm
actually
fine with
you know,
Mark
very
getting
good
robbed.
friends with. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
it's me. Or I guess no, it's not my defense. It's theirs. It's you guys
Yeah.
want us to pick.
I'm
the
okay
other
with
ones,
Mark
okay.
being robbed. To be for real.
I'm okay with
I
being
said
robbed,
Elaine.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Like,
Mark
it
now.
could be any of your friends. It could be your best friend.
Yeah, Mark's my
I'ma be
best friend. He
honest.
can get robbed.
Oh no.
Hear me out. Do you want to hit a power plant that may potentially turn penguins mute
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm
into
saying.
like into thing, but also a goose that may also become
Oh,
a
that's a good point.
radioactive monster that will
Hey, you want
annihilate even
Goosezilla?
more.
Yeah, we're
know,
done
hear
with
me out.
Goosezilla.
Hear me
Yeah,
out.
you could-
we have
you could
3
have
death
Goozilla.
tokens. And
Huh?
I'm sad.
I mean, that's a strong point. That's a strong point.
Right,
I'll wear
you
my
know
death
what?
like badge.
You better
Uh,
play with modify as well then. that's what I'm
Modifier
saying.
time. Modifier time.
Oh
right.
shit, modifiers. Yeah.
Right, Zoe. This one. This one
me
on the
see.
first one.
Okay.
This one on the first one.
On their first one?
Yeah,
Hmm.
on their first one.
Okay. Okay, we could try it. That
Oh.
might be your best chance of winning here.
Alright.
Okay.
This one?
I kind of like this one.
Yeah.
Let me see.
okay.
Put it on the old people.
We know we don't.
Put it on the these.
Penguins?
Because yes,
The penguin.
Penguins.
yes.
No, we're gonna lose. Yeah.
No, maybe they'll be offended by
Oh.
it.
Just bought a.
Oh,
What?
What?
just bought a gun but only uses it for sexual pleasure?
Mhm.
They can't even use the gun. They don't have hands.
They know exactly what they're doing.
Well,
They just
opposable
wedge it into the
funds.
They know
ground.
exactly
Yes.
what they're doing.
I mean,
If you
they got
know
that big
anything
egg
about
hole.
penguins, you know that they
I'm
can
not
use
really
anything
bothered
for
if they
sexual
want
pleasure.
to do things
Yeah.
with a gun. That's
Hey,
They have
look,
their
bad.
they have their cloaca. It's fine.
look, so it turns out every nurse on Earth is like they're pro-genocide, so they actually don't care about their patients like at all.
Sounds like my doctor.
They just love genocide. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know where to go, man.
Jeff's
Like
just on the
this
table,
one.
dude.
I'm
Don't like him.
I'm
Chris
honestly. This is actually a hard choice.
What?
And, like, you don't
just
again,
wanna
you don't
flash
want to
your penguins
blow
with a
up. You don't want to blow up a major C. Hey, it could be
biggest
your major
problem-
C. It could
my
be your
biggest
major C for all
problem-
we know.
Is
That's
1,000 times Chernobyl is probably a world-ending event.
Oh,
it
yeah,
probably will end the
probably.
world. Yeah, so you don't want the world to end and potentially turn a goose into a crazy goosezilla and also hurt the penguins. Like you don't hurt the
I mean,
penguins.
But also
They can
Noble's
have fun-
sad
They
because
can have
they don't
fun
have
with
any
their
death
gun.
tokens.
They can have fun with
I'm
their gun,
downloading-
but you know.
I'm downloading
In our
Cyanide
defense-
right now.
It does say every nurse on
You're
Earth. It doesn't say
downloading
every doctor
cyanide
on Earth.
right now.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's
They
just
still
a
have
nurse. You can kick
doctors
them out.
on the North one.
Doctors
they'll
can
be
become
okay.
nurses.
If they fail.
If we hit that power plant, we're gonna need nurses. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we won't
Yeah.
we won't need nurses because everybody's dead.
Exactly. What's your friends getting mugged?
Do
I
you
am-
want Fallout? Because that's how you get Fallout.
I can't actually wait.
Well, kind
I
of.
don't know how
You
to-
just did
Yeah,
a horrible
wait.
thing to yourself, Zoe. You just did. Don't.
Yeah, I want Fallout.
threatened-
I want
God damn it.
Fallout. I
Oh
want
my
dog
God.
meat.
You
I
want
want
new
dog
people?
meat.
You want everybody you know to die?
I
Yay!
want Goose
We
Death
all die
death
together.
balls.
I didn't
Damn.
want the penguins to die, but it works.
Goose
Emily,
flavored
look at my
paper
character.
claw.
I thought that I didn't realize that was going to be a good thing to them. So, I don't know. I like my family. I don't want them to die.
I don't.
I
well,
know.
it's this thing is like I love my significant other so much. I want to die at the same time. So if it has to be this way, it'll have to be that way. You know.
Half my family
don't
already
have to die
dead, so
apart.
I'm Gucci.
Okay, that's our first death token. That's okay.
Damn.
Yeah,
It's
that's your
worth
Man,
it.
first.
I had my sad eyes ready too. Damn.
It was worth it. It was
Okay.
worth a shot.
We had a
Take a
good
look.
run for a while there.
Oh, Lena, I
Take a
forgot
look
to get
real
your
fast.
GG cup for my mom.
What's
It's
going on?
Shit! Oh shit!
Oh.
It's okay. Maybe I don't.
Oh
need
no.
that.
Oh my
Oh, I want
God.
to get her an urn, bro.
They are made out of metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, put in a waifu cup.
They are still
Yeah.
available.
I want
I feel like I'm gonna get rid of this because I feel like no one's gonna know what it is.
Oh.
shit. I like this.
Good to know. Yeah, that's a good one.
It'll keep your mom's ashes cold for 30 plus hours,
Nice.
or
oh.
warm for 12.
Nice.
Oh no. It's one of them, and they're old.
Wait, Buffy, what cards did you get?
Ale,
What's up?
look at my character real quick so I can put these eyes away. Funny.
This card's not, that we just got isn't very
Oh
baby.
God!
This one?
Oh
Yeah,
God!
never gets
Oh
like
maybe only
God!
2 lines
Why?
instead of 20.
Oh, good
Yeah.
Lord!
good. I might be
You put 'em
up for
away.
getting rid of
Put
this
him
one.
away, Noble. You
When
did
Yeah, we
it.
can
get this-
You
Yeah, we
live.
can get rid of it now if you want. Can we?
Okay.
Yucky.
Are we able to get rid of cards at this point since we just
Yeah.
ended a round? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you want,
At the
I
end of
don't
each
mind if you
round,
want to
you
get
just-
rid of this to try and get something a little more compelling.
Okay,
I just wanted to show them the card because that was funny.
I feel like
well,
I
yeah,
would
alright, we
be
can-
the only
alright,
one
we-
that
we can
wants
trade
this
it out.
card.
We can
Okay.
I
try
don't know. I think Gore might
Can I show
enjoy
you
this
guys a
card.
funny card?
Okay.
This
Is there any
we're
card that
gonna-
you think I should discard?
I feel like Gore would like this one,
Oh.
but I don't think
Oh,
enough to
no.
warrant it being.
We're
used.
discarding it, but we wanted to show you Florida Man.
I like Florida Man.
Yeah. I figured it
Oh,
didn't
that's
really work as a bad
crazy.
card.
Rest in
Like,
peace.
I feel like you need to put that guy next to this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we're
Okay.
gonna keep Florida Man with the.
It would be funny if you could Photoshop the Florida Man onto the T-Rex.
yeah,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That'd be
Grab a
What
funny.
new
if-
card.
What if
What
we
do get
did
this time?
choking hazard after this round?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is better. That's better. Good. Okay.
Oh my
I'm
god.
down to try it.
Uh,
I've never
should I
played
down to do
Joking
that?
Hazard
This
before.
one.
Because I want to
yeah,
try
yeah,
to
yeah,
joke
yeah,
that one.
thingy.
Okay.
What is
Okay.
that?
Aw. Oh no!
Is that the girl from Scooby Doo?
Is it?
It
Velma?
looks like-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it kind
It
of
kind of
do.
looks like it looks like Fred and Velma in there.
Yeah.
It kind of
Backyard barbecue with all your friends.
You're gonna have to compel me to care about the Amish.
Oh, don't forget to grab
all my
thing.
friends.
Yeah, right. Replacement.
Mm, I know the
Ooh,
Amish.
Hot dogs.
There we go.
I know those
Oh,
sick fucks.
oh
Okay,
no.
which one do you
Right?
like?
There you go. That's
There we
better.
go. Yeah.
Edie.
Oh man.
Alright, what are we
Okay.
thinking?
How are you gonna make me
I think
care
our
about the
side
is
hot
a little
dogs?
stronger
Hot
right now.
dogs?
I don't think we can win this one, if I'm being honest.
I don't think
Do we
want to
go
either.
hardball?
So I'm just gonna use this one. I think I'm just gonna use
That's
Or do you
right,
want to
yeah.
save it for
Last,
one where we need the strength?
I'll say hardball it.
Hmm.
Let's make this the last one so we can play the other game. That'd be cool.
That's
Uh,
gross,
Okay.
bro.
Okay, this is the
Because we-
last
yeah,
one. I
fuck.
definitely want to put this card.
Yeah, fuck it, do
Okay.
it.
So we have
We accidentally
a
scrolled.
hopeful pioneer family with also the world's most satisfying.
Oh yeah, we are definitely not winning
What?
this.
Okay.
That's disgusting.
A backyard with all your friends and a sex genie who will grant you
Damn.
unlimited sexual wishes if you don't hit them.
If I don't hit them,
Yes.
Man,
That's not fair. wow.
I'm
Okay.
looking
Yeah.
forward
Wait,
to
wait,
these
we could
right
put this one
now.
on the
So
genie
Disgusting, bro.
It's like a
I'm a
family and a
sick freak.
Maybe we could put this
pimple,
one on the
and then
genie.
you got what? All your backyard friends,
your
and then
friends.
unlimited sex.
Yeah.
Wait, no, or maybe we could put
Unlimited
this one on
sex.
friends.
Can I have sex with my friends?
Ooh yeah, but that's just real life.
Exactly.
Wait,
yes.
what?
Yeah,
They want
I mean
to,
it's
I
a
guess.
sex
you have
genie, so it
unlimited
could grant
wishes?
you. It'll grant you the wish to have sex with your friends.
Nice.
Yeah.
The
And
genie's
also,
drinks were
you can have a
full
big old
for a
orgy with your friends in
blowjob.
the backyard.
No,
barbecue
wait,
if you
it would
want.
be-
Exactly.
I'm just saying it would be funny if
Exactly.
these two were
See, we
paired
know
together.
this.
We
Yeah.
shouldn't, but it would be pretty funny.
Okay,
Okay,
we
That
maybe the
should-
pimple thing
negatives.
is so nasty to me, though. Like, that's gross.
Actually,
It's
no.
the sex
Wait.
genie?
No,
No,
the
the
pimple
pimple.
thing. Like, people
What
are
if
that's
you-
gross
pimple
to me.
thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no,
gross.
that's
Elaine,
yeah.
what if we play this on the pimple?
I mean, I
Alright, now we hit them with this card. We have
Yeah,
to.
go for it. That's our
Yeah.
best
I'm
card.
gonna,
Go for
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna play the.
All
This
I'm gonna
one.
read these out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna read
yeah,
these out.
that's-
We
Are you
have
ready?
after Pimple Boy, a pack of alt-right Velociraptor.
That's specific.
You want
And
them to
then
eat
after
the people?
genie, Hitler's parents. Now's your chance.
Oh,
Wait,
so
is this-
what's it gonna be? It's gonna be Hitler or Hitler
But the
Velociraptor.
alt-right Velociraptors
Yeah.
wouldn't exist without Hitler.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
unlimited sex.
If you kill
know-
Hitler, they just become Velociraptors.
Yeah, they're just Velociraptors.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, they're still
Doesn't
gonna run
make
out and
any
eat everyone.
Yeah.
You know,
And-
mm,
Is that a problem? I've seen you guys playing IRL lately.
Mm,
Yeah.
I don't want to fuck with the timeline. Also, sex. So,
Yeah.
mm.
What's your takes on these, bro? What's your flip flops?
Well, we gotta do the modifiers
Mm,
first.
yeah.
We're gonna.
Alright.
Yeah,
alright,
but I think
so
modifiers
I'm
could
thinking
change
either
this.
this one or this one. Like,
Oh my god, are you doing
I
it?
we
think this
put
would
this
make ours
on-
stronger.
put this
I
on
don't
the
know if
second
to put it
card?
here.
On the second
I
card?
wouldn't have put it either, man.
Yeah, I'm thinking that would be very strong.
What are you doing
Yeah,
to his parents, bro?
You'll see.
What are you doing to Hitler's parents?
Okay,
Oh.
we good with that?
What,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
wouldn't I do
Alright,
to
go ahead.
Hitler's parents? You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Mm.
Both?
No, on ours, right?
Wait, what?
Because we don't want them to hit ours.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
that's right.
They're not gonna
That's
hit
right,
yours.
that's
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see what happens. We have
It's pretty
it's
hot.
pretty hot.
Oh,
holding your
damn.
Look, the
Why are you
genie is
holding my
holding your
computer?
computer. Like, you know,
Wait,
she's-
why did they boost our side? Hello. Oh, thank
Because
you.
we're gonna lose. So we
Yeah.
might as
Yeah,
well-
we didn't know what to
Yeah,
do.
just run
Wait,
over the
okay,
longest
wait.
little
Yeah,
dinosaur.
yeah.
Fake
Can
religion.
we play one card though? Because I thought this would be funny, even though we're gonna lose. I thought this would be
Yeah.
funny to put
He
right
really
here.
wants to die.
Well, yeah, I do. But my
Yeah.
friends don't want me to die, and I assume if
Just
this
a group
thing
chat.
goes both ways.
So it looks like
Yeah.
Buffy
What
offered to put
religion
this card
is-
here. You know?
Yeah,
It's
it feels
Obviously,
like
Amish
And-
religion.
the reason why the
Exactly.
genie was holding your computer is because she wanted to play some hot games with you later.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but the first part just looks like religion.
games.
Also,
So it's clear.
Just for world building, the genie is Akhenaten's sister.
You could have
The
missed
genie's
having
what?
my Antichrist.
Akhenaten's
Oh,
He's so cute.
I had this one. I had.
I also had this,
I had
which was a
Divine-
Karen
we had-
boomer.
I had
thrown
this
by
one.
Jesus Christ
I had
himself.
I had a
love it.
terrorist that was going to
And
use
the
smallpox as a
patriarchy.
bioweapon.
That's crazy.
Beautiful.
I like
The
I wish I could've
patriarchy,
used
oh
mine, I just
no.
didn't know a good one.
Oh, the
for
four
it.
horsemen of the
Divine.
apocalypse. That looks
and
such
I
a
had,
cool
we
card.
had, we had this one
Like
as
that.
well.
I want the
a stand-up
divine weed.
comedian who's racist.
Not a racist, but Alright, do we want to
We're tempted to use this one, but it wasn't as strong as our other cards. We had a bunch of nuns having fun.
Nice.
That doesn't
I had a
hit
sack
by
of
it.
puppies. I had a sack of puppies.
That's what I was
No.
wondering what that was. I thought it was Freddy
sack of
Fazbear.
puppies.
Oh, that was a
Oh.
sack of puppies.
That puppy long.
Precious. And a time traveler coming to warn
What
us
the
of
fuck is
Freddy's
that?
danger.
Oh!
A giant killer dick
Wait, what
worm?
the fuck is that?
Nice.
Giant killer dick
Oh,
worm.
damn.
Colored dick worm. Jesus
I like
Christ.
that.
We're just looking through the cards.
Yeah,
Yeah, just a
I
little
guess so.
bit. Some of these are funny.
Nosferatu! Wait, there's Nosferatu!
Wait, where?
Yeah.
Yay! It's the boy!
Oh my
cute.
god! Oh my god!
Nosferatu.
Oh my god!
Nosferatu.
No.
The world's horniest goat heading toward a... No!
Your car.
A busy.
A
Like,
used
these
condom
are
salesman
good.
is crazy!
Oh my god.
Ew.
Your grandparents.
A robot from the future
Aw.
sent to kill your mom.
Oh,
Some
mine's
they
are
are.
dead.
Aw, God. Your own mother.
That's crazy.
Killed the last
That is
unicorn.
crazy.
Wow.
No, I like that play.
The man who killed the last unicorn. No.
Ew! A chef who puts pubes in every
Oh, man.
dish.
He went to my local
Ew.
kebab
How'd
shop.
they find me? How'd they find me out?
He went to my local kebab shop.
Bro,
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Oh my god. Dog meat food truck.
yum.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
he also works at my local
Food
kebab
truck.
shop.
Oh my god! Look at this one, guys. Look at this one.
What's this?
Oh
Like,
no.
the spiders, they just crawl
Love
up in there.
that.
Ah, no! No!
Love the giant sniping Congress.
Harvey Weinstein.
I didn't know you
How
can
do you
make them
it so large
big.
so fast?
Yeah, I like spiders though.
Get
I don't
away.
mind.
Well, Lisa has
Get away.
the face from the the art style. I just realized.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's funny.
You just right click and
Alright,
go
so-
to scale and then hold the button down.
Oh, you can just hold it down. Okay.
Hold
Your
him
chocolate
down.
boy.
You can use the plus
Just
key on the
stop.
plus key on the keyboard as well when hovering.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Okay.
I'm gonna read that
I'm
one.
gonna make this big.
Michael
Now let's
Bay.
hope-
Oh,
the
no!
world's horniest, crazy
The heart.
orgy.
It's all
Oh, my
encompassing.
God. Oh no!
Oh God.
I swear it's not me,
Oh!
guys. Oh shit. Oh, there goes the table.
Joking
Bye,
hazard, we
table.
should leave the groups now because we shouldn't
Okay.
see
yeah.
covers.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, right.
How do we do that?
Can I change my color? I don't want to be. I don't want to be piss yellow anymore.
Switch your team
I
to
don't
done.
want to be brown.
No, there we go. I got it.
I want to be white.
Piss.
Yep.
Oh, you're
That's Goofy's
white.
color. That's the color of chocolate.
The yellow is just such a piss yellow.
It is. It hurts.
It is.
Brown isn't an
Do they
option on this
have
table.
any-
Oh, that's weird.
Oh.
You can be
Yes.
piss. Yeah.
No.
You
Hey,
are
we should add the
pissed
stroking
now.
hazard one. This one sounds funny.
What?
I'm
I
gonna be
like.
pink.
I love joking hazard. This game's
Go back
so
to my
fun.
roots.
Stroking hazard.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds
Wait,
pretty
where's
fun.
where's the deck? Oh, it's all the way over here. Okay.
Why is there just a paper
Stroking
towel?
hazard? That's a different game,
Because
bro.
it's for stroking hazard. You need a
What?
little nappy. Little nappy.
Oh,
kid
I was like,
coming
why is
running.
there a paper towel here, bro? Also, that's rough. Why would you use that?
No, maybe it's all you had on hand.
It's durable. I don't know.
That's sad. I don't like
Tiny
this
red
really
boxes?
realistic
Let's-
texture.
Let's.
350 cards?
That's
I
pretty
don't know how to
realistic,
do
actually.
this, so
I don't either.
Yeah, someone read the rules while I play with all the stuff.
I don't know if any of us have any reading comprehension skills, to be honest.
Fine, I'll
Yeah,
do it.
well-
Hold on.
Yeah.
I
Basic
can read the rules if you
alternate
want.
rules. Okay. Oh yeah, if you
Oh,
want. If
fantastic.
you want. let me
Oh, we
take
have
the lead.
drinking
wanna
rules
play
on
with the
this
stuff.
too. That's funny.
Okay.
I want the napkin. This is
All right.
mine now.
Give me a second. Okay, I'm lined up now. Okay. Basic rules. Gather 3 or more human beings and have everyone draw 7 cards. Place the rest in a draw pile, face down. Pick the first judge through non-violent means. Do we have to? The deck plays first by flipping the top card off of the draw pile. This is the starter panel. The judge plays second by placing a card from their hand on either side of the starter panel, creating a 2-panel setup. Everyone else plays the third. Each player lays a card face down at the end of the setup to create the punchline. The judge shuffles the punchlines and puts them up or face up one at a time, and then picks their favorite. The winning player then takes their card back for scorekeeping. Everyone draws another card. You should always have 7. The person to the judge's left becomes the next judge, so we're going clockwise. And so on. The first player to 3 points is the winner, or whatever score you want to play to. We're not your mom. Red panels. Every so often, the deck will play a card with a red border. This kicks off a bonus round. All players can trade in any cards they want to replace. Then, instead of the judge playing a second panel, everyone else plays the 2-panel setup, and the judge picks their favorite. The winner gets 2 points instead of 1.
Okay.
And there's alternate rules and suggested drinking rules, but I don't know if you guys want to do any of that.
Yeah, everyone. So I'm gonna deal everybody 7 cards.
Okay.
Deal me in.
That was satisfying. I loved that.
These ones that aren't like playing, I'll just put them back in the deck.
Oh,
I guess we could
forgot
split the
you
deck into
can-
4 so people will take from it. I guess that's why they
That's
have
not fair.
these.
Oh wait, shit, my
I don't know.
cards. Hold on, I need to grab my cards.
Wait, are
Wait.
those your cards? I thought that was my cards.
Oh wait, where are my cards?
Yeah, you're grabbing my cards and throwing them.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Wait, can you even see
Give
my
me the
cards?
wellness check right now.
No, I can't.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say you were just grabbing from me, and I'm like, hey.
Sorry, I know why for some reason
It's
I thought I was
okay.
sitting there because of my where my camera angle is, and I moved seats. So I was like, oh, I need to move my
I see.
cards, and I couldn't see your name under the thing.
That's okay. Also, are we okay to play this? Some of these are pretty sexual. Like on is that okay in Twitch?
What did you get? Because
Here, I'll look away.
I got-
I'll look away. Noble, we gotta look away since we're streaming, and then you guys
Yeah.
can like talk about it.
I can avoid playing any that are too spicy. I'm just glad I'm not streaming right now because of some of the
we did have the stroking hazard expansion, so we might just if we just
Okay.
reset and take that out, we can.
Yeah,
avoid
we
that,
could
I think.
reset and
Okay.
take it out. Yeah.
Yeah, just let me know if you see any that are like that you're not certain about and you want us to like know
Yeah.
discard or hide them.
Show the one that you're worried about, and I'll like
Yeah,
see what it
Boffy.
is.
Boffy can be our
Like-
mediator.
so that the people
Okay,
streaming
well,
don't have to
all right.
worry.
Well, there's this one which I could just
That
get rid of
one's-
because I don't
that
think I'm
one's
gonna play it.
bad, but it doesn't show anything that's like terrible.
And then this one.
I just
Oh, that one's.
I just put a warning.
I want
just
to
put a
know
warning on the
so
screen.
bad.
Oh,
Well, we can just
I-
reset it if you want. If Noble's okay with resetting, we just reset.
Yeah,
and then
these
just
are
not
probably
have
okay,
stroking
but
hazard.
it's better to be safe than sorry.
here I'll show you Elaine just because you want to see.
I
I'll
already
take a
took a
screenshot of
screenshot. I'm
that.
sending it to them in
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah, send it to me. All right, the Noble, could you reset the table so we don't have?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure, man.
well, let's just not add
Thank
the expansion this time.
Yeah, just add the base game.
So
large box.
that's the one the second one that I shared. So are we resetting and just removing the not safe for work ones, or like?
Yeah,
I mean, the game itself is pretty
yeah.
not safe for work, but the
Yeah, these are
Well,
just the
There's a
base cards.
specific.
okay.
There is a specific like thing called stroking hazard over here, which is like the cards that are like
Yeah.
explicit.
Mine had butt cheeks.
Mine had
didn't get any of the
mine
fun
had someone
cards.
getting. All right. I guess Boffy or Noble, if you'd like to do the honors of re-giving us our cards, please.
1 second. Okay.
Wait,
Deal.
where's my paper towel? Give me my
Towel.
paper towel.
You want to get a paper towel? Okay, hold on. Here's your paper
Okay, there you
towel.
go. Just in
Wait,
case
can I
I'm
borrow
done.
the paper towel for a second?
7.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I just want to draw another elephant again. I'll do it quickly though. I won't even pick up my pen.
My cards suck. Okay. So who's going first? And it's not me.
I like that you were trying to draw on the paper towel and it just did not work. It just drew on the table.
Okay, now I can have an elephant and Noble can have an elephant.
One second.
Alright, how you gonna keep
Cute.
it?
Six of us. There's 6 of us. So
Yeah.
does anybody have a 6-sided dice?
We could
What?
make one.
Yeah, we'll
think
start
we
with
can.
Zoe as 1 and Kozia at 6, and then go like clockwise around the table for like
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then see who goes first. So
And we'll,
I mean, I know they suggested non-violent means, but I don't mind doing punching. I'm kidding.
No, please. I'll have
You don't gotta fight me for it. I pass.
does somebody have a dice? Who can make a dice?
There's a way to make dice. I just don't remember.
I
how.
have dice,
objects
but they're
and
not
It's
objects
with
the
me. I
object
don't leave my
tab
dice
at the top.
collection in America.
At the top, there's objects, and then you can find the dice.
I miss my dice.
Opponents.
Hmm.
Dice.
Wait, don't you have dice, Kasi?
I do, but we could
There you
probably
go.
Oh, there
spawn
we
the
go.
There
dice
we go.
in. There we
Okay,
go.
dice.
Oh, right.
So
Oh yeah, there it
let's
is.
just-
Nice.
Ooh,
Jingle jangle.
Fire.
that's 5. So it was Noble, the one person who didn't want it.
Can we make
Literally
it
rolled
more
again.
visible?
I'm gonna roll it. I'm gonna roll it. It's fine.
It's a little dark.
you
Wow,
got a
that's
5
crazy.
again.
One.
It wants you.
Too bad.
You go. Okay.
Zoe. So Zoe then. If it's 1, it's Zoe.
Yay.
So
Are we able to change
you
the color of
drag
the
one-
dice?
Yeah, right click
I
on the
think so, yeah.
dice, and then you can do color tint, and you can make it whatever color you want.
Okay.
I don't think this game needs dice outside of what we just did, though.
Yeah, but you know,
Oh.
maybe they just want dice. Oops. You can have the red one. I want the metal.
So now, Zoe, you need to drag one of the cards from one of the decks
What the?
Jesus
Oh, there's so
Christ.
many now.
I want
Yay.
the-
into the first slot.
Yay. Okay.
So
Into
any
the
of the
chest
4
in the first
decks.
slot?
Yeah, into the first slot.
Okay.
So there are 4 decks. Just grab one from any of the 4 on the board.
Okay.
And then you have to. Then that's the first part of the story.
Drugs.
Drugs. How
So now
fun.
you play the second card out of your hand
Yes.
to progress, and then we all have to suggest the third part of the story, and then you pick the winner.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Okay.
then whoever
Also-
wins gets the. Whoa.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Mm.
where'd it go? Oh
Oh
no!
my god!
It's right here. It's right here.
we gotta roll for initiative, guys.
No.
Hmm.
Reviews.
Drugs.
Let's see.
What do we do now?
I'm playing the
Zoe's
card.
a-
I was just trying to pick one from my hand. All right. So starts with drugs, and then I'm a cop.
I'm a cop.
So now
Yeah.
you get to choose the punchline out of your own card.
So we should play them face down, and then shuffle them all together, and then have Zoe pick one like anonymously.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my
I don't have
god.
a good
What is
one.
that?
Yeah. So.
Hard.
Oh.
Can I throw away a card? I don't like my card. My cards are all poo-poo.
No, that's actually like as it said. There's actually a throwaway mechanic built into the game, so throwing away randomly would be kind of weird.
Okay. I don't really have any cards.
How do you throw away cards? Mechanic?
It's when there's a red thing. It says when there's a red card. It's under red
Deck will play a
panels.
card
Every
with
so
a
often the
red
deck will
border.
play.
This kicks off a bonus for all players can trade any card they want and replace them. Ah, so we have to keep all our cards unless there's a red card.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Hey, did everyone put their cards in yet?
Yeah, it looks like it. There's
Yeah.
5 in there, and there's 5
Alright.
people playing. So
So you want to shuffle
okay.
that, and then you draw the cards out like one by one to do the
Yeah.
punchlines.
All right. So first punchline. All right, we've got if you know what I mean. We got the green saying,
Oh,
wait.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Okay. And we've got the blue saying, I'm kind of a big deal. We've got green saying, this is why I can't take you anywhere.
you need to
Alright,
drag
so
the
only-
other card. You need to drag it. That's the There you go.
Oh, and then we have that.
Yep.
Oh
Okay.
no, we're just gonna.
All right, there we go.
Yay! Yay!
All right, is that okay, streamers? Are you
That's
okay with
fine.
that?
Your head's
Okay.
blocking it right now, so it's fine.
Yeah,
My head's.
let's just
all right.
censor with our hand.
Yeah, there you go. All right, that's the winner. Whose card is it?
Love looking at
that was
Elaine's
mine.
stream.
That was
Good job,
mine.
Cassie.
Yeah,
Wait, which
That's a
card do I
red
grab
panel,
as a pull?
so
I guess you could keep this.
Yeah,
you
just-
can put it
just
face
keep
down
the-
if you want.
keep
That's
keep,
your
keep the card that you
reward
won
card.
with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep.
I should probably flip that because that's.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Up to you.
Okay, so that's all right. So this is like
Bro,
cards against
So
me,
everyone playing,
basically.
make sure you have
Well, fuck
7
up.
cards in your hand.
okay.
No, I'm
Seven,
gonna
right?
put. I'm gonna put the wherever the
Oh.
points I get. I'll have it flipped upside down and keep it in my hand, so I know that's a point.
Yeah. Elaine, it's your turn.
Oh no, your dice.
So,
I tossed no
so do I
dice,
just
but it's
put a
gone.
random
Oh,
card on top
hey,
of the drugs
Respond.
one, or?
There you go.
Yeah.
I was making you guys your colors.
Oh.
And then you play the second part of the comic. And then you have to pick your favorite of everyone's suggested end of the comic.
Dad, I'm 11 years old. None of my cards work. Fuck.
Forgot to draw. There you go.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. She called me and then I took a bite of something in her ear so she'd hang up.
Valid.
I see.
Okay, we just putting down cards. So is it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's
Dad,
dead.
I'm 11 years old. Okay.
Let's see.
Mine's
do
stupid,
this
but
one.
it made me laugh when I read it.
I feel like I should have done a different card as the second card instead, but that's okay.
Yeah. Nice.
All right, I'll go a card.
There we go. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Elaine, you now need to.
Okay.
Don't message me
Oh.
on Twitter.
That's it. That's insinuating.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
No.
I just like this one. I just like the quiet silence of them leaving.
Thank you. That was fine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about the.
I'm 11 years old.
And I'm 11 years old. We're boyfriends now. Because that
Yeah.
implies not even incest.
Yeah.
11-year-old
Yay.
involved. Okay.
Alright.
Me turn.
My prize is over here.
Yeah,
I
your
like mine because
turn.
they're buff.
So we start
Yeah, that's
with.
fine.
Tell me a joke.
Sorry, just the I'm 11 years old staying there's funny.
It was.
And then I'm gonna do. So how does this end? I didn't have
Tell
a
me
good
a
joke.
joke. I gotta get a selfie if this is wild.
I like mine.
Oh, I like this. Hold on. This makes me laugh. So this is telling a story. Hold on.
Wait, I like that one. Oh, actually, no, yeah, that worked.
I'm genuinely thinking about just redoing my hand. I forgot when that happens, but it's on my mind.
You redo your hand when a red is picked as the first card. It's random.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
So this is everybody because it's 5. Ooh. So we've got
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good card.
oh.
Are you done yet? No.
Sorry, that looks like a continuation.
I'm so
I like
depressed.
I like this one.
Yay! I
you
need
done?
like that one,
I'll do a
Mark.
joke. Selfie. Are you done?
I just love this.
That's
My
great.
wife is just standing there and she's just like, tell me a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's a vibe at a wedding for real.
So whose is that? Who gets the point?
Me.
Nice. Good job, Gore.
Wahoo!
Nice.
Thank you.
Yay! Wait, who's the cards there now?
Is it...
That'll be Gore.
Yes,
Gore is
me.
next.
So what do I do?
Okay.
I just
1,
pick
2.
cards and then put them down.
Well, you pick the first one and you play the second one from your hand.
Oh, okay. First one here and then second one from my hand. Got it. How do I turn it?
Oh, that's a lot. Mouse wheel. There you go.
Yeah, help me. Thank you. Oh.
That's a lot. That's
Okay.
a lot. So what's part 2 of this epic journey we're gonna going on?
This one.
Will you marry me after just blood coming out of their eyeballs?
Yep. I know exactly
Jesus
what
That's funny.
Christ.
It's a true proposal.
I forgot the card.
this is my
I thought you got one
actual
too.
reaction to that card, so I'm happy about it.
Alright, has everyone put their card down?
I have
Nope.
Not yet.
Okay, hold on.
When there are 5
me.
cards in this pile, like when you hover over it, you see 5. That'll be when everyone's played.
Oh, got it. Okay, and I know what number is so small.
1 second. Here we go.
Yeah, Candyland was fun. Now we're playing dumb game.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hmm.
we
Okay.
Candyland took so much skill.
yeah.
Okay. So we have explosion.
Explosion.
We have someone being repulsed. Ominous, creepy ass face. Another explosion, but on fire. And
Oh
then
my
just going,
God.
Jesus Christ. I'll be for real. I like this one.
Yeah, that's the best. Good job.
Yay, This is me.
Nice.
Good
I just
job,
like it where it's just like
Noble.
Jesus.
Because it's eyeball barf, marry me, and then the guy's like, Jesus Christ. That's how I would react.
Yeah,
I was
same.
just repulsed.
Fuck.
Yeah. I love
who goes?
storytelling.
Now it's you,
Next.
Noble.
Oh, I go? Oh, the winner goes.
Mm,
No. We're just going in order, but you just happened to one.
well,
Are we going counterclockwise?
Yes.
it's gonna be like yeah. We're
You
going
guys
from
are
the bottom.
monsters.
Thank you for the dice, Aline.
Alright, so
Huh?
do I draw from the deck and just
Very
place it down?
stimulated.
Yeah, so first one you draw from any of the 4 decks. Second one you
It's
play
because
from your
Mark's at
hand.
bottom and he wants to feel important.
Yeah.
Bottom.
I'm so tired of you making this statement.
But you are the bottom of the board, Mark.
No, I'm not.
Alright, so what
It's literally from whichever side you're looking at, you fucking...
You're the butt.
it says, what the hell is wrong with you? I do not give a shit. Third card.
Somewhere
Okay.
somebody has a video of him legitimately just giving a shit.
Am I supposed to be drawing cards when I only have a little bit?
Yes.
Oh.
Every round you should drop to 7.
Oh.
You should have
Hold on.
7.
1,
Stop
2,
him.
3, 4.
Wait,
I'm
what
green.
pile
Five.
was this? Wait, what pile
No,
was
no,
this
no,
over
no.
here?
That's the discard pile. That's the discard
that-
pile.
You're meant to draw
Ew.
from these. You're meant to draw from these ones in the middle.
Oh, thanks. Okay,
Maybe we
so
should leave
this
the
one?
discard pile face up so that people can see
Yeah,
that it's the
yeah.
discard pile. There we
These?
go.
Where? This one?
Like
Where am
these
I?
four.
Where am I?
Any from
Oh!
these 4. Any from these 4.
This one hasn't been touched a lot. 1,
It's touch
Two.
starved.
Oh, I feel that one, bro.
3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't count. 7. Okay.
We're
Good
like no
job.
good cards. This is AS.
You ever drink a glass of milk with a hot plate of spaghetti?
Yes.
I usually use
Actually,
my
yeah,
mouth.
that's fire.
Yeah. I used to do that a lot
Oh.
when I was younger for some reason. I haven't done that in a
I
minute.
usually use my mouth to drink the spaghetti, to drink the milk, not my
Oh.
spaghetti.
Yeah,
Mine
right.
are some a
One
lot.
second.
I like this one. This one's funny to me. Didn't flip it. Doesn't matter. Oh, raid!
Oh, we
Hey,
got
welcome
raided.
Raiders.
Welcome. Someone needs to make me their mod.
Well, you see, Gore's a bottom and wants to feel important, so
I like
that's-
being everyone's mod. It's fun. I'm not a bottom. I took the test. Sadly, we approved that.
Oh yeah,
I'd
you're
love
right.
to be a bottom though, Mark.
A Facebook test is totally reliable.
Yeah, and I'm also Ato, so facts.
You need to stop doing these.
No.
Who hasn't played that card yet?
Oh, sorry. I got distracted.
Welcome in, though, raid people. We're playing games.
Game.
I don't like milk.
Good for you.
You're welcome. I'm underneath Elaine's boobs. Ramen is just anime spaghetti. That's awful.
Okay, we're back.
What?
Welcome back.
Okay, do we have all the cards now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was-
Yeah.
Nice. I had to take care of Brady stuff. Here we
No
are.
problem.
All right, I'm just gonna do this. All right, so the cards are what the hell is wrong with you? I do not give a shit. That's no way to speak to your father, young man. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I hate you. All right. Understand. I'm lactating.
That's valid.
Oh baby. Okay. I'm so happy right now.
No, for real.
Damn.
And then leave me alone. Okay. I'm gonna say these ones kind of weak. I'm not gonna lie. It's not that you're not funny. It's just these cards is bad.
I like the lactation.
Hell
Lactation one is
yeah.
pretty good. It's
Yeah.
it's what the hell is wrong with you? I do not give a shit. I'm lactating.
It's just
You
a
know what?
one-sided
Yeah,
conversation,
lactation.
though. It's just him
I
talking.
like
Good job.
The person
That's
does
me.
not
Wait, was
just-
the- That's no way to speak to your father, young man.
That's-
that was a solid one.
Mine was
That
just I
was a
hate
solid
you,
one.
so I can get rid of it.
Thank you.
Lactate
Live,
wins.
love, lactate. Jesus Christ, man, what the fuck?
I love lactate. Yummy.
Oh, wait, are we leaving the old cards in here? Or are we discarding them?
Give me.
We've
Just
been
leave
leaving the
them.
ones. There's no real point.
That's a weird song.
It's not
Something else.
different. We've just been doing it the way we've been doing it. I don't know what's
Okay.
happening.
I now
Okay,
have
so
2
now it's-
points.
Kazuya's
Kazuya's
time.
turn?
Yeah.
Oh, it's me. Okay,
2, 3.
so let's see. We got.
Oh, no.
I'm finding up.
I'm finding out
The
of prison, and
Oh, it's back.
who the fuck let you out of the basement?
Oh.
All right, show me your cards.
Okay.
Now my cards are good.
Yeah, we really need a mulligan at some point. Where are those red cards when we need them?
I want the red
Right.
cards. Live, laugh, lobotomy. Oh, you know,
I like that.
Gory had a lobotomy.
Yeah, I'm lobotomized. I relate.
Understandable.
What
I
the
don't have a
heck?
brain. It's all goop.
Here's
Cards
a ball.
already.
Malleable. You don't need a brain.
Yeah. Exactly. Who needs brains when you're this good
Oh,
looking?
right, we ready? Okay.
Wink.
I think so, yeah.
Alright, so let's read this out again. I'm finding out of prison. Who the fuck let you out of the basement? Oh,
Oh,
damn
it's
it.
going back.
Oh,
oh.
No.
Why are you always so mean to me?
They're married.
I haven't
you
had
gotta-
sex in months.
Wow,
mean,
that feels
that's
like
what happens when you come out of prison.
full sentence.
And then you are the best brother in the world.
Oh.
Oh.
I
God
think this
damn
one
it.
wins.
Yeah, I like that one.
those ones are just too
That's
bad.
mine.
Ma was the
Those ones
boner.
are-
Just who the fuck let you out of the basement and just fucking consumes them?
Yay.
It's just
Oh.
that boner was a good one though. God damn.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
not
that
mine,
was-
but
Yeah.
that was a good one.
Somebody,
That was a good boner.
somebody sent
That was
a
a good- that's
soundbite
a
of
good
Noble
boner.
saying that boner was a good one.
Yeah,
That was a solid boner, bro.
I like that one. It was a good
Just
one.
saying, man.
Wow, I just got one that's really.
All right, flippy your cards,
Also, someone take a card from it, so it's all 69s.
Zoe.
Yes. Oh, it's my turn?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is 69. Well, how can I ruin it now? Like, I guess
Whoa.
we just have to end the game here.
Girl.
None. Never.
All right, I'll just take. All right, I'll take from my side. All right. First card is oh yeah, prove it. And then my card is the.
Oh, we play a card? I
Hello.
thought we just play another one on top of it.
No.
Wait, I'm the czar, so I
Oh.
play one next to it.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, we've been doing. Oh,
Whoopsies.
we've been doing it wrong.
Wait, how have you guys
fuck.
been doing it?
Some of us have been doing it wrong.
Yeah, I've been explaining almost every round, so.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy. What'd you say?
Yeah.
Maybe because I played this game before, I already knew how to play. So
Uh.
I didn't struggle.
I understood after Mark told me.
Yeah, I've definitely told pretty much everybody how to play this game during that
Yeah.
time. So.
Man. I have ADHD.
I don't
You
know
got
what AD
extra
is,
D.
but I got 80 of them.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Oh, wait.
right.
Am I able to choose the position of the two cards, or do I have to have the
No,
file?
which is
No? Okay.
kind of weird.
Yeah, 'cause
No,
that was
fuck
kind of
that.
hard to
Just
start
change
with.
it. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
a
like-
card game. We can change the rules. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
I
I have
don't
a
mind. It seems like it
better
would be a
one to
make
Yeah.
for better
before this.
jokes.
Yeah, more funny.
Nero Space.
Because some of them are just clearly like the end of a story rather than like the
Yeah.
start, and it makes it really difficult.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, play your card. Play your card.
Okay.
I
All
just
right.
wanna.
So I played. I just fucked my wife, and then the Greek guy says, "Oh yeah, prove it."
I got a perfect one for this.
Oh no,
Also,
guys!
this needs to go over here. Go in your spot.
I think I might have the winning card.
We'll see about that.
Hmm. I'll put this one down. Oh.
God,
well,
I do not like how we have. So it's like if we look at everyone's profile pictures, we
I'm gonna
got
pick them up as
Zoe's.
a
That's a
group.
Charmander. That's cute and adorable. Look at that little guy. Look at that little dude. We have Elaine's. You know, I believe that's her own character there. Very cute.
Mhm.
Very adorable. Very precious. We go to Boofy.
Thank you. I know,
Me
right?
and Mark are like normal. We
He's the
need.
character from
I've been
Paradigm.
staring at
Yeah.
Boofy's for a while. It's
Oh,
just
he's been
become-
staring at you.
When I first
That's
met,
the character
when I
from
first met him,
Paradigm.
I didn't know what it
Yes,
was, and I
great
thought that was
name.
his real face, and I got upset.
So we got these two motherfuckers. And then
Okay,
we go back to me. Adorable, precious.
Mine's my toy I have in real life,
No.
bro.
Wait, you thought Buffy didn't have a nose? Is that right?
I thought he made that into a meme of his own face because
Oh.
I've seen his face and it freaked me out.
Okay.
Oh my god. Play your damn
All right. Has
cards.
everyone played their cards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll pick them all up again as a group.
You just
I
have to
wanted
hold.
Okay. All right, and then. Okay. So I was thinking of
So it's just
like this. Okay,
yeah.
I think I might be straight as a third card option. I have an 11-inch penis. Oh. Come on, just one. Oh. Oh, I guess the blue
What?
guy has 2 penises apparently. 2
Good
erections.
for him. God
Oh,
damn it.
nice. Oh. So how was your first day of school?
So it's I just fucked my wife. Oh yeah, prove it. I think I might be straight. Double boner. 11-inch penis. Oh my
I
God.
think these 2 here are the stronger ones. Oh man, that's a tough one. Maybe I'll go. I think I'll go with this one.
Yes, another point for me. Let's go.
This one was a close second, though. 'cause
Damn, I got
still wrecked.
second. Yeah,
I'm
I
on
mean,
3
second place, second
points.
penis. You know, makes sense.
I got robbed.
Yes, you got robbed by 11-incher.
You got robbed by an
Again.
11-incher, what?
Damn.
It's just like my subway foot long, disappointingly
Oh.
short.
You got about half?
bro.
Okay, if I hold shift, that seems to help me stack the cards better.
What
I
the
should-
fuck
Elaine,
did I
it's
do?
your move.
Oh,
I
did we
remember
want?
you can put them in whatever order you like, the first 2 cards.
Wait, isn't the
Guilty.
rule? Wait, hold on. The first player to 3 points is the winner, or whatever score you want to play to. Are we playing
Oh.
to 3 points, or are we playing?
Oh, I
to a
didn't know what
set, like-
points we were doing. I started
I
playing.
just figured
it.
we'd play until we were bored of the game.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Just checking because I got my
I didn't know
third
there were
point, so I
winners
wasn't
with this.
I wasn't
Let's,
sure.
Yeah,
let's
3 points.
go.
Oh, congrats,
Which
Castle.
is like,
Let's
Also,
go
where
on
are
to
your points? I don't see them.
Kazuya, and then we can.
I got them in
figure
my
it out.
hand, upside down.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
Let's
Didn't wanna
finish
lose
this
track of them.
round,
Yeah.
and then I think I
Okay.
might be good after that.
That sounds good.
Me.
Mm.
So let's see. We got. I want you inside of me.
Oh.
Clap.
Oh my
Oh.
god!
Christ.
Holy shit! This one's
Oh,
crazy.
No, no, no. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, I have 2 good ones here.
Sorry. Sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, now it works. One more. One more. I played my card.
Elaine, with your hair down, you kind of look like a koala.
What?
I don't know.
Koala.
Yeah.
Well, now I gotta see this. 1 second.
koala.
Sprinting
Like I
over to
look like a
Elaine's fucking stream.
koala.
Actually, maybe I want to change mine. Yeah, I changed my mind at the last second. Sorry. There you go.
okay,
I'm
now.
a koala.
It's the ear fluffs. Our hair's round.
Fluffy ears, though. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a maincoow
Alright,
cat. I gotta be fluffy.
I want you inside me. Sneaky snap. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god!
Eat my.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's-
Oh my
Oh,
god!
wow.
Eat my face! That's so crazy. That's
Yeah.
the
That's
craziest
your
one I've
fault.
seen.
Sorry, we
Oh.
both became men.
I see we're telling a story here.
Eat my AIDS.
I like these two.
The
Oh
red
my
ones are too
God.
powerful.
Yeah.
I like this one because it's like a
Oh.
story. I
Like,
like
Yeah.
it's like the TV show. You wasted my AIDS.
How did they
Elaine.
have
Yay.
You
children?
wasted my AIDS.
It's okay.
I
Look,
wasted
wait,
my
look.
kill
It's
yourself.
okay. Look what
Like,
I had.
come
Look,
on.
I had this one. I didn't get to use, and then I didn't get to use this one.
I'm waiting for
I
golden
really wish I could
opportunities
use
They're
of
all the
this one.
same.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Damn, that's crazy.
Mine were all mid. I just like this one. He's scary.
I just drew this one as well, which
Oh my god, I love
Whoa.
that. Suck. Striker thing
Yeah.
is
One thing I wanted to hear.
Suck.
Aww.
are
This is
we
how you would
good?
feel if you heard that, though.
What we doing
I'm
next?
proud of you, son.
I was late. I was
No.
at work. You're fine, Striker. Welcome on in.
I'm proud of you, son. Oh, Striker's in here?
We just finished up.
Oh,
Yeah, we
God.
just finished
Striker
up
got
with
here. Let's
card games.
all leave now. Let's.
Okay.
What? No.
Game's over, guys.
Hi,
Game's over.
Striker.
Ah!
Thank you, Noble, for hosting the lobby, and thank you for suggesting
you.
tabletop
You're on
games.
elephant.
I like
this
this
What the
one.
hell
Yeah.
is that?
You look.
Dude,
You like my tiny card.
Yeah,
Oh.
look at your
Oh.
tiny little
You know,
aids that you're
This
spraying.
was fun though. I like
tiny
the game.
AIDS.
Tiny little aid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, I love board games.
Little
We
aid.
should.
I-
We should. Actually, do you guys like D&D?
I'm really-
I've never played it.
Yeah.
I love D&D.
Yeah,
I
that's
play
watching
D&D
it.
Thursday, Fridays,
my
and
God.
Saturdays.
Do you know about the board game? One second, wait.
Are we playing
Loading.
another game or are we ending there?
It's gonna be
I think
one
he's just
minute.
showing us a
I think we're gonna
board
end here,
game.
but I just want to show
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Gloomhaven?
I have, but I never played it.
I've never heard of that.
Game.
What is this?
So it's a cooperative game where
It's also just not loading.
It loaded for
No,
me.
I
It just loaded.
loser.
Everything's white.
Hey, I know this tile. I see it in
Oh,
fucking
Repo.
repo. Yeah,
Yeah.
repo.
All right, so let me explain this. I need your full attention
Oh.
because if I can get a group of
Okay,
people
I'll
to play
try my
this, I will
best.
play this all the time.
Yeah,
I
it's
swear to
loaded.
God.
I will do my best.
So this board game is cooperative and it has some like story-based stuff in it. Like you can make decisions that will affect you and the surrounding areas, like genuinely impact you. It's like, oh, now you have negative debuffs or positive buffs. And it's not always the most like go-to answer. It's like there's an orphan crying on the side of the road. What do? Kick him or leave him alone? It's like you kick him. Good news. It was actually a demon and you saved the town. And it's like, oh, shit like that will happen. It's also a deck building game for your character, and there's leveling up.
Yeah.
And you can get new classes by playing the game more. And it's also brutal as fuck. So it's actually challenging, and I like it. It's a
I'd
good
be
game.
down.
Yeah.
Try it.
That's how we
Sounds
try it.
interesting and it's dumb enough for me to understand.
Oh, it's got a little bit of a learning curve. I'm not gonna lie, but
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend it. It is.
It sounds
a
fun though.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds fun.
I like board game though. Like this is more fun to me.
I like-
I love board games.
I'd like
Oh,
to
yeah.
participate in a game of this. You know,
Yeah.
it is.
Hmm.
It feels reminiscent of D&D, which I played.
I played similar
I played for a long
games.
time. So I'd be down to
Yeah.
try it out.
Another
Looks
game that would be really
looks
fun to play
interesting.
with people would be Talisman. It's been
What's
a while
that?
since I played Talisman.
Oh.
Talisman?
It's a I don't know how to explain the game.
If you like it, I
Yeah.
must dislike it.
There's, you can get it on Steam for like less than $5, but it's a pretty cool game.
Oh, $5.
It's like a board game where you go
I
around
wanna
and you
play
beat each other
Uno.
up.
Oh no.
Daily vibe check.
But anyways,
It
was
I
fun. I'd love to play Uno too.
Yeah.
yeah, we could do a normal board game night again, like with maybe Settlers of Catan. But
No,
No.
the fucking Xbox.
Oh,
I don't have Uno. I never bought it.
Uno is fun.
Well, you have this game. You have this game, so you don't need Uno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down. I like this. It's nice.
Good. Alrighty. Who we want to raidies? We can do double raids. It's always fun.
There's also
I
Betrayal
would
at the
like
House
to
on the
keep
Hill.
streaming because I would like to do a bit live 2D to settle down.
Elaine wants
before
to
I
make
go.
bacon.
Yeah.
I
I will
want
raid
to
you,
be able to
ding.
get back home.
Okie dokie.
But thank you.
Let me-
I would be very interested to play this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. Let me.
Thank you for having
let me-
us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun.
Thank you guys for showing up. If
Yeah.
you haven't checked them out,
I'd be down to play more games with you guys again soon like this.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yep.
It's fun.
Next
Hey,
week,
yeah.
I think
Yes.
for at least Wednesday, I would like to maybe do Pilgrim.
What's that?
Ooh, I love
Ooh.
Pilgrim. Pilgrim's only like 4
It's-
people
Yeah.
though, so
Can I watch? Can I be an NPC?
Yeah, of course. Of course
Yay.
you can.
Because I can't play games. I suck.
well,
It's okay.
I will stream my screen for you so that you can
Yay.
have you can be my
I wonder if
My
we can
devil-
mod Pilgrim to have like a little like companion or pet, and it's just Gore, and she doesn't have to do anything. She's just there to
I'm a
enjoy
rock.
the adventure.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna say
Okay.
goodbye, everybody.
Okay.
Hey.
hello Pilgrim.
Hello, Pilgrim. Alrighty, I'm also gonna pop out and just wind down and do some art because I am getting tired, but like I feel like I'm also kind of like I need to do
Yeah.
something.
You know,
Yeah, that's
work
fair.
on BL free.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you again for inviting
you
us
guys
to
for
play.
having-
Yeah,
Hell
thank you
yeah.
for having us. It's always
I'll
fun.
likely see
Yeah,
you
very
guys
cool.
next week. Wink.
Yeah.
Either Pilgrim or Koleka. I don't know which. One of the two.
Like I got-
I
think
don't
like
have
I got an
Pilgrim,
update.
so I'm down for Koleka, but if you guys still need Pilgrim, I know Zoe recently just got Pilgrim.
Hi, no.
Yeah.
Fancy meeting you here.
If we're playing Pilgrim or anything next week at
Yeah.
the same time, just let me know so I can make sure to plan around it.
Yeah, I'll at you guys as normal.
Yeah.
Okay,
so-
thank
Yeah,
you.
for sure, for sure. All right, sounds
All
good.
right.
Have a
See you
great
guys.
day,
Bye,
guys.
everyone.
Bye.
Enjoy your stream.
Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. I'm not gonna lie. I'm already kind of tired. But I'd like to get the rest of BLT prepped up. Thank you so much, Noble, for the raid. If you are EP, feel free to raid and run. I know I'm kind of feeling it as well. So no prob, their dog. Let me end the shared chat. Boop. Let's just stream together. Alright. Let me change up the music. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby. My cat has come to say hello. Alright. Hello. Love you too, Zoe. Okay. I didn't want to open that OO file. Welcome back. We're just gonna work a little bit on BLT because I would like to get done prepping him. He's almost done. We just have to do like this amount of stuff. So looking forward to the next collab. Me too. My headset's like loud. No, it's the song that's loud. It's everything that's loud. What do I want to do? Turn this down and turn my headset down. Hold a bit. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Alrighty. So foot left foot spine. Okay, so I need to do this thingy. Oh, my brain's down. No. I hope everyone's having a good evening, if not daytime. I had a lot of fun playing card games. It's been a while since I played board games, so I had a lot of fun with that. And I definitely can't wait to do that again. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I do love some board games. Yeah, me too. Me too, buddy. Me too. I can feel my excitement for getting this little guy moving. Because I think tomorrow. Because I think my plan after stream is I'm going to probably take a break from the computer. And then I'm going to... Let me turn the body on. I can't tell where the leg starts and ends. I think it's like here. Tomorrow I'm going to try to finish the new BLT, but we have some video editing to do, so I'd like to focus on that. Also, for any VTubers in my chat, I just saw this post on Twitter. Hold on, let me not get myself banned. Let's see. I literally just commented on it. Okay, there it is. Real Kamina, who is a YouTube manager for Zentrea, is doing a thing where they're looking for 3 hosts to kind of sponsor essentially what they'll be doing is they'll be editing, marketing, they will pay you, you get to keep your IP, they will help you schedule time management, help you host events, and they'll also help you have vocal lessons. But they are looking for 3 VTubers to kind of sponsor and host. So if you want, you can comment below and kind of maybe get yourself in the bag. I put my hat in the ring, so maybe, but we'll see. It's a really good opportunity. So I say, you miss every shot you don't take. So might as well put your hat in the ring, even if you think it's unlikely, you know? But I'm just putting that out there so that way if anybody else in chat who is a streamer is interested in it, everyone comment. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, I don't think that's how that works. I just wanted to put it out there in case anybody in chat is interested in a possible, kind of sponsored deal in that kind of way. But yeah. And when Vishojo swoops up a lane and then we magically get her on a G Fuel cup. Dude, That'd be so cool. Hi, Key. Hi. How's it going, Garrett? So once a year, I think VShojo has like auditions and stuff for people to become part of VShojo. 21. And I've always not done it. I've always like second guessed myself and just not done it. Personally, I get too nervous about it. And then I don't do it. I'm gonna play some Honkai Star Rail, but been lurking. Oh, I want to get into one of those, like Zenless Zone Zero. One of my friends plays Zenless Zone Zero, and I kind of want to get into it because I really like Jane Doe. And I keep saying that I'll probably look at it, but I keep forgetting. So I don't know. I guess maybe when we're out of games to play, I'll probably get into it. Probably. But yeah, I can feel as the adrenaline wears off from hanging out with my friends. I can feel it. I can feel it eat so far because it's turn-based and it's a bit easier to just lore and not feel overwhelmed because it's not as open world as much. That's valid. I've never played games like Honkai Star Rail or Genshin Impact or anything like that. So I'd be very interested in at least trying it because it's a genre I've never played before. Tissimo. Cantissimo. Fuck. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. I should send that post that I saw to Gordy, actually. The more I think about it as well. I mean, not that Gordy needs any help, to be completely frank. Gordy's ballin'. Oh, I need to copy this. I was a Genshin diva from when it launched, but I fell out because it just felt very like every new character was needed to be the strongest, while you can still do plenty of things in Honkai without the meta characters. That's valid, because I feel like if I were to play a game like that, I would have like a set like list of characters that I really like design wise, and unless they like put out other characters that I liked the design of, I probably would just stick with those like main few. So having a game that isn't gonna have any, I get it would like be technically like scope creep would be really nice, because I'm not one for scope creep, because I just want to play what I want to play. It's what I do in Call of Duty a lot. Like, there might be new meta guns that are better to play, but I'd rather just play the guns that I like. Now, this one is coming from the person who owns everyone but one character, because I had to skip them because I was broke at the time. Hey, own it, you know? You got them, and that's, you know, it's cool. It's like a collection. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that are like, if only I could get my hands on that fucking character, my life would be complete, you know? But now you have them. But you have them. You stole their luck, you know? No, I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. I feel like this one has too many vertices a little bit. Like that. I think that's better. Yeah, I'm almost done with this. I would like to finish him. Wanted you oh so badly. Wanted you oh family. You had me. You fumbled the bag. I wonder what Pixels is making. I hear him very fervently cooking in the kitchen, so I'm very curious. Because usually when Pixels cooks something, I know what it's probably gonna be. But we didn't, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't any plans for dinner tonight. You oh badly. You had a words on me. Tumble the bag. next week. Oh wait. Yeah, next week I think I'll start doing. I should DM them. I don't know if their DMs are open though. I was gonna say I would like to do Bunchata and Starpy for the next V highlights. Because I really like their content. Like, had I not met dude, I do. The new Bubba song is so fucking good. I can't not listen to it. It's just so good. Like, I be dancing to that shit in the kitchen a lot of times. Oh shit. This is slightly off, I think. What was I thinking? I was thinking about something and now I've already forgotten. Shit. Ooh. No, it's completely gone. I don't remember. That's crazy. I thought I would remember, but I don't. Cries. I don't actually know if the spiral is a good idea. I've been doing the spiral on a lot of my Live 2D rigs, but I feel like maybe doing it not this way would be better, but I'm already doing it, so if I have problems with it, I'll just fix it later. Aww. Sakura Isopod. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've just sent this to Noxia. Where's Nox? Where's my DMs with Nox? I will not ask you either should. Honey, just put yours. Why is it like that? Why would it do that? Ew, why did it? Oh no, why did it do this? Boop. And then boop. I'll ask you came from. I'll ask you should you. Honey, just put your on my lips. Boop, boop. Okay, I think that's better. It's not symmetrical, but it'll be okay, I think. I don't know. It's kind of bugging me. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Let's do this one with a mirror. I'll do it like this. Like this. Not that one. And then this one to here, maybe? And then do two more here. And then nope. Actually. Let's do it bigger. Again. I can do anything. We begin again. Do anything. Want this to be let's do this. I can do anything. Again. Do anything. What happened to your life? What happened to your life? Okay, now we do this. I like an equivalent space amount. In control. this one. I can do anything. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there we go. Now it's symmetrical, which makes me happy. And then I'm gonna try gluing, I think, is the plan. That's my plan, at least. I don't know how well it'll work, because, like, that's why I'm, like, copy and pasting a lot of these, meshes, because it should work that way. Okay, the tail's done. And then we can do the ear. That's right. Can't you see I took away with life? Can't you see I took away the pride? If I fall, oh my life, what happened to your life? What happened to your life? You know, the more I think about, like, the whole VTuber thing, the one where they're like, oh, we'll financially support you. I don't want to toot my own horn because karma and all that stuff. But I feel like I'd be a good candidate for it because I have the baby amount of expertise, right? So, like, I'm not experienced enough to say that I know for sure how to do all the things that, like, sure, I edit my own stuff, so, like, that is probably fine, but it's also, like, how do I put it, like, I'm baby enough to being a content creator that they could, like, mold me to be a star, but also, like, I have my own identity enough that, like, I know how I want to conduct myself, and they know how I'm going to conduct myself, so that, like, they're not gonna have someone that's gonna, like, crash out, you know? Like, they know they're getting someone who, like, will... And I'm not saying that anyone that, like, has already put their name in the hat or the ring. You already started, bro. Aw, thanks, Woff. But you know what I mean. Like, they know what they're getting, you know? If they choose me, you know? It's like, they're gonna get a cool dude that, you know, knows who they are as a VTuber, and, you know, I got some tricks in my bag, you know? I'm not completely new, but I'm also not completely... Hi, Kieran! Confirm. Okay. But I'm also not, like, totally inexperienced. I think if they look at your profile, you'll probably get... I hope so. That's what I'm hoping. Now, obviously, there's a lot of other VTubers that are, like, trying to get that position, so it's like, you know, it's whatever if I don't get it, but it'd be cool. You still live? Didn't you say you were gonna be do a shorter stream? Yeah, I'm just finishing up this little guy. And then we're getting off. So you got us right at the very end, Kieran. Don't worry, they get so much they don't have time to actually look. Yeah, I know. It's just like, I wish. I just like, it's kind of like a, oh man, this would be a really nice opportunity if that's the case, because they're essentially being able, for 1 year, it's like a guaranteed, like, we're gonna help you build your brand, and that's just really cool, in my opinion. I just got up. Well, good morning. I hope you slept good. But yeah, I don't know. It would just be really cool. You know, I'm trying to, ooh, we should listen to Abel Hart, actually. We should just, because I was literally like, I'm manifesting right now. I'm trying to manifest all this good shit to happen, you know? So I gotta listen to Abel Hart because he's all about manifesting. And so we can hope. we can hope. It would just be cool. It'd be a really cool opportunity, and I'd love to do it, because it would just give me space to do all the stuff that I want to without you know, worrying too much about other things that I feel like set me back a bit. So I was ride. So good. Feel so free. So out of body. But definitely, like, I am excited to see who they do work with, because, you know, that means they believed in them, and that's cool. I want to modify that up. No, it's actually fine. Is it good? Yeah, it's actually perfect. The other ones I usually have to, like, modify a little bit, but this one is actually fine. Alrighty. Let me just confirm this guy. And now BLT is all set up to be rigged! Our little baby boy! He's ready. He's ready, chat. He's ready to be rigged. Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm excited because this is what we'll do tomorrow. We'll rig him tomorrow. I'm excited. Alright. I will head out of here because I that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to do that. So let's go raid. Let's go raid somebody. Let's see. Wow, Shy doing more birthday stuff. Poggin. Let's see. Oh, Womble's doing stuff. Let's go raid Womble. How long have they been streaming? 4 hours? They might stream for a bit longer. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you had fun in the collab. I hope you had fun hanging out and chatting. Go have fun with Womble. We love Womble. Send them all of our love. I think I'm gonna go take another nap and then work on some video editing. But I love you guys so much. If you want a raid message, here's a raid message. You don't have to use it, but I'd appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you come from. But I love you guys a lot, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Mwah! Have a great rest of your day or night or whatever time it is. I love you guys so much. Goodbye.